I'll just confirm that Hansard can hear. Is that, hi Lynn,
Hello.
hi, is you can hear me, the sound's good.
Okay. Perhaps if we can just turn Senator Kitching up a little.
Is there a volume control here? Or?
Oh, the broadcasting will handle it, yes. Okay, sorry, Chair.
Thanks, Lynn. I declare open this public hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee. This public hearing is for the committee's inquiry into Australia's engagement in Afghanistan. This is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. A video broadcast is streaming live via the web, which can be found at www.aph.gov.au. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings and claims of public interest immunity has been provided to witnesses. I remind all participants to identify themselves before they speak and to mute themselves until they need to speak or to ask questions. My name is Kimberley Kitching. I'm the chair of the committee. Joining us today, Senator Abetz, the deputy chair, as well as Senators Ayres, Fawcett, Favoranti-Wells, Lambie, Rice and Steele-John. Before we commence proceedings, I would like to address a matter that has been raised with the committee in recent weeks. The committee has received several complaints about a particular submission from individuals concerned that some of the content in that submission is hurtful towards members of the Hazara community and that the submission has caused substantial distress among this community. The committee is also aware that the relevant submitters have been the subject of online abuse following the publication of this submission. I wish to make several points on this matter. Firstly, general committee practice is to publish submissions that contain content relevant to the inquiry's terms of reference. The committee actively seeks views from different perspectives on the topic relevant to an inquiry. Publication of submissions does not mean that the committee endorses or agrees with their content. Secondly, submissions published by the committee are protected by the law of parliamentary privilege, which means that individuals may not attempt to intimidate, harass, or otherwise interfere with a submitter because of a submission they have made. The committee urges everyone involved in this matter against any further actions that could interfere with other submitters and with the committee's work. Thirdly, the committee has now published a response received from concerned community members alongside the original submission. The committee does not intend to engage in a further back and forth of views on this issue. Finally, and on a more personal note, I wish to acknowledge the long-standing persecution of the Hazara people and express my ongoing concern and sympathy for the Hazara community in Australia. With that said, we now turn to the witnesses before us for today's public hearing. I'd like to welcome Mr. Hugh Pote. Could I thank you, Mr. Pote, for your time, and could I thank you for your submission, and we now have your revised submission, and committee members can find that on the WhatsApp committee group. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could I ask you to please state your full name and the capacity to appear today?
My full name is Hugh Robert Pote, and I'm here as an individual not representing any organisation.
Thank you, Mr. Pote. Would you like to make a brief opening statement and then the committee will proceed to questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pote. Thank you.
I'll read from a prepared statement, if that's all right.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Firstly, I'm most grateful to the committee for the opportunity to provide a submission to this very important Senate inquiry into what was Australia's longest war. As stated in my submission, the death of our son and 2 other Australian soldiers during an insider attack on the 29th of August 2012 was the subject of the only coronial inquest held into combat deaths in the now 200-year history of the Australian Army. I was shocked by the findings of the inquest, the manner in which Defence treated the 3 families of the deceased soldiers, the obstructive manner in which Defence performed during the inquest, and Defence's apparent indifference to the coroner's findings. Following the inquest, I decided it was very much in the public interest for me to write a book, which is based largely on the coroner's finding, which identified 5 systemic failures in the chain of command associated with the deaths. This followed an internal inquiry officer report by the Army, which found no systemic failures. My research for this book also took me beyond the coroner's findings, particularly to analyse the nature of officer selection, training and the culture within the commissioned ranks of the Army. The Australian public generally has blind faith that our Defence Force is well led by highly competent officers. I feel that my findings are particularly relevant in this regard to revisit the reasons why Australia was committed to this war and the problems faced in fighting the enemy. The outcome was that we lost the war. The reasons we lost should be analysed and lead us towards lessons to be learnt by governments which commit our forces to war, and the ADF which sends our ADF to war on behalf of this nation. Former Chief of Army Lieutenant General Morrison once stated that the Army has a contract with the nation. This is quite correct, but the nation has a very limited ability to participate in this contract. The final days of the Taliban's rapid resurgence to take Kabul was greatly facilitated by military hardware left behind by the Americans when they quickly vacated Bagram Air Base. This fact seems to have been carefully sidestepped, I've noticed, by our most senior defence officials during earlier questioning in this inquiry. Readers of my book will have difficulty believing the myriad of command failures disclosed during the Afghanistan war because they are just so unbelievable. The current feudal system provides an officer's career path with precedence over the lives of the soldiers under his or her command. The gulf between officers and other ranks is just far too wide. The chain of command of the Australian Army, and perhaps the entire ADF, is in need of a tectonic change in officer selection, training and culture. 41 lives of Australian soldiers were lost during the 12 years of Australia's combat activities in Afghanistan. A further 500 Australian soldiers have taken their own lives since coming home from the war. I hope that my submission can shine some light on what went wrong so that lessons can be learned. Historically, almost every war has had refugee repercussions. This seems to be an issue that was not factored into Australia's strategy for the war in Afghanistan, if it had any strategy at all. The outcome of the war has created a current refugee crisis. Defence and DFAT have been sitting on their hands for the last 9 years in this regard, since our combat operations ceased in 2012. Despite a last-minute rush to get some at-risk Afghan nationals out of Kabul, this shameful lack of foresight has resulted in the deaths of many Afghan interpreters and other Afghan nationals who put their lives on the line alongside Australian forces during the war. Defence officials have stated that we got 4,100 out of Afghanistan, but I've yet to see any evidence to show that this statement is factually correct. I feel there are 3 big lessons to be learnt from our involvement in Afghanistan and the Iraq wars. Firstly, a balance must be achieved between sustaining our alliances with the US and our sovereign national interests. America has shown that it is an unreliable ally, totally focused on its own interests. Second, the decision for Australia to go to war and to stay at war must be a bipartisan and fully articulated to the Australian public. Thirdly, Defence must be more transparent in its contract with the nation. Defence's response to the coroner's findings into the insider attack incident can only be described as contemptuous. it showed that when an incident goes horribly wrong as a result of incompetent senior leadership, which results in lives lost, the default policy is to close ranks, deny and cover up. Defence routinely fails to comply with model litigant legislation with impunity, utilising uncapped taxpayer funds. It is not answerable to any higher authority, including the Inspector General of the ADF, which has an umbilical attachment with Defence. That's my opening statement, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pote. And could I thank you for your presence here today? This must be very difficult. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of other committee members as well when I say we very much appreciate your time and the efforts that you've put in the service of your son. So we really thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I might start with some questions and then I'll go to the Deputy Chair, and if other committee members could let me know on the WhatsApp group if they have questions, that would be helpful for the organisation of the day. Could I ask, in the revised submission you talk about Defence must be more transparent in its contract with the nation. Could I ask you to expand on that? But I'm also interested in your paragraph which talks about the gulf between officers and other ranks being far too wide. If that could be, if you could expand on those statements, that would be helpful for the committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we just have one at a time? The first one was...
The first one was just about more transparency in its
yes.
contract.
Yeah, okay. What we certainly experienced during the inquest was deliberate obfuscation by Defence, and I'm talking about false classification of documents between, to be contrived secrecy, I'll call it, when much of the information that was classified as secret was actually found in the public domain. That's the start. Secondly, I think Defence ought to be more open and more transparent when something goes horribly wrong. It seems to be focused on hiding and concealing, probably a better word, its mistakes rather than trying to correct them. I think there's a lot of this resulted in repeated mistakes being made while we were in Afghanistan, and this applies particularly to what was in the internal inquiry officer report process, where unbelievably internal inquiry officers, neither of them had any legal qualifications, but they enjoyed the immunity of a High Court judge, which meant that they were unable to appear before any court or any inquiry to be questioned on the findings of their report, or more particularly, the omissions from their reports. Would you like me to go further on any of those points?
I'm interested as well just in your views on the gulf between the ranks.
Okay.
And Senator Lambie might be. I am just going to tell the Secretariat and Mr. Pote that my computer is telling me it's going to do an automatic update and it's going to automatically shut down and restart, in which case could I ask Senator Abetz to chair if I am offline for whatever the reason is that the computer's updating. But Mr. Pote, if you could address just a question around the ranks, the gulf between ranks. I think that's interesting. We haven't had evidence about that before, so I'd be interested if you could expand.
Okay. The system within Defence, well, the Army anyway, I don't particularly want to deal with the Navy or the Air Force because my research has been focused on the Army and our son was in the Army. But the gulf I'm referring to is between officers and other ranks. Officers are very well treated in the Army. They receive a tertiary education free of charge. I think very few officers have suffered from PTSD. They find no difficulty in finding employment once they discharge. And the chair's disappeared. And I think that the Army in particular could benefit from putting non-commissioned officers, otherwise known as NCOs, more of them through officer training, rather than taking basically kids out of school, putting them through officer training, training them with what I consider to be outdated practices and principles, and they then are put in charge of very experienced and highly qualified boots on the ground, qualified by virtue of experience which officers don't have. And I think we saw in Afghanistan a lot of mistakes made by officers, and I'm just hopeful that the senior ranks wake up to this and do something about it.
Thank you very much. And is it Mr. Pote or Mr. Poate?
Pote.
Pote, thank you very much. Yeah, the chair has just sent me a message. She'll be back online as soon as she possibly can be. Mr. Pope, from my perspective, thank you for your submission. Thank you for the service of your son in our Australia.
We've lost sound.
Can I ask you, in relation to your commentary about the...
Senator Betts, you're fading in and out.
Sorry?
Senator Betts, your audio's just fading in and out.
All right, thank you.
Just perhaps start your question again.
Better? All right, is that better?
Let's see how we go.
Yeah, is that better?
I think so.
Yes.
Yep, good. I was saying thank you for the service of your son in the service of the nation, and my is lost whilst being in that service.
No, I think... Wait, you're breaking up, Senator. I'm sorry.
All right. Not sure what's happening here. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right.
I think we can. It's probably a bandwidth issue, Eric. If you turn off your video, you may get better transmission of your audio.
Thank you for that suggestion, David, and then that way you don't have to look at me, so you win both ways. Look, Mr. Pope, allow me to try again.
Turned up a bit.
If I may again, Mr. Pope, to say thank you for your submission and for the service of your son. In your submission, you tell us about the Taliban not having been as involved with the Al-Qaeda, yet a briefing tells us that the Taliban continue to provide safe haven for Al-Qaeda fighters, and that the two of them were very closely linked, especially with their linkages into Pakistan. Do you want to make any observations about that? And it looks as though we've got our chair back.
Yeah. I don't think your briefing is as correct as you may believe it to be. The my understanding from my research is that the Taliban were not particularly happy with Osama bin Laden being in their country, particularly following the terrorist attacks in America. But there is a culture amongst the Pashtuns known as Pashtunwali, where visitors are hosted. And I might also draw your attention to the fact that the Taliban offered to hand Osama bin Laden over to a third country to be tried for the terrorist attacks. So it's a country which doesn't have a history of harbouring terrorists, and given that those terrorists had not been there particularly long, I don't think you can draw a conclusion that it was a country that has traditionally harboured terrorists or would continue to do so. I think following the incredible bombing that the country received by US Air Force following 7th of October 2001, it would be highly unlikely that the Taliban would ever harbour terrorists again.
Thank you for that, and back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Abetz. I'm on another computer now. Could I ask? So I understand I'll go to Senator Rice first, and then to Senator Lambie. And just to let you know, Mr. Pote, that Senator Steele-John has joined us. He was also having some technical difficulties as well. So yeah. I'll go to Senator Rice.
Thanks
Chair,
very
and
much,
just
Chair.
to be clear, Alex Antic also here.
Oh, and Senator Antic is here as well from South Australia. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks very much, Mr. Pote, for your evidence, and yes, and for the work that you have done raising awareness about, you know, what really happened on the ground in Afghanistan, and for the very sad, and for making us all aware of the impact of this war, particularly with the death of your son. Look, my question was, you mentioned in your opening statement how any decision to go to war needs to be bipartisan and needs to be fully explained to the Australian public. I wondered whether you had a view on whether a decision to go to war you feel should be made by the Parliament rather than by the Executive.
Yes, I think it should. And what transpired during the war and our involvement with America in particular, I think indicates that one person, being the Prime Minister, it's inappropriate to have a decision of this magnitude made by one person. It should be made by Parliament. It should be debated because one thing that I think the Australian public have noticed is that within weeks or at the most months of a new Prime Minister, and there seem to have been a myriad of them lately coming to power in Australia, we see photos of them next to the American President of the day, as though this is, a big deal. Now, it was America who got us into this war, and don't get me wrong here, I believe that we should have gone to war to fight Al-Qaeda, not to fight the Taliban necessarily. But we should debate the reasons for going to war and the reasons for staying at war as conditions unfold and change. You know that war is always a fluid environment.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. That was my only question.
Senator Rice. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Hugh. On pages 12 and 13 of your submission, you have stated that an internal inquiry officer report was conducted into the insider attack incident in which 3 Australian soldiers were killed, one of whom was your son, and that this report was heavily redacted and excluded a bunch of incriminating evidence against the chain of command. You say the report appeared to be a cover-up of systematic failures. Is there any more you want to tell us about that?
Sorry, what was that question?
Did you not hear the question?
Yeah, I heard your preamble, but the question...
Did you want to tell us any more about that? About the question that I've just asked you? Did you want to add any more information to that?
Yeah, look, I think there were 3 families involved here because there were 3 men killed and 2 wounded. It was a shock to us all that the inquiry report was so deficient in facts to start with. Secondly, that it was so incredibly heavily redacted. And I might add that during the inquest, the brief of evidence had exactly the same inquiry officer report in it, which was hardly redacted at all. Now, that brief of evidence is a public document. It's available upon request from the coroner's office, and it is beyond my comprehension as to why on the Defence website the original heavily redacted, almost incomprehensible inquiry report is still there, rather than the hardly redacted at all report, which is part of the brief of evidence and which is a public document. I just don't understand. This is just part of Defence's ongoing obfuscation, I think, and its lack of transparency. It's just unreasonable and it's unfair that all the facts are still being covered up in this internal inquiry report.
Thank you. Do you want to tell us about how Defence treated your family and the families of the other 2 soldiers with regards to that inquiry report? Did they keep you informed at times? What interaction did they have with you during that period?
What was what? Sorry?
Sorry. Could you tell us about how Defence treated your family and the families of the other 2 soldiers with regards to the inquiry report? Did they keep you informed along the way about what was going on? Did they give you answers about what went wrong? And did they tell you how they were going to stop green on blue attacks in the future?
Yeah. Okay. No, they didn't keep us informed at all, despite a myriad of media releases which said that Defence was looking after the families and keeping them informed. They didn't do so, to the extent that the families even had a meeting with the Chief of the Defence Force, the Vice Chief of the Defence Force at the time, when they discovered that we intended to call for a coronial inquest, so that we could perhaps put questions to senior command and get some answers. And we also requested an unredacted copy of the inquiry officer report. Well, that was never provided, and during that meeting with the Vice Chief of the Defence Force, our questions were really not answered. I might also add that during the inquest, on the final day of the inquest, the families were intimidated and threatened by the head of the Chief of the Defence Force's personal staff, that if we disclosed any of this contrived secrecy that had been shown that it was contrived to the media, we would face action by the Attorney-General. That's the way that families of fallen soldiers were treated by Defence at that time.
You stated in your introductory statement that the ADF does not appear to be answerable to any higher authority, and that's including the IGADF. But the government likes to say the IGADF is an independent body. Can you elaborate on why you feel that's not the case?
I probably need just... I've covered this in my book, but I'll just read from it. Yes, I'd like to do that. It's important to recognise that the Defence Act includes certain criteria fundamental to the position of Inspector General. That person must enjoy the confidence of the Chief of the Defence Force and should be directly responsible to the Chief of the Defence Force. While the Minister for Defence appoints the person to head the Inspector General of the IGADF office, the Defence Act requires that the Minister must have regard to any recommendations made by the Chief of the Defence Force in doing so. Therefore, the Minister's appointment of this position is really a rubber stamp for the person nominated by the Chief of the Defence Force. And this is hardly consistent with the description of independence. The Chief of the Defence Force, the Inspector General of the ADF can hardly be described as independent. I should also state that either the staff of the IGADF office are either mostly or entirely ADF officers. The Inspector General himself is a former ADF officer. The current Inspector General being Brigadier James Gaynor. Actually, he dropped his title of Brigadier the day before he was appointed to that position, having acted in that position as Brigadier James Gaynor for 12 months beforehand. His predecessor was Commodore Jeff Early. The same situation applied there. He dropped his title of Commodore just before taking up the position.
Thank you. Do you know why that is, Hugh? Is that so it makes them look like they're actually independent because they dropped their title in 24 hours beforehand, or?
Sorry, say that again?
Drop their title. Sorry, is there a reason that they drop their titles?
Yeah.
24 hours before they're given those positions. Is that to actually make them look like they are actually independent?
Yes, it was. And in fact, I asked a colonel who I won't name why that happened, and it's exactly the reason I got. He said, well, we have to give the appearance that the Inspector General himself and his office are independent. That's it.
Thank you. Your son gave his life for the war in Afghanistan alongside 2 other soldiers. What do you think the war achieved now that you can look back on it, Hugh?
The war achieved the original purpose for going to war, which was twofold, which was to kill Osama bin Laden, who headed the terrorist organisation known as Al-Qaeda, and it also achieved the second purpose, which was to destroy the Al-Qaeda training camps, which were located within Afghanistan. However, it went beyond that, and those two purposes were stated by the Prime Minister at the time, being John Howard. But he also stated that he didn't want Australian troops to get bogged down in a long, drawn-out system of, what do we call it? I've forgotten the word. But anyway, we stayed on to try and stabilise an American style of sorry, I've got a bit of a mental block at the moment, of democracy. And democracy was never going to work in a country which is 70%, where the population is around 70% illiterate and is divided into so many different districts and provinces. We've got enough trouble managing democracy in this country where we've only got 6 states. And sorry, does that answer your question, Senator?
Yeah, it does, Hugh. I understand that you have a retreat you have some of the most physically and psychologically injured soldiers stay on your land. Can you please tell me, after the withdrawal now, how are they feeling about their service that they gave and their injuries that they will now sustain for the rest of their lives? What are they saying, Hugh?
What they're saying is that they don't feel that their contribution during war is properly appreciated. This is evidenced, I think, by the fact that they've been trained for warfare by the Australian Defence Force, but they haven't been trained for life after service in the ADF, unlike officers who can walk straight into a high-paid job because they have tertiary qualifications. In fact, I took this very issue up with a well-known senior, former senior officer who, and I said, why don't the soldiers in the lower ranks, why are they not given, say, part-time time off work, say 1 day a week, to do a trade course or something like that while they're serving? And he said to me, well, we're training these men and women to go to war. We're not training them to be electricians or carpenters or concreters or anything else. And I said, well, what about officers? Aren't we supposed to be training them to go to war as well? And he said, oh yes, but they need to be highly trained for what they're doing. Well, I think it shows that they're not highly trained at all. They're for warfare. They're highly trained in the academic discipline that they've studied, not to lead troops in warfare. I think this is also, you know, if I can just refer to a news article where the Chief of the Defence Force stated that he was not really prepared for such a quick fall of Kabul. Well, somebody who holds the highest office in defence ought to have been prepared, because the rest of the country, including, to the best of my knowledge, every service person who served in Afghanistan, knew exactly what was happening, knew that the Taliban would again take over the country, and could see that Afghanistan was falling. I mean, all you had to do was read Al Jazeera or Tolo News, and it was so obvious to everybody. So why was the Chief of the Defence Force not aware of this? It took him by surprise. And there was a cascade in his word. But, of course, this was facilitated by, on the, I think it was the 1st of June, without being able to look at my records, that the US vacated Bagram Air Base, leaving behind the most incredible armoury of weaponry imaginable. There was a whole squadron of 12 Black Horse helicopters that left behind. There were hundreds of light armoured vehicles. There were container loads of American rifles, including sniper rifles, left behind. The Taliban then became better armed than it had ever been in its history. It then used that weaponry and those vehicles to sweep through the country at lightning speed. That's why Kabul fell in such quick time. We could all see that. I mean, television pictures showed the Taliban arriving in American-made vehicles in Kabul. I'm really concerned about the future of the Australian Defence Force if this is indicative of the leadership throughout the chain of command.
Yep. What do you think the resurgence of the Taliban tells us about our time at war in Afghanistan?
Well, I think our soldiers performed exceptionally well under extremely difficult circumstances. given the rules of armed combat that they had to follow, but the Taliban was always going to win that war. It was backed by Pakistan, and it was driven by religious fervour. There was no shortage of Taliban fighters to fill dead men's shoes. We had no chance at all of beating them, and the Afghan National Army was probably 10 times greater than the numbers of the Taliban, but it didn't have the same drive to fight. It was there, most of Afghan National Army soldiers were there because it was a paid job. They gave up though towards the end because they could see the Taliban was going to win, and their pay had stopped coming through because most of the money being given to the government of Afghanistan was being squandered by the corrupt government of that time. In fact, under both presidents, the Karzai and the final president, whose name escapes me, Ghani.
Do you, so you're telling me that the Afghan army were not there out of loyalty, but were there just because they were getting paid in the end? That was the only reason that they were there. And therefore, they were never going to survive, were they? They were never going to be able to stand up.
It was not the only reason, but it was a predominant reason. They didn't have the same drive, the same religious strength that the Taliban had. And secondly, they thought that they were going to be supported by the Western forces, but the Western forces announced that they were leaving. That was, of course, emboldened the Taliban even further. And the Afghan National Army, who had relied heavily on Western forces for support, suddenly realised, well, we're going to be left to our own devices. We can't possibly win. And when the president flew out of the country, well, that was the end of it.
I just have one more question, Chair, if that's okay, quickly. What do you think this war should teach us about our alliance with the US? And I'm thinking especially about what happened with the release of your son's killer, the Afghan soldier, Hekmatullah, and everybody else that's now been released, that's now floating back around Afghanistan. Do you have anything to say about that?
I've got a lot to say about that, but I'll try and restrict what would take days and anger to be a little bit more mellow and get it over with quickly because I realise we're out of time. Hekmatullah was released as a result of the Americans making a treaty with the enemy to release him and 5,000 other Taliban inmates. It was bad enough anyway with a revolving door. Every time we would arrest somebody, invariably they would be caught again because they were let out. So those prisoners that were still incarcerated were the more dangerous ones. Hekmatullah was probably, and 5 others, was the most dangerous. He had been sentenced to death. That sentence was never carried out. He's never had to face the International Criminal Court for his war crime. What he did was a war crime, yet this country is now going to subject its own soldiers to the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court. I think it's a disgrace.
Thank you, Mr. Pope.
Could I thank you very much for your evidence? And we appreciate your time and thank you for your second submission. I don't think you've taken any questions on notice, but if you have, the Secretariat will be in contact with you and they would be need to be returned by the Wednesday, the 17th of November. But could I thank you again? And Mr. Scaines is on the line now the Forsaken Fighters Australia Incorporated. That submission is number 58 for committee members. Could I welcome Mr. Scaines, representing Forsaken Fighters Australia, could I thank you for your time? Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
My name's Jason Scaines, and I appear here today as a veteran and founder of Forsaken Fighters Australia.
Thank you. We appreciate your time and thank you for your submission as well. My name is Kimberley Kitching. I'm the chair of the committee. Joining us today are Senator Abetz, the deputy chair, as well as Senators Antic, Ayres, Fawcett. Senator Fierravanti-Wells will be with us at 10:30. Senator Lambie, Senator Rice and Senator Steele-John. Could I ask if you'd like to make a brief opening statements before the committee proceeds to questions?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you everybody for allowing me here at this hearing today. Can I first acknowledge, I'd like to acknowledge Hugh Pote and the incredible sacrifice that his son Robert and 40 other brave Australian soldiers made during Australia's commitment in Afghanistan. I served in the Australian Defence Forces for close to 2 decades, including 10 months on a forward operating base in southern Afghanistan. I served as a battle captain, intelligence, planning and information operations mentor with the 205th Coalition Advisory Team. For transparency, today I'd like to say up front that I'm a member of the Australian Labor Party. I work 1 day a week for a Labor senator, and I was a Labor candidate at the 2019 federal election. Prior to this, though, I was a soldier and an officer. I served the government of the day. My service should not be diminished in the eyes of any elected official or hold lesser value because of my political affiliation. I returned from Afghanistan in 2013. The government today is the same government that it was back then. So my criticism of the government's handling of the leave visa policy and the treatment of our veterans is not political. Today I speak to you as a veteran and someone who has been deeply affected by the leave visa issue. Since advocating strongly for my interpreter Hassan and founding the charity Forsaken Fighters in 2018, I've received hundreds of requests for assistance from Afghan former interpreters. I've been ignored by government ministers and I've been the target of political attacks on my service. My purpose today is to shine a light on what I see as the significant moral failings of our government and a broken leave visa policy that has long been neglected. The leave visa program was established to ensure that individuals that assisted Australian government were afforded protection. I believed it, as did many of the other veterans. We touted this to our interpreters. We kept them mission focused and we reassured them that our government would look after them. The same government has implicated us, those veterans that reassured our mates, in that lie. Our interpreters passed every test when we needed them in Afghanistan, and coincidentally, they failed these same tests when we no longer needed them. Instead of constructive discussions on policy development and the program's effectiveness, elected officials have sought to cast aspersions on the character of many of those loyal interpreters. During evacuation operations, there was no engagement by the government. There was no acknowledgement of correspondence, despite the extensive data over many years that we had compiled and offered. This degraded, I believe, the ability to communicate and coordinate with those interpreters and their families on the ground, placed many at risk, some being further exposed to dangers and even shot. It is also the single most damaging thing that a public official can do to a veteran is ignore them. There are hundreds remaining in Afghanistan. We have over 180 with 449 visas that are about to expire. The government should be honest in their dealings, communicate and reassure those remaining and engage with stakeholders to assist in this process. I was extremely disappointed to recently learn that our government doesn't have a master list of those who worked with our troops. Their disregard for obtaining or indeed compiling a list of all those who assisted our troops is negligent and highlights the lack of commitment government had towards this policy. Elected officials cling to phrases like, "Isn't hindsight a wonderful thing?" These serve to distract, minimise and deny any failures of our government. The fact is that there was information available to the government and they chose to ignore it. Since bringing this issue to the attention of Parliament in 2018, I have compiled extensive information and lists on local engaged employees or leaves and offered them to government. Requests to review the leave program and calls as early as April this year and onwards to prioritise and evacuate interpreters were ignored. The oversight of government to draw on feedback from these stakeholders to address the deficiencies and improve the program has placed those at further risk to danger. The leave program has been plagued by lengthy delays and hidden behind a veil of secrecy, bureaucracy and gaslighting. A tenet of our legal system, innocent until proven guilty, seems to be randomly conferred to those deemed worthy by government. The program was set to fail from the outset. Private companies awarded billion-dollar contracts with limited government oversight and organisational conflicts of interest that compromised the integrity of information and the process. None of those interpreters left behind could have imagined that voluntary information they gave during these routine screening processes would one day be weaponised to deny them humanitarian assistance. The Australian government should be united on this issue, indeed as we were in 2008, where a whole of government effort was agreed upon and actioned to assist Iraq interpreters and their families deemed at risk. By comparing the figures provided throughout the proceedings of this inquiry, provided by Defence and Home Affairs, we've seen that only around 30% of those locally engaged employee applications have been certified by Defence. That is, they have the ability to actually submit a visa application to the Department of Home Affairs. As at today, Forsaken Fighters have over 600 former interpreters and family members remaining in Afghanistan. Over 180 of those have valid Australian visas, mostly 449s, due to expire in the coming weeks. The leave visa policy provides the guidance, but without leadership and integrity, it is both defective and meaningless. We created the position these interpreters and their families are now in. Can I just say also, Chair, that this has taken a significant toll on myself and my family, and I'd like to acknowledge the support over many years since my return from Afghanistan of my wife, Jackie Scaines, and many other family members and friends and people within our community. Thank you.
Could I thank you, Mr. Scaines, and thank you also for your disclosure. But I'm sure that as we're all proponents of the democratic system, we might not always agree, but we appreciate people's involvement in politics. The system would be poorer if it was narrower. Could I ask you just on the master list, because I asked those questions, so there were different responses. So the DFAT said no, Home Affairs says we don't have a master list, Defence said it doesn't have a master list. What do you, I mean, your submission goes through that, but could I just ask you, do you think that it just doesn't make sense to me that there is not, that there isn't a master, we can't actually identify with whom we worked and who worked for us?
Yeah, it seems quite extraordinary. You know, Defence have said that they do have a list of those individuals that were directly employed by Defence, but there were the majority of the interpreters. We had the US Department of Defence acting as agent for many of the coalition entities in Afghanistan, and part of that was to provide linguists to facilitate the coalition's mission in Afghanistan. That was awarded under a contract worth about more than US $1.46 billion to accompany mission essential personnel. Now, that private company was the parameters drawn up in that contract where they needed to hire local linguists and also conduct the screening process of those linguists. They were to retain the data for a minimum of 20 years. And there are the Inspector General for the US Department of Defence and also Crow and Health report done in 2016 suggests that there is a contract linguist database from which that information of all people hired by that company under that contract has been maintained. So I think it shows a lack of commitment by our government on this policy to even obtain a list or even ask for that list from that from the US or that private company.
Thank you. We're having the departments back at the next hearing, so we might just explore that a little there. Could I ask, in your submission, you've outlined a system called PCAS, so PCASS, and that was used in security vetting of Afghan locally engaged employees. I just noticed in response to question on notice number 78, there was a question asked about security vetting, including polygraph style information. Defence has responded saying they did not do vetting, but did identify Home Affairs as doing vetting. Is Home Affairs using PCAS?
No, Chair, and the suggestion there was, and Defence were quite right, Defence didn't use PCAS or CELEX. PCAS is the Preliminary Credibility Assessment and Screening System, basically a handheld lie detector. It has a computer algorithm that is specifically designed to give more negative responses than green responses. And it's designed to par down larger groups of individuals. There's very specific parameters on its use in fragile states such as Afghanistan, and they include that they can't be used. It can't be used on coalition forces. It can't be used in a court of law. All of these type of things were there. PCAS was used by those private contracting companies to conduct the screening of local national linguists. So it wasn't used by Defence, set the parameters around the use of it, but the use of it was by those private companies to screen the local linguists. What we're suggesting is that Home Affairs is using that voluntary information given during that routine screening process. They are using that information now and weaponising that against these individuals to deny them humanitarian assistance.
Right. So it was voluntary, but it's being used in a circumstance for which it wasn't envisaged.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. And it's not meant to be used for visa vetting.
No, that's exactly right. These interpreters, nobody else that wants to come to Australia anywhere in the world, including Afghanistan, is subjected to the type of security vetting and clearance that these interpreters are. They've worked with us for many years. Most of them have worn the Australian uniform, stood with our troops, facilitated missions in Afghanistan, and are now having this routine screening information from a computer algorithm being weaponised and used against them to deny them humanitarian assistance.
Thank you. I've got a series of sort of technical questions just because your submission raises some of these, and I just want to compare some with some of the responses to questions on notice. But could I go to there's an IMI instrument 12/127. Now that, and you're familiar with that because of your work with Afghan interpreters. Now that includes the need to apply for certification within 6 months of the cessation of employment or otherwise demonstrated exceptional circumstances. Are you aware of any applicant who successfully had ministerial direction applied due to exceptional circumstances?
No, we're not, but we certainly have had applicants denied as late as the 15th of July this year, saying that whilst they had links and they had worked with Australian troops, because they'd applied outside of the 6 months, it was deemed that there was no exceptional circumstances as at the 15th of July this year, and their visa was refused because they didn't apply within the 6 month specified time within the IWMI.
And about the 6-month rule, do you know how many applicants who were refused certification because they were outside that 6-month period? Have you got a ballpark idea?
No, look, and we don't, Chair, and I've certainly received at least half a dozen of those, but it is quite concerning, and this goes to the heart of this issue really, and the lack of transparency, the lack of engagement from the government with organisations that have a little bit of skin in this game and are trying to assist government and assist those interpreters. I have nothing else to gain from this process other than wanting to help those that helped us in Afghanistan. And look, there are many other veterans that feel exactly the same way. And, you know, we've just been stonewalled by government on this issue.
Mm. I mean, the people who, as late as the 15th of July, I mean, the Taliban was capturing territory then, and that wasn't exceptional circumstances.
Yeah, it's quite extraordinary that the government made that decision on a number of these applicants, and it seems to be it seems to be a bit of a lottery draw, really. It's like pulling a ticket out of a hat of whether somebody's going to be accepted or not. There's no rhyme or reason behind the decision making of the lead program.
In response to question on notice number 75, Defence says Defence Minister's officers did not intervene in any individual Leigh cases. The Minister certified all individual Leigh and had the discretion to make individual decisions at that point. Ministers did not request specific briefings on some individuals. Again, we'll follow this up when Defence comes back, but I'm wondering if Defence does not do vetting, what reasons can you think of that a Minister would seek a briefing?
Yeah, look, that's exactly right, Chair, and I don't know. And what we seem to have done with this process is I don't see any benefit of the Leigh visa program to these individuals. That's really concerning because anybody can apply for a humanitarian visa, but we're adding an extra layer of bureaucracy to these applications by getting them to complete a 10-page Leigh certification forms and attach all of their documentation. That's just to get the certification. And we've seen that certification rate as low as around 30%. That's only about 30% get to then apply for a visa. That doesn't tell us how many of that 30% are actually approved a visa by Department of Home Affairs, which is something that we'd like to know. I think there were 580 applicants that have made it through the certification process and applied for a visa. How many of those individuals have actually been granted a visa?
Thank you. We'll ask next week. In response to question on notice 64, Defence advised that, and I'm just reading from the response, Defence has processed 1,619 locally engaged employee cases since the program began. Then in the immediate period before and during the evacuation, Defence received over 15,000 emails in approximately 10 days. Do you feel that there is a need to review the Leigh certification process to see if it was reaching its aims? And have you seen any evidence that a Defence database of Afghans who worked with troops was kept?
Oh, and that's quite a concerning issue. You know, something we're supposed to do really well in Defence is reviewing policy and programs to make sure that they are achieving the desired outcomes. It doesn't seem to have happened at the government level or even at the Defence level of reviewing this Leigh certification program. And we've seen now that that certification rate is extremely low, that the information and data collected is minimal, and it has placed many people, it's created a huge amount of stress on a lot of those interpreters that served dutifully with our troops in Afghanistan. And they've been left basically abandoned in Afghanistan, abandoned by our government and our Defence Force. We haven't seen any of the senior members of Defence step up on this issue, and this issue is having a profound effect on the mental health and well-being of many veterans, not just myself, many veterans, where they're trying to provide assistance to their interpreter that they still have contact with, who's been abandoned in Afghanistan. They have no answers for them. There's no transparency from government, and they're trying to provide financial assistance to their interpreters. I mean, this is a burden that shouldn't be carried by our veterans. This is a burden for the Australian government, and we see them pushing their responsibilities down onto our veterans.
And to Mr. Scaines, I've been helping serving ADF members get former Afghan National Army members out of Afghanistan, and there is a lot of responsibility that's been devolved to people who've served there, Australians who've served there. Just on the evidence of there's no defence database of Afghans who worked with troops. You haven't seen. I mean, is there a list?
Look,
do you think?
I would imagine that and hope that Defence have a list of people that they may have directly engaged in Afghanistan. But as I say, the majority of these interpreters that fall under this LEE program were hired under that private contract from INSCOM, US Department of Defence, and they were hired under that contract. So that contractor will have that information and that data, and that's the majority of these LEE applicants. And Defence don't have that, but indeed they should have obtained that. They should have been wanting or requesting an updated list annually on those that have served and worked with us.
Could I just, one final question, then I'm going to Senator Rice and then Senator Steele, John. And does Senator Lambie might have questions as well.
No, I'm sorry, Chair. I was just wondering whether we'd be able to request that from that US contractor and have a go and write a letter to see if we can get it, because Defence has already said they don't have it. Is there a way we can do that? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, and Jackie's exactly right.
Yeah, we'll write to the committee can write to ask for that list. So can I ask, could you tell me the number of times and to whom in the government you tried to arrange meetings to warn the government of the situation in Afghanistan and the risk for the Lees?
Yeah, look, I raised this issue back in 2018 with the government. I provided many briefs looking to review and improve the Lee visa pathway and program. That had fallen on deaf ears. I talked about the moral impact that this was having on our veterans. That fell on deaf ears. And I wrote to government on the 20th of April to a number of ministers on the 20th of April this year. And the contents of that letter was to urge the government to prioritise the evacuation of these interpreters. We generally do withdraw those individuals prior to the last Australian troops leaving Afghanistan. So it was a call to remove those individuals and their families, to prioritise and evacuate them. And the reason put in there was that if the Taliban were to gain control over airports and routes and borders, it would make it extremely difficult for these individuals to leave. So, and look, we had a really great opportunity that the Australian government missed there. We had an opportunity, one, to show the rest of the world how Australia treats their mates. And two, we had the benefit of still having, a reasonable coalition footprint on the ground with a reasonably functioning Afghan National Security Force element and a government still in place at that time. So it was a perfect time to get in, prioritise and get these people out. One of the really concerning things to us, Chair, is that 449 visas have been issued during the fall of Kabul within a few days. Now, the government has said that these interpreters are afforded the highest priority processing under this visa program. We know that the highest priority processing takes anywhere between 2 and 5 years on average for these applications to be processed. My question is, why didn't the government years ago, where as soon as the Defence Minister certifies an individual and their family as being at risk because of their association with Australian troops, the government should have immediately been issuing that family unit a 449 visa, bringing them here to Australia and developing a pathway for them to achieve the XB201 visa, not leaving them in danger, at risk, for years in Afghanistan.
Thank you. Was the impetus for your letter in April because President Biden had announced that the troop withdrawal would be delayed? I mean, did that send warning bells off in your head?
Yeah, look, speaking to people on the ground, that's
Right.
former interpreters on the ground in Afghanistan, and also reading reports coming out of the US, and then obviously the President's announcement, you know, it wasn't hard to put two and two together and go, you know, things are can go pear-shaped pretty quickly.
Mr. Scaines, we've had evidence that no one could have envisaged, I guess, how fast the fall of Kabul was, but also, you know, that this was going to happen.
There were certainly very high-ranking intelligence officials in the US predicting exactly what's occurring in Afghanistan back as early as February and March this year.
Yes. I'd be interested, and if you could take it on notice, I'd be interested in, if you can, tabling those reports for the committee.
First submission, Chair, but I will
yes.
send those through again.
Okay,
Yep.
lovely. Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Rice.
Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you, Mr. Scaines. Thanks. Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks very much, Mr. Scaines, for all the work that you are doing on behalf of people who are at extreme risk of persecution and death from the Taliban in Afghanistan at the moment. Can you give me a bit more detail when you talk about the people with their the local engaged employees having their information weaponised? And you said right up until July that they were having visas rejected because of information they'd given. Just a bit more a bit more detail about what that meant, and has that continued in any way since the fall of Kabul, or is it just that they're not being prioritised now?
Look, the government has almost completely abandoned the leave visa program, and we've seen the issuing of 449 visas. We've got, as I said, nearly 200 remaining that their visas are to expire. You know, but I draw the conclusion that this information from PCAS is being weaponised and used against them by Home Affairs, and my reason for that is in my interpreter Hassan, in his case, it was mentioned that no information or evidence had been provided to the Minister or the Department to suggest that that individual had been engaged in any criminal conduct or activity prior to his counterintelligence screen, which suggests, and so then they talk about explaining possible associations with insurgent groups. And, you know, this is what we wanted to sit down and talk to to the ministers about, was how could those possible associations come up in a routine screening process. And the government at every step has not wanted to engage on that issue to talk about that.
Right.
So that we have that Department of Home Affairs is using that information against these individuals.
Right. And presumably in terms of now, you know, live visa applications post the fall of Kabul, you're worried that information is still being used.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think we've seen that, and the US have come out very strongly against it, but they haven't done enough. And they've said that they won't go back and review previous applications, but they won't be using those results from PCAS in the future. And it should be used as part of a mosaic, not the entire picture. And that's the problem with what we're doing. We seem to be using it to outweigh any other evidence that's provided to the contrary, and seeking that the evidence provided from this computer algorithm which, as I said, was specifically designed to par down larger groups, using that against these individuals.
So you want a commitment from government that they will do the same, and just considering it as part of Mosaic rather than the overwhelming evidence.
That's right.
With the people who have got 449 visas, which, as we know, as you've said, are about to expire, have you or the people with those visas been given any information from the government as to what's going to happen when their 449 visas expire?
No, and a lot of them are really taking desperate risks and attempts at the moment to get out of Afghanistan. We have people in varying conditions. So you have people that have been issued a 449 visa that's not worth the paper that it's written on. If they don't have, we're not doing evacuation operations, they don't have a passport to get into a neighbouring country to try and secure a flight out. So we've got people that have got 449s, don't have passports, that can't move, are in remote areas of Afghanistan, and their 449 is about to expire. It's not worth the paper it's written on.
And who are living in extreme threat for their lives.
It's, you know, to leave these people and their families. I had an interpreter just last week. He has an XB201 visa, and his heavily pregnant wife, they went to the airport, HKI, to try and get evacuated. He has a 201 visa, and him and his heavily pregnant wife weren't evacuated at the time. On the 17th of October, they gave birth to their first baby girl, and he sent me pictures and was very elated with that. And 8 days later, he sent me another photo that his baby girl had died in the hospital due to hard sickness. And it was absolutely gut-wrenching to see this beautiful little baby girl. And you can't help but think, if he was picked up, him and his wife were picked up during the evacuation operations, that she may have had her baby here in Australia and it may still be here today. Really gut-wrenching stuff, what we subjected these people that wore our uniform, stood by us for years, what we subjected to them and their families to, through a lack of coordination and communication at HKIA, was just disgraceful.
Absolutely. And we know that, yes, and they're living in fear for their lives and desperately worried. I presume that the people who haven't got 449 visas, have you been supporting them in applying for 201 visas? Yes,
look, what we try to provide as much information as we can get, which is not a great deal from government on this issue, and that's a real problem, because we've got a lot of people, you know, in chat groups that we're trying to assist and provide advice to and reassure, and you know, to have no information coming from government and be able to provide nothing to them, they're absolutely desperate at the moment, and it's seeing them now taking desperate measures to try and utilise their 449 visa.
Mm. So have you got any indication from government? I mean, I've been advised with people that I'm in contact with is to encourage them to apply for 201 visas. But have you received any information as to how long, you know, that application process is likely to take?
No, we haven't, and you know, it is really concerning that the government have made this issue a political issue, and I say that with a degree of confidence. In the fact that when I wrote in April and again in May to the ministers, I did get a reply from one minister. Minister Hawke replied, and he suggested that we needed to talk about this issue as soon as possible in his response. And I then tried to contact Minister Hawke on multiple occasions, and I've had nothing but silence from his office. So that suggests to me that somebody's gotten into his ear and said, you know, they're not allowed to engage with me. I haven't had a response from any other minister either. And this goes to the core of one of these issues. Is the biggest thing you can do is ignore. The most damaging thing I think you can do to our veterans is ignore them. And I think Jackie Lambie, when I was down there in June, Jackie noticed me and we went in, she made me a coffee and we sat down and had a chat, and What a brilliant job and person that she is. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Jackie didn't stick her thumb and nose at me or anything else because of political affiliations. We sat down and we had a chat like human beings, like adults.
Yeah, and there are people right across this parliament who want to be working with you to getting justice for these people who have worked for us, who have been left behind in Afghanistan. Look, finally, your submission, I think, calls for significantly more visas, with recommendation of the 3,000 humanitarian visas to be increased to 15,000. There is a lot of call in the community for at least 20,000. I presume, you've said 15 or 20 or more. Have you got a particular reason why you picked 15?
Yeah, look, it was 15,000 additional to the 3,000 offered. And I think, that's not something, too far for the government to actually action and exercise. And it acknowledges the size of the humanitarian crisis that the Afghan interpreters and their families and other people, indeed, in general, are facing in Afghanistan. It is, from what we've done historically to what the government has done now with the offering of only 3,000 positions, I think is absolutely appalling. And, we can immediately fix some of these issues by an increase in that cap to bring more here, particularly those persecuted minority groups here to Australia.
And look, my final question is, I have been informed, and I wonder whether you have any insight into flights that are going, so privately chartered flights that are leaving Afghanistan, which have got US, Canadian, German, the governments are using those to fly people out, which are currently operational, particularly a daily flight out of Mazar-i-Sharif. But do you have any insight into those flights and as to why the Australian government isn't doing similarly?
No, and it's certainly something that the Australian government should have been considering. And a lot of these people don't have the capacity to access those commercial flight options themselves. The flights have gone up significantly. So a flight previously to Pakistan may have only cost $250 US. It's now about $1,200. People don't have that sort of money, and certainly the government has the capacity to book some seats on Qatar Air or whoever else is flying in and out of HCAR at the moment and get those people that have got visas, get them out. The government's stance at the moment is telling people to remain where they are, to stay where they are, because it's too dangerous to move. I suggest that anything that an individual does in Afghanistan is dangerous, whether it's remaining static and waiting for search operations to come and find you, whether it's trying to make your way to an airport or across a border. Anything is equally as dangerous as the other in Afghanistan. So we should absolutely be booking some seats and getting people out in a coordinated fashion, and we can do that. We have lists, we have contact numbers, we have people in chat groups. We can coordinate and assist government in evacuating those people if they wanted to do it. Problem is, you need a government that has that will.
A political will. Thanks, Mr. Scaines. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Steele, John.
Thanks, Chair. Now, can you hear me? Because I'm doing a combination of teleconference audio and picture. So is that okay? Good. All right. So Mr. Scaines, in preparation for today's hearing and the inquiry overall, I've been doing quite a significant chunk of reading around Afghanistan and the political context and lead up, particularly in the last 10 years. And it seems pretty clear to me that from the point at which President Trump was elected in 2016, given that the immediate ending of the war in Afghanistan was originally the campaign pledge, it was reasonable to think that the war in Afghanistan would come to a close in the next few years. Now, not given the fact that there was a change of view in the administration and then a change back. It was also very clear in 2020 in the election campaign that President Biden's intent was to exit the war in Afghanistan and that he had opposed the troop surge of the Obama years. So given these very far out, pretty easy to read signs that our time there would end, and given that these folks have played such a critical role in our presence there, supporting our forces, why? My question to you is, why do you think that there has been what seems to be conscious negligence of actually creating and actioning a plan to get these folks out? What do you think the source of that is?
Oh, look, I think there's a deeply rooted xenophobic approach to this policy that government have taken, and it's something that I find unpalatable, to be honest. When in the Australian military, we don't care who's standing beside us. We don't care what colour, what creed, what religion you are, or anything else. If you're standing beside us, you're a mate and a friend, and we look after our mates. We don't let them down. We don't leave them behind, and that's what we're trying to. Nobody, and I accept that we weren't going to be in Afghanistan forever, and we'd made significant commitments even prior to that. I think back as early as 2013, where there was announcements of drawing down troops, and we started transitioning responsibility to the Afghan National Army and military forces to provide that security, and we were merely assisting and mentoring at that point. But there's absolutely, we couldn't remain there forever, and the Taliban used to have the mantra that you've got the clock, we've got the time, and so they were very well aware that we were transitioning, we were drawing down and looking at moving out. I don't think anybody predicted that it was going to be that the US was going to do it as quickly and abruptly as what they did, and that had significant ramifications on a multiple areas.
And you make the point in your submission that, and I think you've discussed it with the exchanges with Senator Kitching, but the claim that there is no master list, therefore we couldn't have identified people, is a bit nonsense. You refer to the fact that at least as far as applicants to the LEAS program go, there is information that could have been used. Is it your view that there should have been, regardless of when the draw out, when the leave date was eventually set and actioned, that there actually should have been a plan that had been drawn up that basically said, whenever we get firm inclination that we are leaving, that this will be the plan, this will be the way that we get people out, rather than this chaotic scramble that we seem to have engaged in. Would that have been a reasonable expectation, do you think?
Yeah, look, it would have been absolutely reasonable, and I think it's negligent that Defence and indeed government hadn't, sought to compile this information and data right from the very start of utilising this leave visa when it was extended to Afghan interpreters in 2012. And what we're seeing at the moment is we're doing a whole lot less for these Afghan interpreters than what the government did for the Iraq interpreters back in 2008, when this policy was actually stood up to assist the interpreters. There was a whole of government effort in 2008 to send in immigration officials and other professionals to assist in compiling applications, processing these individuals through medical checks, etc., and then arranging flights and evacuating their families out of Iraq. And I think, the government then acknowledged that the process was complicated, was convoluted, and these people needed assistance to navigate it. We seem to be doing a whole lot less for these Afghan interpreters. We've basically put the onus back on them. They're left to navigate this very complex process, and they're left to, I suppose, swinging in the wind for years.
And so what we have here, in your view, would it be correct to say, or rather, is it your view that what we have at its core here is negligence on behalf of the government, driven by xenophobia?
Absolutely.
Can I ask, and it seems to be your view, just so that I'm clear though, that we actually had a reasonably good model of how to do this, given that we had done it with interpreters in Iraq and actually pulled it off reasonably well.
Sorry, what was that again? Sorry.
Sorry, just checking that in your view, we actually had a reasonable model of how to do this, given that we had successfully evacuated interpreters from Iraq.
Yeah, absolutely. The model was there. I think the precedence was set of what we should be affording these individuals to navigate this process, and that hasn't been extended to these Afghans.
Can I ask you, in your submission on page, it's differently numbered in my pack, but you say that in relation to the PCAS system, you quote a Department of Defence instruction dated on the 12th of August 2010 that states the PCAS examination results shall not be the sole means to validate information of intelligence value. And you've suggested to us as a committee that this is in fact, in your view, being used as one of the primary determining factors in whether people are approved to be given a pathway to leave. Do you know why the DoD takes the view that the PCAS should not be the sole means of valid information to validate information of intelligence value? Are you aware of the flaw that they see in the system?
Yeah, look, the flaw in the system, there's many reports have been done on the use of PCAS in fragile states and the use of PCAS in general. The PCAS is a handheld lie detector. We employed it because we thought it was something was better than nothing. But the design of the PCAS is designed to give more red flags than it is to give green flags. And the purpose of it was to par down larger groups. So it didn't mean just because it gave a red flag that a person was a bad person. It just meant that that person requires further investigation. But we're taking it, we seem to be taking it literally and saying, no, well, a red flag was raised, that person must be bad. The system was not designed to do that. The computer algorithm, it's very different to a polygraph. It is not a polygraph. And in fact, the PCAS operator only needs 4 weeks training. A polygraph examiner needs several years at university and several years as acting as a second operating in polygraph situations. So this system was extremely flawed, but it was something that was better than nothing. And we used it to par down larger groups and determine who needs further investigation. But nothing was taken to say that it was substantiated evidence from the use of that system.
So you're saying to us, Mr. Scaines, that somebody with 3 to 4 weeks training on a device less reliable than a polygraph, which is a method which is not submissible in court, was then using that implement to make decisions about whether or not people were given a pathway to leave, which is effectively, potentially, a question of life or death.
Absolutely. The results from those PCAS systems, that counterintelligence interviews, are put into reports. So an intelligence report or summary is done on those individuals, and then that is provided. And we see the Department of Home Affairs seems to be using those reports as evidence to outweigh any other information they may have. So you could have 10 Australian soldiers that work with an individual over 5 years, all attesting to their amazing character and what they've done on operations, etc. And then they've picked up a red flag through a PCAS examination. That's been formulated into a report to deny them humanitarian assistance. And the government is, saying we don't care about what these 10 veterans have said over 5 years of working with this person. We only care what this system says. And the system, what we're suggesting is that these people haven't failed the process. The process has failed them.
Absolutely. What do you think it finally, because I know we're a little bit...
Senator Steele, John, can I just ask you...
Senator Steele, John,
Yes.
could I ask you just much longer you need, just so we'll
Just
tell the
one-
next witness?
Just one
last
final
one?
question.
Then we'll,
Yep.
okay, thank you. I'll just communicate on the WhatsApp group.
Thanks. Just finally, Mr. Scaines, what message do you think it sends to our allies, our enemies, the global community at large, that the Australian government has treated people who have served alongside us for so long at such great risk to themselves in this way?
I think, first of all, there's a significant amount of damage being done to our veterans. We're trained not to leave our mates behind, to look after our mates, and all those type of things. And the government is stonewalling us and ignoring us for wanting to try and do that. So we're doing that on our own, and that is having a profound effect. We've seen veterans burning their Afghan campaign medals, etc., because their interpreters were being left behind in Afghanistan, and the government wasn't doing enough. It goes beyond the moral obligation that we have as a nation to assist these people. It goes into national security, the ability to gather intelligence regionally within our area, and I think it also has an impact on future capability for our defence force. Counterinsurgency operations and the modernisation of the battlefield has seen a significant reliance on local nationals to assist and facilitate our mission wherever we may commit our troops. And we've shown that we're not really looking after these individuals. We're going to abandon them.
Well, thank you for all of the work that you have done to raise this issue, Mr. Scaines. It has been invaluable evidence, I think, that you've given us today, and it would be really useful to continue to work with you in my capacity as the Greens Peace and Disarmament spokesperson. I would thoroughly appreciate the opportunity to do that.
Thanks very much.
Mr. Scaines, could I thank you very much for your time today and for your written submission as well. I think you might have taken some questions on notice from me, but if you could just send those documents to the Secretariat, that would be great. Could I thank you again? Could I just, for the purposes of timekeeping, we are running 10 minutes behind. We'll come back at 10:55 for the Law Council of Australia. I did see Mr. David Prince come up before, and I apologise we're running late, but we'll be back at 10:55 and we'll try to make up a little time as we go. But thank you, and I'll suspend for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks
Till
very much,
10:55.
Good to see you, Jackie.
Thank you. At 10:55. I now welcome representatives from the Law Council of Australia. I thank you very much for your time and for your submission. For committee members, the Law Council's submission is at submission 46. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. My name is Kimberley Kitching. I'm the chair of the committee. Joining us today are Senator Abetz, the deputy chair, as well as Senators Fawcett, Antic, Favoranti-Wells, Lambie, Rice and Steele-John. For the Hansard record, could I ask you each to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Karina Ford, Law Council of Australia.
David Prince, Law Council of Australia.
And Matthew Wood, Law Council of Australia.
Thank you all very much for your time. Could I ask you if you would like to make a brief opening statement and then the committee will proceed to questions?
Yes, we would.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Thank you.
The Law Council of Australia welcomes the opportunity to appear before the committee. My name is Karina Ford. I am a member of the Migration Law Committee of the Law Council's Federal Litigation and Dispute Resolution section. Dr. Jacoba Brash QC, Law Council President, sends her apologies as she is unable to participate in this hearing as she is in court today. The withdrawal of NATO allied personnel from Afghanistan and the consequential return to power of the Taliban has resulted in a humanitarian crisis within Afghanistan and a significant influx of Afghan asylum seekers to neighbouring countries. There have been humanitarian visa applications made to the Minister on behalf of over 100,000 people. The Law Council acknowledges the efforts of the Australian government agencies to facilitate the urgent grant of temporary humanitarian subclass 449 visas to Afghans in the difficult final days of the withdrawal and the evacuation of those persons. It commends the government on its package of measures to assist subclass 449 visa holders, including financial support to seek legal advice about their migration status and options, access to settlement services, and the ability to apply for permanent protection. It also commends the Department of Home Affairs for its engagement with the Law Council to seek feedback and provide information about this group. However, looking forward, the response should be multifaceted. The Law Council recommends the following actions to respond to various Afghan cohorts seeking Australia's protection. 1, significantly increase the places allocated to Afghans within the humanitarian program so that it is proportionate to the scale of the displacement and Australia's ability to contribute. A specific figure is important to demonstrate Australia's commitment. Provide increased sustainable financial support to legal assistance services in Australia, to provide legal advice to persons seeking humanitarian visas and family reunion. The funding announced to date, while welcome, is limited only to subclass 449 visa holders. 3, urgently allocate funds to increase the department's capacity to process visa applications. 4, expedite the processing of family and partner visa applications by Afghans in Australia to permit reunion with family members in Afghanistan, including by taking a more realistic approach to identity and lifting barriers which leave people without hope. For example, Ministerial Direction 80 places Afghan permanent residents who arrive by boat as the last processing priority. Australia has an increasing Afghan population, so as well as addressing the risk of harm faced by family members in Afghanistan, prioritising family reunion has broader social benefits. 5, urgently review the cases of Afghans in Australia who have been refused a protection visa and lift the bar to permit another protection application to be lodged. The country information has changed and Australia's protection obligations may now be engaged in relation to this cohort. 6, transferring Afghans on temporary protection visas onto permanent visas. There is no foreseeable prospect of it being safe for them to return and solutions are needed. This will provide them with security, a full range of social security payments and access to family reunion, as well as providing durable protection outcomes. Thank you, Chair and committee members. We are happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms Ford. Could I start perhaps, and if other committee members could let me know if they have questions on our WhatsApp group, but could I start with for sort of oral evidence purposes, how much support and how many visa applicants have your members been processing for Afghan-related cases?
I'm happy to answer that question. So, well, hundreds, if not thousands. So personally, our firm does an enormous amount. In fact, we set up clinics to assist over the weekends leading into following the fall. But I'm also aware that various legal societies such as the ASRC, Refugee Legal RACS, have been running weekly services to try and meet the need, which involves lawyers who are members of the Law Council to assist with those on a pro bono basis. And that's not even the 449 holders. This is actually in relation to the humanitarian visas, as well as people seeking advice in relation to their SHEV applications and lifting the bar in regard to
Thank you for that, Chair. I inferred from your question it was predominantly looking at visa applications, but on top of that is the very large number of Afghanis who are here, that was Ms Ford's last point, who are either in front of the department, the IAA, Immigration Assessment Authority, judicial review before the courts, or if at the end of that process and are sitting around languishing with nothing. There's thousands more there already on shore, in addition to the new visa applications.
Thank you. Thank you. Could I ask just how many of your members have been able to seek details and clarity on cases and up-to-date information on clients from Home Affairs?
I'm happy to answer that first. In relation to individual cases, it's quite difficult because I guess the demand has been so great. In terms of what is going on, the department has actually been good in keeping us up to date as to where things are up to. We've had regular consultations with the Law Council on that. But there's no doubt that there is within the Afghan Australian community concern about the fact that they have relatives stuck and haven't yet got an update, or are being told that, you know, medicals and identity checks can't occur because of the situation on the ground in Afghanistan.
Right. Thank you. Just on those questions regarding support and visa applicants and perhaps cases where it's been difficult to adduce necessary evidence, etc., or necessary support and documentation from Home Affairs. If you were able to take on note, do you think if you took that on notice and had, say, a week to work to speak to members, do you think that you'd be able to come to a sort of a pretty accurate ballpark figure or not? We're interested in, would it be difficult, would it?
I'm happy to answer that, Matthew, unless you wanted to. I'm just checking.
Just to be completely clear, what would be the information that you were seeking?
Just on the sort of really just a number. We're just trying to work out how many people are requiring. I'm interested in how many people are requiring support, legal support, because I imagine for some people that's very difficult. They're in a legal system that's not perhaps familiar to them necessarily. We're interested in, people, I guess, who have worked with Australian forces or indeed with Australian NGOs or, with our diplomatic service, and, they're needing a lot more perhaps support in order to, to actually become, to live here or to live here successfully. So we're after, that's what we're after, sort of a number, really.
What we could provide is at least seek some feedback from our members who are looking after cases within this cohort to give you an idea. But I'd also recommend that the question also be addressed to any of the not-for-profit organisations, because I am aware that they are also trying to meet that demand. There was no doubt for practitioners who were working in this space and who do this work that there was a massive increase in demand for services, and there still remains that. So whether we'll be able to come to an exact figure, but we can give it maybe an, if members can give an indication of the increase during that time, that might be of assistance.
Right, yes, that would be helpful. Thank you. Could I ask just, have your clients and their family members with 449 visas been contacted by Home Affairs regarding 449 visa renewals?
Some have, but not all. Yeah.
Right.
But we do understand there is work in progress as to that. So one thing that the department has been doing is keeping bodies up to date so that we can also communicate to clients where where the situation is up to. Lawyers play an important role in that, you know, often in being, especially in a situation such as this.
Yes. How long are you waiting to hear back from Home Affairs on applicants?
Which applicants in particular?
Well, I'm wondering if there's a general, you know, is it typically 10 days? Is it typically, maybe it's less than that, maybe it's more? I'm just wondering if there's a standard time in which you're waiting for contact from Home Affairs.
On the humanitarian applications that have been lodged, we are still waiting for the majority of those to receive an acknowledgement. So we have not received. In relation to DFAT requests, generally speaking, they have been quite fast. I mean, they really just simply acknowledge the situation, but they have been coming in, you know, within. Initially, they were coming in very quickly. As time has progressed, we are still receiving a response to those. So they're particularly in relation to people still on the ground or family members located in Afghanistan or potentially have gone now to Iran or Quetta in Pakistan.
Right, okay. I'll leave it there. I'll go to other committee members. So maybe I'll go to Senator Lambie and then to Senator Rice. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Chair. Many of the 449 visas that were given out during the withdrawal are going to expire this month. Do you know what's happening with those people?
I'm happy to answer that again, unless, yep. So sorry, Senator Lambie, we understand that they are going to most likely be renewed. And that they will be given an opportunity to apply for a further visa. What they're going to do is similar to what has occurred with the legacy caseload, is that rather than lift the bar, because bar lifts need to occur for all 449 holders, so rather than lift the bar in one go and put a huge demand on legal services to meet that in a short time, they will be staggered. So my understanding is it's potentially January, but again, you might want to confirm that with the Department of Home Affairs.
Can you tell me, thank you for that, can you tell me on the legal side of it, does Australia have legal obligations to Afghan nationals who worked alongside our troops?
Yes, they do. And they would have through the humanitarian program had they still been offshore. The difficult cohort is probably those that don't fit within that legislation that was created at that time. And so they're considered by a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you, all of you, for the work that you're doing on behalf of very vulnerable people in Afghanistan at the moment. Ms. Ford, I just want to go into a bit more detail with what you have been told about the 449s and they're being renewed. You said that some people on 449s have been informed, but not all. So those that have been informed of some of what's going to happen, what exactly have they been told?
No, so it's more, I guess, just communication with the department as opposed to any formal information that has come out yet as to what's happening. We would be hoping that that comes out pretty soon because, as I'm sure you're all aware, the visas expire this month. But we have been advised that we should tell clients not to unnecessarily panic because they will be extended. But I agree, it probably would be beneficial that something more formal, even if it is through, you know, updating the website potentially to law societies so that we can try and keep people calm. I mean, that's the key at the minute. That's been the key right throughout since August is trying to work with clients because, as everyone could imagine, I mean, the anxiety of the situation, and even with those 449 holders where family members are split, some are still in Afghanistan and some are here, is really concerning. And so I think the quicker the information could go out, the better.
I agree. There should be formal government announcements, and bar lifts can be done by cohort, by characteristics, as opposed to necessarily by individual. But there's only about 2,500 of the 449s on shore. Now, objectively, that sounds like a large number, but compared to the millions of visa applications processed traditionally by the government, it's not a large number. So yes, I agree. There should be formal announcements. It's easier to do. Press releases are not unknown. Updated websites, but it's not that difficult to advise 2,500 visa holders individually.
Indeed. And then so we've got those 2,500 onshore. There are also, what's your understanding of the number in Afghanistan who have got valid 449 visas at the moment? I can't recall the figure. I know I've got it.
No, and I can't recall the figure offhand. I think it was maybe around 1,000 or so, but I'm happy to take that on notice and provide.
I had 1,000 to 1,500 in my mind.
Yeah.
I think it was our understanding that those visas will not be renewed, that if people weren't fortunate to actually arrive here on shore, that cohort will then have to proceed with a visa application the usual way with the offshore humanitarian process.
So have you been advised that?
Well, I think it's actually still unclear, to be honest. So that'd be a question that needs to probably be answered. I think there's been a bit of mixed messaging as to what will happen. I know that if you arrive here prior to the expiry, you'll still be accepted, because there are some still trying to make their way to Australia as we speak. But it isn't clear yet as to what is happening with those whose expire. So that might be something to ask the department.
Okay, so you haven't received explicit advice about those who are still in Afghanistan?
Well, to be honest, I've received advice on both sides. So that's why I'm saying it probably does need clarification.
A bit of urgent clarification would be very valuable, wouldn't it? Ms. Ford, you said in terms of the renewal of them, you talked about sort of lifting the bar. Can you talk through that? What do you mean?
Yeah, so, well, initially to renew a 449 is a pretty straightforward process to extend it, because it's not an application and the minister can do that, similar to what they did offshore. But to apply for anything else other than a 449 visa, it requires, they are prevented under the Migration Act for doing so. So it requires to go in front of a minister to sign off, and then that allows that person to apply. Generally speaking, when the bar comes up, or lifts as we call it, they have then 7 working days to apply for the visa, which is why it's important to stagger them, because you can imagine what it'd be like trying to lodge 4,500 applications. And noting if protection visas, the form alone is about, I think, 18 pages, let alone statements using translators. And there has been a real shortage of translators in this space since August, just because the demand has been so great. So, you know, the last thing, I guess, as lawyers we want to see is them all come up, and we've only got 7 working days to do it in order for us to properly prepare, which is why the funding is so important for this cohort.
And I'd add to that the 7 days Ms. Ford just referred to, it's not in the law. Again, it's policy. The minister could make a decision to say, I will lift the bar in a staggered way, but I might provide 3 months rather than 7 days. 7 days is an artifice, which just creates tension and disaster. And as a result, poorly prepared applications rushed in an incomplete way, which can in of itself create then further problems for that applicant moving forward.
So could I just seek some clarity? I'm a bit confused. So in terms of that 7 day, or what could be 3 months, they are applying for effectively another 449, or for a humanitarian visa?
It'll be again, this is not 100% confirmed, but it's more likely to be a humanitarian visa. So it will require some form of legislation change. Alternatively, it could be a protection visa. So I think, though, there is still work being done as to which is the most appropriate, noting that there are certain to ensure that people have satisfactory government support, one visa may be a better choice in terms of, say, Centrelink or access to benefits than the other, because there's obviously legislation across a number of areas that may impact it.
Okay. Could I go to the your submission where you, as well as talking about people who have just arrived and people who are left in Afghanistan, you talk about sort of Afghan nationals who are in Indonesia and Malaysia. And so what can you clarify, what do you feel in terms of those people who have been identified as refugees who have been in Indonesia and Malaysia for many years, many of them? What do you think Australia's obligations for those people should be?
I'm happy to take that one. I mean, I think our policy is that Australia should contribute to a regional solution to provide for resettlement, ultimately, whether in Australia or elsewhere, of those people. I mean, they're people. I mean, the Australian government has a policy whereby if you arrived after a particular date, then you won't be resettled in Australia, which sort of then, well, not necessarily consequentially, but contributes potentially to sort of their lengthy stay in Indonesia, where so I guess our view is that while they don't necessarily, it's not necessarily a hard obligation to bring them all to Australia, that Australia should contribute to a regional solution to address their ultimate resettlement.
So there are, I mean, in your submission, you state that there are 7,602 UNHCR registered Afghans in Indonesia, and well, that's Indonesia. You may also say somewhere about the number in Malaysia. So, I mean, what proportion of those do you think would be a fair cohort to be accepted in Australia, particularly in the circumstances when we know, the current awful situation in Afghanistan? There is no chance for these people to return home.
I don't think we could speak to a particular number. I think we would say that Australia should contribute to a regional solution, but I don't think would have enough information to speak to a particular number that should come to Australia.
Okay, but considerably more than the 57 in 2018-19.
I mean, I think that number is, I guess I would say that number is affected, it seems, by the policy, the policy of not bringing people to, not permitting resettlement to Australia if you arrived after a particular period of time.
Okay.
So I would add that certainly from our personal experience, that a significant number of those cohorts sitting in Indonesia in particular have family members in Australia. Certainly it's a common thing for people like Ms Ford and I to be approached for advice by members in Australia who do hold status here, seeking to bring brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews to Australia who are in Indonesia now in that cohort. It's a common scenario.
Yes. And which also then goes to the people in Australia who are on temporary protection visas. And I think your submission goes, can you just summarise what you think should occur with those people who are on temporary protection visas who don't have family reunion rights?
Our view is that they should be offered an option for permanent residency, given that they cannot be returned, and are effectively denied other than through the humanitarian program. And at this stage, it's unlikely they will get much priority given the government's position on that. So that remains a concern. And there are a lot of humanitarian applications that have been lodged for SHEV and TPV holders in Australia because their family are stuck, whether it be in Afghanistan, Quetta or Iran, as we speak.
Yes, it's tragic. Look, my final question is, you're, again, going back to the numbers that you feel Australia should accept. You state that I think it's a substantial number of people that we should accept from Afghanistan at the moment, more than the 3,000 places that are being offered for humanitarian visas. Do you support the overall call from the community of 20,000 humanitarian visas?
I think we've not committed to a particular number, except to say that, you know, I guess the formula should be, you know, our capacity, you know, comparatively to Australia's capacity comparatively to accept people and the extent of the people seeking asylum. I mean, our submission outlines that, you know, if you look at comparable countries, perhaps that Canada have committed to 40,000. And to the UK to 20,000 over, I think it's 5 years. So, I mean, I guess they provide perhaps a little bit of a basis to peg a possible response, but I mean, we can't. I guess we don't have enough information to be able to articulate, you know, what Australia could bring in.
And just, I mean, in terms of that being a benchmark of, you know, 20,000 or 40,000 and potentially over a number of years, should that be in addition to our usual refugee intake?
Well, given that part of the refugee intake in the last 2 years hasn't been used, there's some spots that could potentially be used. So, you know, it's been significantly down due to COVID. So I think potentially that, but I mean, this is a very unusual situation and we were involved in Afghanistan. So potentially maybe it does need to be looked at separately to simply, I mean, there is big demand for services for humanitarian visas across the world, but I mean, we have had a unique involvement. There's precedents in this space, obviously. If we go back, Vietnam is a good example. The Syria-Iraq response, where Australia took a number of, I think it was about 12,000 maybe.
That's right.
So there have been situations where Australia has reacted in the past. We've had bar lifts, for example, for Coptic Christians after the issues in Egypt. So it could be distinguished.
But I also think relevant for numbers, there's two other factors. Is Australia has, compared to most refugee-taking countries, a very significant Afghani population here. What that means is, firstly, the Afghanis here who are seeking family reunion, relatively speaking, is significantly greater than in other countries. And secondly, because we do have a significant Afghani population here, we do have a greater support capacity on the ground to look after and provide assistance to those entering. And those two factors feed into the fact that Australia should lift our commitment to assisting this cohort.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Rice. Senator Fawcett.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you to the Law Council for your evidence and your submission. Could I just take you to the regulations, particularly 12.127? In that paragraph 3, it outlines the program for visas the government has put in place for locally engaged employees in Afghanistan. Para B specifically says are not or were not Afghan government or military officials or employed in private security capacities. In other parts, it does give some areas where the relevant minister can be satisfied that exceptional circumstances exist, but that discretion appears to only apply to the time frame as opposed to the classification of people, i.e. if you're a private security capacity. Could you just give us your assessment for somebody who was either a government official or a military official or implied in a private security capacity? Is there any option for the minister under this regulation to exercise discretion, or do they need to then look for other visa categories?
I guess my understanding of how this was applied to the 449 response, I guess, in terms of grant, is initially there was quite a strict interpretation taken of it. And then as the situation got worse and worse, it was more liberally applied. My understanding is that it is the strict interpretation, the first one that you've said, so effectively only that category really comes into it. But my understanding, as I mentioned, is how it was applied was to include some of the other practice, because in the end, there just wasn't time to assess it. It doesn't really make sense why there's such a strict approach taken, because the reality is, I mean, in the eyes of the Taliban, they're not going to know whether someone was a contractor or whether they were directly employed. That isn't how war works. So there is something to be said that for future legislation, it may be beneficial to have a broader test to ensure that when such a situation like this ever arises again, it can be applied fairly and also not require that sort of red tape in terms of determining who should get on a plane and who should not.
And
Sorry, if I could.
people accept that, my question goes to the issue of the legal options that are available to the minister. And I noticed that since 2012, there have been some 1,480 visas issued. So clearly, where it is legal and feasible, the government has exercised options, albeit this particular instrument didn't come into force until the 1st of January 2013. So there's clearly no desire to use or to bar people. There's no xenophobia or anything that would want to bar people, but I'm just interested in your opinion as to whether legally this can be used as opposed to seeking some other visa option.
So just in relation to where this sits in the regulations, so this sits in some refugee visas, subclass 200 and 201, for example. And if you look at them, just looking at legislation at the moment, a person sort of satisfies a criteria if they're subject to persecution or they meet the requirements of subclause 1A of this particular one I'm looking at, which then reads, the minister has specified one or more classes of person for this paragraph. And then critically, I think to your question, a relevant minister has satisfied the applicant is one of those classes. So then if you go and read the instrument in question, clause 3 is going to a class. And so the task for the minister is to certify that the person in question falls within the class there in clause 3. So it's the discretion or non-discretion sort of sits in that, that task of certifying that a person is within the class. And the way that's sort of articulated suggests, it's sort of, and particularly since clause 3 sort of goes to factual matters, then it seems that the minister is being required to consider factual matters there.
Correct. And then it goes to, if you don't fall within that category, it's then you've got to show that you would face persecution. So your matter could still be considered, but then you'll fall also into all the other persons that also fall in that cohort for the 200. And I should have clarified my first statement was that definition effectively, what was my understanding, was used initially in terms of 449 holders, even though it wasn't necessarily legislated, but in order to determine who could be granted. But then it was determined it was probably not necessarily, it was maybe too specific because there are other people who arrived in Australia outside of that cohort.
I was going to the point that there's been some criticism saying that we should just be wrapping anyone who worked with the Australians into this Lee program, but the instrument actually specifically prohibits a number of people who have been government or military officials or employed in a private security capacity. So for the minister to legally find options for them, for some people it can't be under this program. That's my point. So thank you.
No, it still can be under that subclass of visas. It's just that they don't necessarily, they have to prove more and they're going to go into a bigger number of people.
They would need to demonstrate they would need to go into the persecution criteria rather than, to satisfy this class of persons.
So it's not a direct, I worked, therefore I'm eligible for a visa. There's more they have to prove.
Yeah, correct.
Finally, could I just ask, in terms of doing the security checks, what's the view of the Law Council around, is that something that the Australian population should be supporting, that the government still applies a security vetting on people who are applying for visas?
I think there needs to be a realistic approach taken to that. The reality is that, you know, there is no real documentation ability or no ability within Afghanistan to confirm identity documents, whether a Tazkera, for example, is genuine, whether a passport is genuine. And we actually were talking about this prior to meeting today, saying that it's useful to actually look at the UN's response to this. And one thing that can be done is, for example, interviewing family members, working out whether they are from where they come from. I mean, dates of birth in Afghanistan are a very difficult thing to confirm, because the reality is babies are often born at home. You don't necessarily, and it's not like the Western society where you're given a birthday as such. So there's a range of things that we also have done some information about that we could provide to the committee on notice should you wish to, which is actually really useful. Matthew, you might have something further to add on that.
Oh yeah, I mean that point goes particularly to ascertaining identity, and there's material that's prepared from by the UN that kind of goes to mechanisms to ascertain identity in the absence of documentation. I mean we could put this as well. I think it might be partly in our submission, but we could sort of provide more updated figures, which I've noticed over the last couple of days that that there's about a fifth of people roughly who are registering with the UNHCR in Pakistan and Iran don't have identity documentation, which obviously makes it more difficult to identify them. And I think we would say it is reasonable to seek to identify a person. I guess we would also say that there are methods to do that in the absence of documentation, and we're not perfectly across what the department's processes are, but there are materials available to sort of assist with that sort of process.
But as Ms. Ford said, Chair, a practical and realistic approach has to be taken. Prior to the fall of Afghanistan to the Taliban, with citizenship, issues of security and identity would frequently arise. And for the Afghan cohort, we routinely see cases of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years processing of a citizenship application on this issue with no resolution. Now, the capacity to do security and identity checks today is dramatically worse than what it was 6 months ago. And we're not dealing with people from Switzerland, from Denmark, from the United States, where documentation is readily available. A new approach needs to be brought. This is critical.
Thanks, Chair.
I think that any documentation that you could provide to the committee will be helpful, just so that we've got an understanding as we write an interim report. So thank you. Are there any other questions from committee members? Otherwise, I'll thank the Law Council. Thank you for your oral and your written submission. And you have taken some questions on notice. We are asking that any answers to questions on notice be returned by Wednesday, the 17th of November. If you are able to make it a little earlier, that will help us in our further examination of the departments, which we're now doing on the 15th of November, but we'd really appreciate your help. So thank you very much. I'll now welcome representatives from the Refugee Council of Australia. Thank you very much for your time. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. My name is Kimberly Kitching, and I'm the chair of the committee. Joining us today is Senator Abetz, the deputy chair, as well as Senator Antic, Senator Fawcett, Senator Favoranti-Wells is now on the line, Senator Lambie, Senator Rice and Senator Steele-John. For the Hansard record, could I ask you to each please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Thanks for that, Chair. My name is Louise Olive and I am the Senior Policy Advisor at the Refugee Council of Australia.
Thank you, Ms. Olive.
I'm Muzaffar Ali. I'm co-founder of Cisarua Refugee Learning Center in Indonesia, program manager at Cisarua Learning, and representing Refugee Council of Australia today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ali. Would you like to make a brief opening statement and then the committee will proceed to questions?
Yes, thank you. That would be great. So the Refugee Council of Australia is the national umbrella body for refugees, people seeking asylum, and the organisations and individuals who work with them. We thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today about the important ways that Australia can act to support the people of Afghanistan at this time and in future, and to offer protection to those who now face increased risks as a result of the withdrawal of Australian personnel and the Taliban retaking control. While in our submission we raise a range of issues, and we're happy to speak to any of these should committee members wish further comment, we focus in this opening on 3 key areas of concern. First, we join others in calling for a scaling up of a coordinated humanitarian response to the multiple crises facing Afghanistan right now. We encourage Australia to use its aid and diplomacy to greatest effect through supporting calls for the establishment of an independent international human rights monitoring mechanism, providing greater financial support to organisations working on the ground, and continuing to facilitate the emergency evacuation of those facing heightened risks who were left behind in the hasty evacuation. This includes people in areas where local community divisions were exacerbated during the time of the engagement of Western forces and where the Taliban is now seeking retribution. And my colleague Muzaffar, who previously worked as a political analyst for the UN in Afghanistan, can speak further about these concerns, and I hope he gets an opportunity to do that. Second, we should be supporting and listening to diaspora communities in Australia who have links to Afghanistan. This is a time of enormous anguish, and the impact of the Taliban taking control has sent shockwaves through communities across Australia, where there are many people who have personally suffered at the hands of the Taliban and who are now seeing history repeating for their family, communities, and loved ones. So our government, we believe, can do this by, 1, expediting and facilitating the reunion of families by addressing the significant barriers to family reunification that we have outlined in our submission. 2, providing a pathway to permanency and safety for the over 5,000 Afghan nationals currently living in Australia on temporary visas or who are subject to offshore processing or immigration detention. We can also support affected communities by establishing a diaspora advisory group to inform ongoing government engagement in areas such as remittance channels, aid, humanitarian relief efforts, and diplomatic engagement. We have many experts and thought leaders in this country within the diaspora. Third, Australia needs to step up to be a leader in upholding the international protection of Afghans who are now at greater risk under Taliban rule because of their association with Western nations, their gender, sexual orientation, ethnicity, faith, profession, or other markers. We can do this by offering a special intake of 20,000 additional places in our refugee and humanitarian program for refugees from Afghanistan at greater risk. And in the context of there being 5.7 million people currently displaced within and outside Afghanistan, the current government proposal to offer a minimum of 3,000 places within an existing and reduced cap of 13,750 places is both miserly and grossly inadequate. To put this in perspective, Canada has offered 40,000 places to Afghan refugees as a special intake. The US has set its resettlement program at 125,000 places this year, with additional provisions for the 73,600 people who they evacuated from Afghanistan. Even Uganda, a country that currently hosts 1.5 million refugees and has far fewer resources than Australia, has put up its hand to host 2,000 refugees from Afghanistan. So we could do so much more to offer safety to refugees in countries neighbouring Afghanistan, as well as in our region, including the over 7,000 Afghan refugees currently living in Indonesia, with very limited prospects of a durable solution. We believe that the size of our resettlement response matters, not only because it will help to save the lives of people at risk, but also because if we plan collaboratively with other resettlement states, we can use our collective offers of resettlement as well as humanitarian aid and practical assistance to encourage Pakistan, Iran and Tajikistan to keep their borders open and ensure protection to those whose lives have become more precarious since the Taliban regained power. In conclusion, we would like to stress the urgency of Australia responding to the crises that are unfolding in Afghanistan right now and stepping up and not away. So we are happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll just ask a few questions. And could I ask committee members to let me know in the WhatsApp group if they have questions. Now, so could I ask just on, do you have an idea of how many visa applicants you've been processing or have been helping?
The Refugee Council has been helping, do you mean?
Yes.
So we are an advocacy body and a sort of an umbrella body, so we're not personally involved in the application process.
So do you have a knowledge of how many visa applicants people you're dealing with or liaising with have been helping?
Well, we understand from a recent the recent announcements that over 26,000 applications for a SHB has gone in, representing about 100,000 people. So that's people being proposed from someone in Australia. But I don't have the specific numbers of that. But perhaps Muzaffar could speak to some of what he's hearing, because he's obviously much closer to community.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, about the visa applications, I would say I have no concrete numbers. I'm with the community, but what I know is that there are many Afghan refugees still in limbo for many years in Australia without any permanent solution for their applications. And I also see some technical difficulties in their applications, for example, providing identity documents, particularly at this time where Afghanistan embassy is unable to provide any documents. And they keep receiving notices from the department to provide documents where they cannot provide any documents at this stage.
So can you perhaps take us through the process for someone who has no documentation? What happens in those steps, particularly when, you know, it's either unlikely that they'll be able to sort of get some documentation, or it's going to be a very long delay in getting it, in getting any. Are you able to take me through that process of what that's like for people?
Yes, sorry, Muzaffar, you go.
I would talk a little bit about Afghanistan providing documents. So we don't have any birth certificates. The time when we get our IDs, the person who is providing the ID will determine the age of the applicant who is getting the ID. So usually that's one of the reasons that Afghan people or the people from Afghanistan have the same date of birth in their IDs, which is 31st of March, or when they come to Australia, it's 31st of December. So,
could I just interrupt just to tell you anecdotally that someone I met in the Afghan community in Melbourne said that what he knew of his date of birth was that he had been born in a summer where there was good crops. So, yes. So, yes.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Those parents who were a little bit educated, they could write the date of birth for very few children at the back of Quran or somewhere on the prominent part of a house. So that would become a mark. But otherwise, if the houses are burned or the Qurans are gone, so the date of birth is gone. We in Afghanistan don't celebrate birthdays, but because and secondly, the big challenge is for women, because for getting an ID, a person has to travel all the way to the main town where the tazkira or the ID is distributed. So it may take a day, it may take hours, and imagine a country like Afghanistan where people have no cash income, where people they are in survival mode of their own. So women are mostly the least important people to take them to this long journey to get an ID. So for women, this is a big challenge to prove their identity and to tell the department that they don't have IDs. So that raises big questions for the women, and they ask why they don't have IDs. So it's very hard to prove that Afghanistan women, usually they don't go out, the older elderly women. But the new generation, of course, they got IDs. They went to Kabul and the bigger cities for education purposes. But the southern part of Afghanistan or the eastern part of Afghanistan, the situation remains the same, where people have no access to IDs, particularly the women.
Can I just say overall, because we're not involved in the actual application process as an organisation, what we're hearing from our members, though, is that it is very difficult to get as Muzaffar has said, the practical reality of obtaining a documentation that will prove their identity and support a family reunion application, for example, is very challenging. And we would just encourage there to be a really practical response to understanding the difficulties facing Afghans right now and working through different processes of verifying identity, acknowledging that things like obtaining a documentation currently in Afghanistan is even more limited than it previously was. So we need to find ways of verifying people's identity without necessarily recognizing those, the context is extremely challenging.
Yes. Could I ask you, with the locally engaged employees, so I'm making an assumption here that all of them would have had a piece of identification in order to either work for a foreign government or for a private contractor. Is that, I presume that's the case. And yeah.
I would, sorry, Muzaffar, you go.
In Afghanistan, yes, it is the case, but still some of these people who joined the forces or as security guards or contractors or subcontractors, they did have some basic tazkiras, which is the Afghan ID.
Yeah.
But still, there are many instances that I saw that the individuals didn't have IDs, but they were still working because there was no other choice. There was demand, so they had to fill those demands. And they got their IDs after they joined the contractors as a contractor.
And the question would also be whether their family members have the same level of IDs.
Yes, and I was going to those family members because I assume that once an employee has one, then there's a family, the family's in danger and would essentially be covered by the employee's identification or documents that exist. Yes. Look, I'm going to go to, I think Senator Rice was quick off the mark on the WhatsApp group. So I'm going to go to Senator Rice for some questions. And yes, we'll go from there. But thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Ms. Olive and Mr. Ali, for your evidence today and for the Refugee Council's submission. It's a very, very useful compendium of information for the committee. I wanted to go, look, a few things in your submission, and it's very comprehensive, so I can't cover them all, but in particularly, we would, as you've just been talking with the Chair about documentation and verifying identity, whether you've got, you say that we need to be able to do it differently given the difficulties of not having the documentation. What do you have any suggestions as to what that process would look like?
I think that's something that would have to take on notice. I haven't got the answer straight off, other than to support perhaps my colleagues at the Law Council in pointing to the fact that other countries are finding ways of identifying people, and that there needs to be some flexibility in approach. So rather than this is the one way of identifying people, what other ways can we do that, recognising the challenging situations? And I think deferring to UNHCR, for example, around the processes that they use, or other UN bodies that are helping with the identification of people would be one way to go, and looking at scoping out what sort of alternative ways there are available to identify someone's identity and their previous work, for example. Muzaffar, do you have anything there?
I would just add one more point to include diaspora communities to help the department or the authorities to identify the individuals because culturally Afghanistan is diverse and sometimes it's so interconnected or complex. It's very hard to even for UNHCR, who is dealing with these cases and issues for a long time, they make mistakes in their judgment.
Thank you. And yes, and presumably we could learn, I mean, if the US, with their commitment to take 125,000 refugees from Afghanistan on top of the 73,500 that they evacuated from Kabul after the fall of Kabul, you would think that there was something that we could learn from them because they will be facing the same problems as they will be. In your submission, recommendation 4 was to identify and prioritise applications in the Special Humanitarian Program. What would that look like for you to prioritise? What would be the process of prioritising applications?
Well, I guess the first thing that needs to be done is to address the issue of deprioritisation of people, particularly who arrived by boat and who are currently at that bottom of the prioritisation list. So by removing that, you actually might bring some applications that have been sitting there in the in the application pile for some years, bring them to the fore and to have an opportunity to assess those. And I think potentially also giving people an opportunity to identify current context. So someone might have applied for a SHP visa 10 years ago and or 5 years ago. I'm not sure exactly how long the cases are held, but current situation for families might have become much worse because of the recent events and because of the relationship of the family members to someone in Australia. So prioritization would be firstly being able to have a process to re-identify who is, come from Afghanistan and has currently been sitting on an application for some years without even being considered because of the fact that the proposer came by boat. In terms of the processes, I guess couldn't speak to how the department determines who's in greatest need, but I would respect the colleagues at the department of being able to assess some of the situation that families are currently in. And as I said, with an opportunity for people to add an addendum or some additional information to alert the department to the current situation for family members, so that we can actually help to identify those whose risks are much more heightened right now. And start to get those applications moving, which have really just been stuck for so many years.
Yes. And look, I mean, you talk, obviously, supporting the call in the community for a special intake of 20,000 humanitarian visas on top of our existing refugee intake. And you also note the need for urgency. So again, could you step me through, I mean, given that need for urgency, and if we adopted that 20,000 intake or more, again, what sort of process would you like to see in an ideal situation of the government stepping out? Let's say, they announced today that, yes, we're going to accept 20,000 special humanitarian extra places. What would you like to see in terms of that being implemented?
I mean, I'm thinking a little bit on the spot here in terms of how that process might look, but I will defer to Muzaffar on terms of evacuation of emergency cases. But we have more than 20,000 people who have currently got applications in train or who are in neighbouring countries where UNHCR have identified as in need of resettlement. If we were to have an additional 20,000 places, then thinking about, and I perhaps looking at our advisory panel on Afghanistan resettlement would be the right place to get the sort of composition of that additional 20,000 places, but it might look like something like our current humanitarian intake, where you have a percentage that are UNHCR referred cases, you have a percentage that are emergency cases, and you have a percentage that are family reunion type cases. And, you know, I don't think there would be any problems identifying an additional 20,000 people who required a resettlement as a visa. And the question is, you know, how can we balance the sort of different types of visas that we might consider? You know, the family reunions element, there's the emergency response element, there is UNHCR, who has identified the, you know, people, refugees in greatest need, and have processes to identify people, for example, who are, you know, LGBTQI+, who are, you know, from a particular ethnic or religious group, women who are unaccompanied, you know, who are female-headed households. I'm thinking about the types of categories where there are already existing processes to identify those in greatest need. The question for Australia is, what sort of percentage of those, what proportion of that 20,000 should we allocate to different kind of cohorts potentially? And we have processes to work that out as well. So, you know, to me, as making a commitment to the 20,000, we could very quickly respond and get people here quite quickly if we make that commitment, because we have all these processes already in place. We need the visas to be able to start that process turning. And so that's where I guess we see the commitment to the additional places to feed into existing systems that work. You know, we have these processes already working. Let's use them and let's get some people here quickly.
Senator Rice, could I just interpose a question? Ms. Olive, when you talk about cohorts and you know, deciding how many of a cohort get places, what are you thinking of there? How do you believe that should be, you know, those places should be allocated?
I mean, this is a really difficult question to ever answer, because you're talking about enormous needs and very scarce opportunities. So, you know, for me, if there was, you know, the need for family reunion is urgent, and it's urgent for a different reason perhaps than the need for somebody who is facing persecution and heightened risk of persecution because of their sexual orientation. So how do you decide which is more important? I would suggest that we look at balance and think about what is possible and make some call around that, which is what we do every year in thinking about the composition of our humanitarian program. But I think the urgent cases, and I want to pass here to Muzaffer, because I think this is something that maybe is a little bit different right now, is that we have a cohort that are still at really great risk, that have not even been able to leave Afghanistan. And I think Muzaffer can speak a little bit about that if he may.
Thank you, Louise. Yes, I would really would like to talk about these cohorts, those who are still left. I think when we talk about the numbers, we tend to forget what is in the ground. I think the need and the need of response is much greater than the numbers that we are talking here. And absolutely 3,000 visas, which is allocated initially, is not enough. Even I would say, I would refrain saying 20,000 would be enough, because how we determine people who worked, who came from very remote villages, worked with the Australian forces in Oruzgan, their families and themselves, they're in a very particular village where everyone knows that people from this village in big numbers came and worked with the Australian forces, where no telephone connection is there. And they even don't have any relatives in Australia. They cannot speak English. They don't know the forms 842. They don't know how to contact anyone in any emergency situation and what to do. So I'm in contact with a few of such individuals who have worked with the Australian forces in Oruzgan, and Taliban literally raid their village every day. They take their vehicles, they burn their houses or destroy their belongings, and they are in the mountains hiding right now. Some of them came to Kabul, but still they're scared. No one is there to help them out. I think when we talk about the evacuation, these type of group are definitely on high priority, because these are the people, if they become victims, I think no journalist would even get to know why he was killed. And they have all their documentations with them. I think it's, as Australia, we have to know what we should do to reach out to these people as well, not to just vulnerable people contacting us. So I think this is the response we need to form somehow to mapping these individuals in their villages, reaching out to them, using diplomatic relations and these resources to keep them safe, to evacuate somehow, take them out of Kabul, out of their villages, and to bring them to safety. If I'm happy to provide the details of these villages, I cannot say this publicly. They are definitely in dozens, if not in hundreds. The second thing I would like to mention here is that when we talk about Oruzgan, where Australian forces were based, two main ethnicities live in Oruzgan: Hazaras as absolute minority and Pashtuns in majority. So Hazaras have been living there for centuries, but there were some ethnic tensions in the past. I'm from Oruzgan. I'm from Gizab district, and I know what has happened to my ancestors, to my parents, and what is happening right now, and what happened during Taliban. So what happened when Australian and international forces, Dutch forces, came to Oruzgan? That the Hazara people, because they were living in Taliban tyranny during the first time when they came, like they took my ancestral land from us in our village. So democracy was an opportunity for us to join the international community. We opened up our school, our kids went to school, we joined the government, some of our youth joined government forces, and some of our youth were embedded with the Australian forces. So the retribution and the revenge came from the Taliban taking us as a whole group who are supporting en masse to the international community. We were branded as infidels, we were branded as the traitors, and it came that the prominent elders of our people were killed in Oruzgan. The passengers were killed in different areas of Oruzgan. They were beheaded in several occasions in front of, the sons were beheaded in front of their parents. And, you know, that kind of intervention and engagement disturbed the whole survival mechanism of that particular province. Like when we talk about evacuation, we should also consider about how to safeguard these communities who served the Australian forces, who worked with the international community. And it's not just evacuation, but also it's about displacement. How many people have been displaced during 20 years in Oruzgan? The whole areas were evacuated. The land were taken from Hazaras. They were displaced. They became refugees. They came to Iran or Pakistan, or they even came to Australia maybe. I think we have to take into consideration of the consequences of our engagement in Afghanistan, what happened on directly and indirectly to the community, those who are living for decades together.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Senator Rice.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ali, for sharing that, because it is so brutal and tragic and so personal for so many people like yourself, of communities being persecuted, tortured, dying at the hands of the Taliban. Look, my final question was, I mean, given you make such a strong case for the need for urgent support and urgently accepting, very significant numbers of refugees. In the meantime, your submission also talks about funding for international humanitarian aid. And just, is there more that the government could and should be doing to be increasing aid and also ensuring that it reaches the people on the ground rather than sort of being diverted off into the hands of the Taliban effectively?
Musafa, do you have any?
Yeah, recently we saw that the Taliban displaced hundreds of the families in Gizab district, which is part of Uruzgan, and the victims are the Hazara people who have supported the international forces in Afghanistan, and the Taliban issued an order and gave them 3 hours to leave their home where they were living for decades. And all of a sudden, in 3 hours, the families were displaced. They were out of their home. On 14th of August, they took control of the area. And on 19th, they were ordered to leave the place. And subsequently, in one day, the Taliban sympathizers came from the different districts, like Charchina, from Deraoud and Chora, to take these lands. And I would say this is not just one incident that had happened. It was a coordinated attempt to displace the people who worked with the international forces and supported international efforts, and to replace them with their own sympathizers. That's a very systematic example that we saw in Gizab. So it's not just Gizab, unfortunately, but it's happening in the Kundi province, which is neighboring province with Uruzgan. This is happening in Baghran district of Helmand. And all of the victims I mentioned in these areas are from one particular ethnicity, the Hazaras. And these displaced people, unfortunately, are without their home, including their women and children, at this time when we are facing very harsh winter. It's a long and harsh winter. Even humanitarian aid to reach them is extremely difficult. I was talking with one of the elders in Uruzgan, and I would really want to mention what he quoted to me, that we have been friends with Australian forces in Uruzgan. Our soldiers were embedded with the Australian forces in military bases. They were trustworthy. We do not regret, even after giving sacrifices for the friendship. It was the war, and we were with the Australian faithfully. And these are the consequences they are facing right now. I think the need for these women and children and those who are living in the mountains, literally without their homes, I think we need to focus on different layers of humanitarian aid. One is to provide shelter for them. And currently, the Uruzgan elder told me that no humanitarian aid is allowed to reach to Hazara people by the Taliban authorities. Even in Kabul, the aid distribution is happening to certain areas, and it doesn't to the Hazara population. So we are talking about these remote valleys where it's extremely difficult to reach, but I think that's where the real victims, the real displaced people are living there. They need food, medicine, and somewhere to spend the night. It's extremely cold. There are desperate communities who are raising funds on their own, and they're trying to save a little bit to do something from their part. But I think that that's not enough. Diplomatically, Australia needs to put more pressure on the Taliban to let this humanitarian aid to reach to these people in remote valleys before this first snowfall means the blockade of road for 4 months. And we will see probably a human catastrophe.
Can I also jump in there, Senator Rice, just to say that, just to reiterate what Musafa said, is that there's different layers of humanitarian aid response that's needed. And I think where international organisations are able to be present, then we should be supporting those international organisations. And why I guess we had recommended an advisory group, a diaspora advisory group, is that, as Musafa's just pointed out, there are populations that maybe are not accessible to humanitarian organisations, but there is still possibilities to get some aid and support to those communities, and some of it may be through diaspora networks and organisations, and some of it might be about trying to facilitate some access by institutional actors. Also, we would absolutely support the need for increased resources to UNHCR in responding to displacement across the borders and internal displacement. And I think in mid-October, UNHCR had just over half of its budget met for Afghanistan. And, as one organisation that is responding to displacement, we need to be part of supporting organisations that can provide some protection or try to provide some protection.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, when you talk about, there's the official channels, but then through diaspora networks, essentially unofficial channels of getting aid through, but you're confident that it would be possible for us to be getting more aid through if we were using those diaspora networks?
Well, I guess I have to say this is my area of expertise. I wrote my PhD on this. So yes, I believe that you can get resources through diaspora organisations, and other countries are doing that much more effectively. In Europe, they have the diaspora action on, it's called DAMIC, but it's a European funded initiative to support diaspora communities in humanitarian responses, and they work with the Afghanistan diaspora in Europe to support their humanitarian interventions. And currently in Australia, from my knowledge, there's very little engagement with diaspora communities that are very active in Afghanistan. It's not the only answer, but it is one answer, is to work with communities that are very motivated and have incredibly deep connections. And I'm really pleased to see the committee is talking to, I think Mahoba's Promise is one of the organisations you're speaking to, but there's organisations that were set up by members of the Afghanistan diaspora that are doing incredible work in Afghanistan. And how can we listen and support some of that action much more systemically as a country?
Yes, thank you. Look, thank you so much for your evidence today, Ms. Olive, and particularly Mr. Ali. I personally have really appreciated hearing from you and just underlining the tragedy that is currently being faced by people in Afghanistan, and how Australia can and should be doing so much more. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Rice, could I just ask firstly, is it DAMAC, DAMAC?
It's
Yeah,
it's DAMEC. It stands for. I'd have to check it out. I can send a link, but it is based at the Danish Refugee Council. Had the diaspora program for a very long time, and has worked for at least the past 5 or 6 years, supporting diaspora communities' involvement in humanitarian action.
Does it create any issues if remittances are going or money's coming through? Firstly, is government able to access accounts? And secondly, does it create, for want of a better word, jealousy or, people, because they might themselves have very little, so they see someone with something and they want to take it. Does it create issues?
I'm sorry, I wasn't quite sure. In terms of jealousy, you're talking about
I'm talking about, let's say, one family might be able to get informally or through Western Union, let's say, some money's coming in, and they get money from overseas, but other families maybe in the same area, in the same province, can't or don't, and you've got a government that has very little resourcing.
I'll defer to Muzaffar on that question, but in terms of what I was talking about with the DAMEC,
yes,
it's more about collective remittances. So this is like organized groups of people in Australia collecting their money. So that's a different issue.
So I can imagine if you're an ethnic minority in Afghanistan, where there's a real power imbalance, or there's perhaps a view that not everyone has equal rights. If I can, where you've got imbalance in power, so I can imagine that that would create, that potentially it could create issues, and that, you know, people might want to take what someone else has.
Muzaffar, do you want to say anything about that in terms of how diasporas?
Yeah, it's very interesting because, I mean, obviously it happens, and there are a lot of people in Australia who remit monies to family overseas, you know, yeah. But I'm very interested in how that works.
First, I would say that in my experience working with the United Nations in Afghanistan, sending aid to the really needy people is a massive challenge. How to identify beneficiaries in NGO term and to deliver to them is always like more difficult than getting aid itself. But I would say diaspora communities have this connection which the NGOs lack on the ground. And I would say diaspora communities consist of different diverse groups in most cases, where it comes different knowledges on the ground. So for the NGOs or the organizations, sometimes they lack this local knowledge. And when we talk about the humanitarian support, humanitarian aid, particularly targeting to one particular area or one particular cohort of people, I think that make the efforts specific. Where does it go? For example, when we talk about Gizab district, I think WFP or UNHCR have never been able to go there. They have no clue where Gizab is, where are these villages where people have been displaced. But the diaspora communities have the knowledge of the area where and how this aid could go. And in this particular case, I would say, even though the diaspora groups may lack this organizational knowledge and power to take big or massive humanitarian aid to bigger number of people, but they are more effective to deliver the little items to really needy people up there. And in terms of jealousy about who gets what, I think it's
human nature.
It's human nature. We cannot eliminate this part of feeling.
I think we could speak to you for a long time, but I don't want to make the committee run late. But could I thank you very much, Dr. Olive and Mr. Ali Tashakur. Thank you very much for your time and for your evidence. It was very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for hearing from us.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Thank you. Could I now welcome the representatives from the Refugee Advice and Casework Service. Thank you for your time. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. My name is Kimberly Kitching. I'm the chair of the committee. Joining us today, we have Senator Abetz, the deputy chair, as well as Senators Antic, Fawcett, Fierravanti-Wells, Lambie, Rice and Steele-John. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
My name is Sarah Dale. I'm the Centre Director and Principal Solicitor of the Refugee Advice and Casework Service. I want to thank you all for having me today.
Thank you.
My name is Arif Hussain. I'm a senior lawyer at the Refugee Advice and Casework Service. Thank you for having me too.
Thank you. Would you like to make a brief opening statement and then the committee can proceed to questions?
We would, Senator, yes, if that's possible. Thank you. So RACS is a community legal centre based in Sydney that provides critical free legal advice, assistance and representation for financially disadvantaged and vulnerable people seeking asylum in Australia. We advocate for policies that treats all refugees with justice, dignity and respect. RACS has a long history of assisting people from Afghanistan who have sought asylum in Australia. Over its 34 years, RACS has assisted thousands of people from Afghanistan who have fled Afghanistan due to ongoing war and insecurity. We stand with the community of Afghanistan and particularly those who fear persecution under a Taliban rule. We stand with the ethnic and religious minorities. We stand with the broader diaspora, the Hazaras, the Tajiks, the Uzbeks, the Turkmens, the Sikhs, just to name a few. We stand with women and children at exceptional risk. We stand with the human rights defenders and those who have fought to advance the rights for all in Afghanistan. We stand with those who have served alongside Australian forces. We stand with those who have particular fears due to their sexual orientation and gender identity. We stand with those who have been forced from their lands and watch in horror as the country faces almost universal hunger and poverty by mid-2022. At RACS, we work to support the right for all who flee Afghanistan due to persecution to find safety in Australia.
Australia's 20-year military engagement in Afghanistan was our longest war. In those 20 years, more than 39,000 Australian Defence Force personnel were deployed to Afghanistan. 41 Australian lives were lost in the 20-year war. Since the US-led intervention began, approximately 50,000 civilians in Afghanistan were also killed. In the same period, we saw millions of Afghans being internally displaced and being forced to flee Afghanistan and finding their way to places like Australia. Thousands of people from Afghanistan fleeing the Taliban and the insecurity in Afghanistan have also made it to Australia.
After the Taliban forcibly took over Afghanistan on 15 August 2021, the current demand for RACS services increased substantially. Calls to our service doubled in the first month. We work to support aid organisations and charities who sought to have their staff and vulnerable persons in their care evacuated. We worked with members of the community here in Australia who sought to find safety for their family members and loved ones. We were also contacted directly by those on the ground in Afghanistan. The common theme across all these experiences was a lack of transparency. How did people get evacuated? Who do you call? How do you reach DFAT? Or is it indeed the Department of Home Affairs? I have a visa application already on foot. Do I need to make one afresh? I'm not sure of my situation. I've emailed but no response. I called the number given when approaching Abbey Gate, but nobody's answering. There were multiple meetings, Zooms and calls with various members of Parliament, community leaders and others. It was confused chaos here in Australia of promises without plans. There was a sense that you needed to get onto lists, but how? Who held these lists and where did these lists go? As a legal service whose very purpose is to support refugees and people seeking asylum, the very people impacted, we weren't consulted nor advised until long after the fact. We are here to support an at-risk community and could have been better utilised to support and to deliver information, to advise on processes and temper expectations and anxieties. But we too were left in the dark to decipher such processes on our own.
We recognise the government's commitment of funding to resettlement services, mental health services, community-led services and legal services. We welcome this announcement and hope that to be considered in the assistance of our community. In response to this crisis, RACS has introduced two new services, one to support the hundreds of people seeking RACS assistance to make applications to the Special Humanitarian Program, and the other to support recent evacuees, whilst also continuing to support those whom we already have in Australia prior to the fall of Kabul. We also recognise the government's commitment to those evacuated to access permanency. We welcome wholeheartedly but await the detail of the process and would implore the government to ensure that the process must ensure that all applicants are afforded due process such as access to merits review and appeals. We continue to stress there are thousands of people here who will only be afforded temporary visa, likely never gain permanent residency in Australia. It is not sufficient for a commitment not to return anyone to Afghanistan whilst it is unstable. Those that are here are also duly affected by the crisis. Their families are living in fear. They too need permanent pathways. Currently, as of 31st of August 2021, there are 4,427 people from Afghanistan on temporary protection visas who are recognized as refugees. These are the people that also require attention from the Australian government and should be granted permanent protections.
We'll just take 2 more minutes, Senator, just to finalise our statements. the point is that it's important to recognise our engagement goes beyond the lands of Afghanistan, and we must also consider our engagement to support those from Afghanistan here in Australia too. We note the Department's earlier evidence in regards to the 26,000 applications made to the Department of Home Affairs under the Special Humanitarian Program. On this, we seek to make the following observations. Firstly, we reflect on the fact that those on temporary visas, and in particular those on TPVs and CHEVs, have no option but to apply for their families under this scheme, as they are not eligible to apply through our family stream processes. Secondly, thousands of others who arrived in Australia by boat, despite being permanent visa holders, are affected by Direction 80, rendering their applications to be treated with the lowest priority processing. It is RAC's observation that our refugee policies are key contributors to this demand. If all refugees were eligible and had timely access to family reunification, there would be less pressure on the Special Humanitarian Program, for which for many it is the only affordable also option. We also wish to note that biometrics and health checks will be a process requiring completion before a grant of a visa. We would encourage the government to consider expediting visa grants for immediate family members, waiving the need for health and biometric tests, given they will remain impossible for those that remain in Afghanistan. We suggest the government consider working with a third country to arrange interim access or processing, or more preferably, waiving these checks to be completed onshore here in Australia during a quarantine period on arrival. Finally, we also wish to reflect on the pain in the community here in Australia. Whilst we acknowledge the increased commitment from the government to support mental health services, we fear this simply will not be an answer. There are significant concerns for the mental health of those on temporary visas in particular. At RACS, we have heard the calls of desperation from TPV holders and citizens alike. However, there is still hope the government will listen to the calls of the community, that the vague commitments will enliven promises, that people will have their families join them here in safety. It is RAC's fear that this hope currently dissipates some of that distress. Once processes begin and cases are rejected due to a minimal commitment and the reality that families will remain separated is clear, so too will the hurt in our community surge.
It is apparent that 3,000 humanitarian places is grossly insufficient. We also question the need to include locally engaged employees in these quotas when given that they have served alongside Australia. It is the least we can do to live up to our promises to protect them. When offering places, it should be taken into account all those we haven't already made commitments to. Despite commitments that the intake will increase, we have not heard anything tangible, anything that reflects the horrors we knew, the horrors that we are seeing every day right now. So far, the steps taken do not begin to address the need. It does not recognize our relationship with the conflict. It does not recognize nor respect the immense contributions the Afghanistan community has made in Australia. It does not recognize that Australia or the Australians are calling on the government to assist their families. When Prime Minister Scott Morrison announced our complete withdrawal from Afghanistan, like his international counterparts in the UK and Canada, he specifically mentioned that Australia remains committed to helping Afghanistan preserve the gains of the last 20 years, particularly for women and girls. Our international partners like the UK and Canada have already announced that they will take 20,000 refugees from Afghanistan. Canada has recently doubled their intake. So far, we have not seen any actions or commitments from the Australian government that matches our 2 decades of engagement in Afghanistan. We have not seen any actions or commitments that matches the promises that we made to the Afghan people in our longest war. We have a moral obligation to respond to the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, and Prime Minister Scott Morrison must announce and commit to a significant increase of our humanitarian intake, preferably a substantial multi-year commitment. We need to see those in Australia on temporary protection visas afforded permanency. We need to see efficient family reunion. We need to see the world not leave behind the people of Afghanistan, including Australia.
Thank you. We await your questions.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Lambie first. I think she has questions. Oh, yes. Senator Lambie.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering what NGOs are still left in Afghanistan that you're aware of, and how much information are you actually getting from the ground over there compared to what you're getting from here?
Perhaps I can answer that question for you, Arif. So there are a number of organisations that we've continued to support, and given the legal privilege, I can't necessarily share their names, but I do note that one will be giving evidence following ourselves. RACS is definitely receiving requests from a number of NGOs and international NGOs, might I add, that are asking for our assistance to assist people that they're working with on the ground in Afghanistan. As part of our processes, Senator Lambie, we speak to people in Afghanistan. We also speak to their family members here in Australia. So we, as our service, we are taking instructions both from people in Australia, but also on the ground in Afghanistan. And, you know, the fear is a very real one from the conversations that we're having at RACS.
What about, okay, so Canada have offered to take so many, somebody else has offered to take so many. You're obviously going to leave a lot out. You're going to leave a lot out. There's going to be certain people that are picked for those positions and not. What's your take on that?
I think my take on that is that so far what we have committed is not good enough. There's always going to be people who we can't help, but the point is that we have an obligation, given our 20-year war, to do the bare minimum, which is what the UK and Canada have done, which is to have a one-off additional humanitarian intake for those most at risk.
I guess to that point also, Senator Lambie, we've already made a commitment to several thousand people. We've granted 449s to people we recognise needed urgent evacuation. We've made commitment to those locally engaged employees, and I want to stress that absolutely as we should. We should be taking every step possible to evacuate those that we've already made commitments to. Our fear is that the current quotas really only cover those that we've made commitments to. It's not really, it's a drop in the ocean compared to what the need will be. It's not going to address family reunification. It's not going to address additional NGOs, additional staff, additional human rights defenders. Really, the current quota that's been offered by the government is not even going to cover all the people we've made commitments to, which is why we really need that increase. And I fully accept that Australia is not going to solve the global issue of the crisis in Afghanistan, but that shouldn't be a reason that we don't do more and proportionate to our engagement.
Does that not cause friction with the family members that some get out and some don't? What is the repercussions of that?
Well, it's hard to know, but from our perspective, we have made a commitment to, we had a 20-year commitment to the war in Afghanistan. We made promises to people. We can do the very least of taking those most at risk. And once people are out here, for example, those on 449s, if they're allowed to apply for a permanent residency or a permanent protection visa, it's possible that they could engage in terms of getting family members who are left back home to reunite. So this is a part of that discussion that we had earlier, that family reunification visas for Afghans living in Australia, those who are recently evacuated, and also those who have been living here for 8 years, 9 years, 10 years, should be more efficient.
What about, can you tell me what's going on over there now, like with the girls and their schooling, the face coverings? Have we moved back and lost 20 years over there? Has it actually gone back to where it was 20 years ago? Are we there yet?
Yeah, so thanks, Senator. So I think the issue here is that there's been a lot of gains in the last 20 years, and it's been done with the help of the Australia's involvement there, but women in Afghanistan, girls in Afghanistan also really fought really hard for those gains. So we had women who are leading political movements, women lecturing universities, and about 27% of the parliament made up of women in Afghanistan, right? So that was what Afghanistan was just before August 2021. right now, there is a lot of talk about Taliban 2.0, that just because they're on social media and things like that, that they have changed. The evidence that we see right now is that nothing has changed about the Taliban, the current Taliban versus the Taliban that was in power in the 1990s. So currently, in most places in Afghanistan, girls are not allowed to go to school. If you see the recent interim cabinet released by the Taliban, most of them are men from one particular ethnic group, and there is no woman included. So it is clear that the gains that we talked about, the gains that the Prime Minister talked about, that we will continue to maintain and we will continue to be there for women and girls, have gone, and now it's time for us to do something about it and to try, at very least, to try to get as many people at risk out of Afghanistan as possible.
That's only a small contingent. Do you have a plan B?
From the RAC's perspective, we are a legal service, a legal service in Sydney that we try to assist people to seek asylum and through the humanitarian process. So that's where we come from. I think others who are giving evidence today might have other things to say about long term.
Can you, one of you tell me what was the effect of closing the embassy on the NGOs that are still over there? Because I imagine that would have been quite difficult. And do you have any idea how many NGOs are still actually on the ground that haven't been pushed out? Do you have any sort of stats of what is there, half of them left on the ground, 25% of them? Are you hearing anything about that?
I'll let Sarah answer that.
Certainly the NGOs that we were working with during the evacuation, as far as I'm aware, most of them still have staff and people that they're supporting. And again, I know that the NGOs are giving their evidence later today and are better to speak to that. In terms of the impact of the embassy closing, I think it's important that the embassy closing had an impact not only on the NGOs, but also on many visa holders, Australian citizens, permanent residents also in Afghanistan. As I mentioned in our opening remarks, the issue with the fall of Kabul was, people were calling RACS asking us, who do we call, who do we contact? Our natural response as legal advisors in this process is to contact the Embassy of Australia in Afghanistan, or the country which you are remaining. The fact that the embassy was closed, the fact that there wasn't an alternative, the fact that we as legal representatives didn't have a contact point or someone to speak to when this hit is a real issue. And I think that, the point of the embassy closing is a really important one, Senator Lambie, because it had repercussions for many. And really, I believe that it had repercussions in terms of the evacuation and why it was so chaotic.
So I'm not sure, and you don't have to give me the number, but I imagine you have quite a few on your books at the moment. You having any, is there any liaisoning with the government? Is anybody in the government bothering to come and speak to you or anything like that?
So at present, RACS has a waiting list of in excess of 700 people that have registered for assistance to bring their families, loved ones or colleagues. So we have a very extensive demand on our service for assistance through the Special Humanitarian Program. Do we have contact with the Department of Home Affairs? We do. We are now able to speak to them. We do have contacts within the department, but we would advocate for a more transparent process, so that it's not just the lucky few that are able to access a free legal service. It's not just those that can afford private representation. What I stress is that it's incredibly difficult to contact the Department of Home Affairs. It's incredibly difficult to contact the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and it shouldn't just be the fact that I've been doing this for 10 decades, so I know a few people in the department. We need a transparent process where people are responded to appropriately.
So, so they haven't set up a support group within Home Affairs or anything else. This is fairly big what's going on. They put on no extra personnel, no support group in there that's actually just involved in Afghanistan itself. Is that what you're getting? What's the reply here? What's the response? They just go, yes, no worries, thanks for that, and that's about as far as it goes? How receptive are they actually being?
To our experience, there isn't, a legal advisory group. There hasn't been an opportunity for us to, feed into suggestions for the process, for instance, in a formalised manner. Does our organisation have a relationship with certain directors at the Department of Home Affairs? Yes, we do. Are we treated with respect, and do they engage with us? Yes, they do. Do we think that should go further, and should there be a process whereby there is that advisory panel where there is an opportunity for feedback? Yes, we do. I think over a number of years, engagement, particularly between the legal sector and the Department of Home Affairs, has certainly not been as collaborative as it has been perhaps in the past 12 months. And I would stress that it needs to go further so that we can adequately address this crisis and that we are really considering all the factors in this. I heard our previous colleagues, the Law Council, they were discussing with you the ins and outs of bar lifts and visa deadlines and application dates. I don't wish to add any further to that other than to support everything that they had said, but this is an incredibly complicated process. However, I would also like to relay that we've been working with refugees, as I've said, at RACS for 34 years in terms of overcoming identity documentation issues, in terms of overcoming family unit definitions, in terms of overcoming raising of claims. We have that expertise and we are prepared to assist the government when it comes to establishing a fair process.
As that process rolls on, what are your chances of actually getting these people out of there?
I think it goes to your question that you asked. Like there is a need, an important need for the department or the government to set up some processes, especially given that there are around 1,500 449 holders in Afghanistan right now who contact services like ours and are asking about what should they do. So there is a real crucial need. We don't have the answers to that. It's up to the government to provide those answers about what they're going to do going forward, and in terms of the visa applications and the people that they've provided letters and 449s to in Afghanistan who are currently right there.
Oh, so you've got no clear direction on that either?
As in, like the information that we receive are from people in Afghanistan right now who call us or relatives call us. They're saying we have this 449, but it's about to expire. We don't know how to exercise our right to this visa. And the response so far has been that the Department of Immigration, if they contact you about that, that's the only avenue that they can raise any issues. Otherwise, the people who are on these visas in Afghanistan are left to their own devices.
What about
Senator Lambie, could I just, how much longer do you need? Senator Rice has some questions. Lovely.
One more. Thank you, Chair. Just going forward, the longer these interpreters and others stay in there, what's the chance of them surviving?
We're already hearing, threat letters being given to interpreters, people who work with the international forces in various capacities, not just interpreters, just embassy staffs. And I think as time goes on, and as the attention of the West and Western media draws away from Afghanistan, it's likely that we will see an increased persecution targeting of people who helped the many Western countries that were there, including those that Australia engaged locally.
I think it's also important to just quickly, if I may, reflect that there was, a female activist shot over the weekend for the work that she had done to advance women's rights. So this is certainly no longer a theoretical risk. This is a risk that we are watching unfold before our very eyes.
Thank you so much to both of you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Lambie. Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair. And look, thank you very much, Ms Dale and Mr Alling, for your evidence today, for your comprehensive submission and your comprehensive evidence today. And I know we're running short on time, so look, I'll keep my questions brief. You talk about the massive extra workload that you've taken on, and I really want to thank you for that. where is the resourcing coming from in terms of enabling you to deal with that extra caseload, or are you just having to work twice as hard?
I think it's a little of column A, a little of column B. Certainly when the crisis first hit, it was that we were all just working doubly as hard. I'd like to, because I have this platform, really acknowledge the support that we receive from our volunteers that were working as doubly hard, our staff that was working as doubly hard. Initially, it was something that we just had to do because there wasn't an alternative. We are a charity, and so we do receive donations, and we receive support from family foundations and others who have committed to support RACS to be able to staff some of this need. I have noted in our submission, and I made representations to a number of people during this crisis, that RACS is a service that does not have access to funded interpreting. This is an incredible cost that RACS is currently incurring, and we're doing so because it is the right thing to do, and we see that we have a moral obligation also to act. But this is a real stress on a service like RACS that is not being funded at a time that this crisis has hit.
Do you get any government funding?
We receive funding largely through New South Wales Legal Aid is our funding for government funding.
And have you had any extra, well, in terms of, so you haven't received any federal government funding to help you cope with the massively increased workload?
We've not received any additional federal funding, and nor have we received any access to funded interpreting despite multiple requests.
Okay, thank you. Continuing on with resources, you talk about the issue of it, the current processes when people are sort of left in the dark, they don't know what's happening with their visa application. It's very difficult, incredibly difficult, I think, with your words, is to sort of engage with the Department of Home Affairs. Have you seen evidence of increased resourcing being put into these visa applications, or what level of extra resourcing do you think is actually needed in order for us to be fulfilling our moral obligation to be accepting more humanitarian visa applicants?
In terms of resourcing, I mean, that's a question for the Department of Home Affairs, and certainly what we have experienced over the years is that that resourcing has decreased substantially. A very basic thing that RACS would do is apply for a Freedom of Information application to get documents for people. That process should take 30 days. That process usually takes months. Certainly for us in the Special Humanitarian Program at the moment, we made applications as Kabul fell in those very early weeks in August, and I have only yesterday received an acknowledgement to that application. So that's several months of waiting to even have the Department of Home Affairs confirm that they received an application. So it's clearly apparent from the outside that significant resourcing is going to be needed by the Department of Home Affairs, and I would defer to them as to what that staffing looks like. But definitely from our perspective, there is additional support that is needed.
Thank you. Look, like my final question, knowing that we are short on time, is that, given as you so eloquently and coherently outline in your submission and in your evidence today of the need for us to be accepting more humanitarian refugees here in Australia, and that we are not doing enough, what are the implications to Australia's reputation, both for the people that we have that moral obligation to in Afghanistan, and more broadly, the fact that we are dragging our heels and clearly not keeping up with what we should be doing and what other countries like Canada, like the US, like the UK are doing?
Look, I think that the inaction of the government in response to the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan is keeping within theme. Our humanitarian intake for 2020-2021 financial year has been the lowest in a few decades. And the way that we treat people who are already here, let's just leave the part around additional humanitarian intake aside, but people who are already here, who have lived out their lives for the last 8 years in Australia, they continue to face a constant limbo and a cloud over their heads around when they could be returned to Afghanistan, despite the Taliban taking over. There's no commitments made to never returning them to Afghanistan and giving them permanent protection visa. So it is, given that the UK, Canada, and the US have done their part and increased their humanitarian intake, it is damaging to Australia's reputation as a middle power and as a responsible global citizen to not do anything in response to the humanitarian crisis, given that the part that we played in the 20-year war. And especially the inaction around, we heard Jason Skanes this morning give evidence around the issues he faced around getting interpreters out, like that, those issues around those who helped us, those Afghans who fought alongside us, and not doing anything substantial to help or continue helping evacuating those is also very damaging, I think.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
If I might also just make a very brief point on that, and that is just reflecting on the family separation, that, we've left people separated from their families for a decade and likely longer given this crisis. Countries such as Ireland, I've discovered, have now established an entirely new process recognising that there are people in the Irish community that have family in Afghanistan that won't necessarily fall within their family stream process, so have established an entirely new process just to respond to this crisis. There is examples around the world of acting compassionately and acting expeditiously, and Australia absolutely has the capacity to do so.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Rice. Could I thank you very much for your time and for your submission, for the evidence you've given us. It's vital for the committee, for our interim report. So we thank you very much. Just for housekeeping for the committee, if we could resume I'll suspend now and we'll resume at 1:20. Thank you. The hearing at 1:21. I now welcome Nawid Sinha from Mahbooba's Promise. Thank you very much for your time. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. My name is Kimberly Kitching. I'm the chair of the committee, and also on the line is Senator Abetz, who's the deputy chair of the committee, as well as Senators Antic, Ayres, Favoranti-Wells, Fawcett, Lambie, Rice and Steele-John. For the Hansard record, could I ask you to please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
No worries. Nawid Sinha, Acting General Manager, Mahbooba's Promise.
Thank you. Would you like to make a brief opening statement and then the committee will proceed to questions?
Yep, no worries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to yourselves for organising this and for being at a hearing for such a critical topic, an important topic. I'll cover three things in my introduction. The first is an introduction to the charity. The second is our evacuation efforts and the risk for those that remain behind. The third being the risk for those that remain behind. So as I said before, my name is Nawid Sinha. I'm coming to you from Mahbooba's Promise. Mahbooba's Promise is an Australian aid organisation founded 25 years ago by my mother. Sorry? Okay.
I think that was just an automatic voice message for a connection, but so I apologise for that.
No worries, no worries. So Mahbooba's Promise was founded 25 years ago by my mother, Mahbooba Rawi. It represents her promise to the orphans and widows of Afghanistan. The charity is highly grassroots in nature in Afghanistan. The work is dedicated towards building orphanages, schools, a range of vocational training programs that seek to uplift the most vulnerable women and empower them economically to participate in society in a self-sufficient way. There are 500 widows that we support monthly as well. And in terms of our connections here, we've been a well-known public charity. The previous Governor General, Dame Quentin Bryce, is our patron. We have public support from people like Elizabeth Broderick, AO, the longest-serving sex and discrimination officer, and Marie Bashir, the previous Governor of New South Wales. So in terms of what's happened since the Taliban took over, I pivoted full-time into Mahbooba's Promise the day the Taliban took over, and my role was to lead our response on the ground, to coordinate the response on the ground. And as part of that, it became an evacuation effort. It became immediately clear once the Taliban took the whole country that Mahbuba's Promise was at risk. The categories of that risk, or the essence of that risk, is because we are an Australian Western organisation that fundamentally focuses on women's rights and an imputed sense of Western values and a Western form of women's rights. The second is because of our association with the Australian Embassy and the Australian military. Mahbuba's Promise has been recipient of direct aid from the Embassy since 2009. And since that moment, we've become an important space for Australians on the ground to create meaningful and real relationships with Afghans on the ground. That's the bridge that we try to be for both Australians and Afghans there. So Australian troops in very highly publicized visits and embassy staff, including all the ambassadors and ex-defense attachés, would visit our orphanages publicly for years on end, until very recently. And this is known in the community, which is now unfortunately working against us. The third category of risk is our connections with, or our infrastructure in Panjshir Valley. We have schools and orphanages there, and there was a security compromise after the taking of that valley by the Taliban, which I'd like to go into more in private in the last 10 minutes, if that's possible, and to better outline the risk for those that remain. So the evacuation efforts began from the first day. To give a very quick summary, the airport, we attempted to get over 100 orphans, widows, and staff out through the airport. It was an impossibility, unfortunately. Visas were a critical issue in that moment. 17 were granted, being the 449s, the emergency visas. But we had a tremendous amount of goodwill from different layers of government, which encouraged an evacuation attempt. However, to secure a security escort to the gate, there were many companies that were doing this, and there was one pro bono who was helping us. We required visas to provide them an assurance to get them through the gate. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. It's not a criticism by any way, shape, or form, but it is just the reality. And so after the airport closed, we attempted a land evacuation for the 17 who did have visas. We were able to coordinate that successfully. Really, we had very little issue in comparison to the airport, and everything to do with the Afghanistan side of things was covered by our organisation. We're incredibly grateful for the Australian government because it eventuated in 17 lives being saved, including 10 orphans, 1 female staff and 1 male staff and their family. They are now here. To finish on the risk for those remaining, those that were saved, those that came here, they are in the exact same category of those that remain. The ones that remain are, if not more vulnerable, particularly the widows who don't have any male guardians within their family system. So since this has happened, and you can see it in the submissions as well, we've had multiple instances of women being targeted by the Taliban. One of the widows on our list, their daughter was compelled, forced into a marriage. And I'll go into more on that in private as well. Another adult orphan was harassed to the extent that she attempted to take her own life. So the risk that our people continue to face is real, and every day is a waiting game. And so I hope today can make an impact in terms of their prospects to be saved as well, as the 17 here have been saved. I'm happy to take questions now.
What we might do is I'll ask committee members if they have any sort of general questions that don't go to specifics or anything that may endanger anyone remaining in Afghanistan. I might just ask you just some general, well, you advised whether you are happy to answer these questions in public. How many visa applications or names did you submit to the government during the evacuation stage?
So all up 200, roughly 200, as an expression of interest for the 449 visas, which were what was the primary ask in that time.
And how many visas were issued during the evacuation?
During the emergency period, 17, and that emergency period,
only the 17, yeah.
Only the 17, yeah. So after the airport closed, we were expecting potentially more, but no more came through.
Right. Were you given a reason why no more came through?
Not clearly, and we can potentially discuss that more in private as well.
Yes, okay.
But no clear reason.
Okay. Have you been provided any support to have the remaining children leave Afghanistan?
No, all infrastructure and our response, every aspect of the coordination, with whether it be from the airport or to get them out of Afghanistan via land, it's all done by our organization. We have the capacity to do so. We know Afghanistan well. We've been there for a long time. But there has been kind of a consistent contact, and the government and public servant staff have been incredible with that. And once we got them across the land border, for those that did have visas, it was all the Australian government. So there was nothing from us.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Senator Rice and then to Senator Ayres, and then we might move into a private in-camera session.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Sena. Look, my question is, you've outlined very eloquently, both now in your testimony and in your submission, about the tragedy that is Afghanistan currently and the risks to people. And so I won't ask you any more about that. What I wanted to know is, clearly getting people out is an absolute priority that we want to do, but I wanted to talk about getting aid in the current circumstances to people who, and what Mahbubah's Promise is doing for actually getting aid in to be supporting people now, and what more the Australian government could be doing to be getting aid in to be supporting people who are left there.
Yeah, so we've had a dual purpose from the beginning. It was the emergency aspect, which is evacuate those who are most at risk, who we need to get out of the country now and in that moment. And the second has been the aid component. Afghanistan this is the worst it's ever been, 11 million children in potential starvation, the worst humanitarian crisis since Yemen. We've been able to shift only because of how grassroots the organization is and how connected it is to local communities. So we just shifted, managed to get a lot of people to come on board to help us with our emergency aid for internally displaced people. So there's a camp that we're supporting about 4,000 people. There's no one else supporting us. That's shelter, food, medicine costs, everything. And we are not seeing, it's coming back slowly, but we are not seeing many NGOs on the ground, especially in a coherent, consistent manner. So it's not a question of gaps anymore for NGOs to fill in gaps. It's everywhere the need is great. And I think there's a great opportunity for the Australian government to leverage off the experience of organizations like ourselves who have these grassroots connections, who have been able to survive and pivot where many have not been, to administer more aid, because this is the greatest camp that we've ever serviced, but there are thousands more. And it's just an issue of being financially able to reach them.
Thank you. Just in terms of your camp, so are people safe there? How are you protecting people from the Taliban in the camp?
We can't protect anyone. We don't have that type of infrastructure. I think if we did, we wouldn't be trying to evacuate those that we need to evacuate. But the camp is known as a camp. It's full of internally displaced people. And so there's been a few issues, which we can go into in private as well, but we've been able to service that using local peoples. So it's a fine line, but we have been able to service that camp effectively.
Thank you. Look, I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Rice. Senator Ayres.
Thanks, Chair. And Mr. Chair, thank you for your the discussion so far today. I know we're going to jump into an in-camera session shortly. I think many senators will be aware of your organisation's work, and thank you for all of that really important work as well. I think the Chair asked you a series of questions about visa applications during the evacuation period, and I think we'll have more discussion about that in the in-camera session. I just wanted to know, prior to the fall of Kabul, were there efforts to engage with the Australian government about visas for staff or participants in the program in the months leading up to that? I mean, there are two views that have been put to the committee. One that was just completely not foreseeable until the weeks leading up to it, that things would move so fast, and an alternative view that seems to suggest that that for many months in the lead up to the evacuation period, there should have been some awareness of heightened risk about these issues. I just wondered, were there efforts either from your organisation with the Australian government, firstly, and secondly, did the Australian government initiate any discussions with your organisation to talk about potential visa applications?
Yeah, so I think we're not a political entity. We're a humanitarian one. And so I think we would definitely second what you heard in terms of the first thing. I think it became obvious the Taliban would take over the whole country the week before, potentially the whole country, the week, not even the week, the Thursday. And even then it wasn't clear, and no one expected it to happen like this. We were not in any discussions about, visa applications beforehand, because I think most of us were under the impression that there would be a government that was shared between the Taliban, the Afghan government, in which case, the need wouldn't be there because there would be all the existing infrastructure that existed in the past 20 years. We thought there would be a continued Western presence diplomatically as well. And so in terms of political insight into the situation and knowledge as to, the potential fall of Afghanistan, I think that type of knowledge would only really be held by governments, particularly by the US. We would have loved if that conversation opened with the Australian government earlier on. I think it would have been ideal. I think it would have allowed us to prepare, even now, to prepare 200 formal visa applications. And we're a small not-for-profit, has been a huge task, only made possible by community legal centres like RACS. RACS has taken on our case. So yeah, we would have loved for that conversation to kind of happen beforehand, but really it became a reality for us the day it happened. And I think it became a reality for many in the government. I was speaking to senior officials, and I don't think anyone was expecting this. So again, it's not a criticism, it's just the way it happened. Definitely would have been better if we had a heads up, but it wasn't. And so now my focus is there are unaccompanied children, there are widows, there's staff, they are at risk because of their connection with us, with Australia, with the Australian Defence Force, with the embassy. And, there's been such tremendous goodwill and such tremendous action that have come from it that has saved lives. I want to just ensure that the rest are saved as well once this visa process resumes.
Thanks, Mr. Chinner. I don't have any further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Can you tell me what effect the closure of the embassy in Kabul had on the safety for your people?
I think the closure of the embassy, it more like it kind of ended the communications, really, because I think our people on the ground were in good contact with the Australian embassy. And so that was the primary contact, and it does speak to Senator Ayer's question as well regarding potential preparation. But yeah, we didn't receive much comms from the embassy prior to its closure.
So you didn't receive an alternative contact then?
Not from what we know. Not from what I know, I should say. I could be incorrect in saying so. Yeah, not from what I know. But I would just like to add that it has been the previous ambassador's support and a lot of embassy staff with our case that I think has propelled the seriousness of it. So I am grateful towards that. But yeah, no alternative contact that I know of was provided. I could be mistaken.
So was there any protection offered to you, your staff and the children in your orphanages prior to withdrawal from Afghanistan, or did they just leave you there?
There was no protection offered, and I don't think it was offered to anyone really. I know there are others that are still visa holders. I don't know if Australia had the capacity to do it. So yeah, nothing came up, but I don't think it was from a lack of intention. I think it was messy. That's the honest truth. It was just so messy.
So what's happening to the people in your schools in Afghanistan right now?
Everything's closed. So the schools, like a lot of our schools, are high schools for girls. So everything remains closed. It depends on the regions as well. But for now, all of our projects outside of emergency aid, that's the main thing we're focusing on. All of our projects are on hold, and the people who are on our list, they're in hiding. So we're on a kind of hibernation mode.
Oh. I don't have any further questions until in camera. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Lambie. We are going to move in camera, but the Secretariat will send around a link because we will have to use a different link. So we might just, Lynn, would you like us to just suspend briefly?
Also, who might be still on a teleconference?
Yes. I see Mr. Tinkler from Save the Children on. Could I just ask that if you're from, other than committee members, Lynn, we want everyone off other than Mr. Seen and committee members?
Yeah, but we'll need to use a different link is my understanding, yes. So, and we don't have that just yet.
So we might just suspend briefly for a couple of minutes, but if people could stay by their screens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we back?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. We'll resume the public hearing. Mr. Sina, could I ask you if you would like to give a statement, for some further evidence?
Yeah, for sure. There was one piece of information that I neglected previously that I wanted to mention, being the connection of the organisation to Panjshir Valley, having operated there for 25 years. We have orphanages and schools there. Panjshir Valley was the only place that resisted against the Taliban, and it was brutally invaded. Since then, the only documented civilian killings that we have had in Afghanistan post the Taliban takeover have been against Hazara populations and populations against those from Panjshir. Many of our staff and many of the orphans are from Panjshir, and many have had their extended family members killed and targeted and harassed and discriminated against post the fall of the resistance there. And I'd just like to end thanking all the senators on this call and really reiterating the core message, which is we're incredibly grateful for those that we were able to get out, but over 100 orphans, widows, and staff remain in Afghanistan. They're at risk because of their association with us, with our military, with our embassy. And when we say we want to save the most vulnerable, this is really it. Yeah, I hope that we can get visas and continue on a good story for those that remain behind and save their lives in essence. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And when we have a private meeting of this committee, I think the committee will, well, I certainly will write a letter, but I think it would be powerful for the committee, this committee of the Senate, to write to the relevant ministers in relation to visas for the orphans and the widows you're helping to protect their lives. So thank you for all that you do.
Thanks.
Yes. Thank you.
Yourselves. Goodbye. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. We now move to the Humanitarian and Development Aid panel. So I'd like to welcome the Australian Council for International Development, the Afghan Australian Development Organisation, Save the Children Australia, and World Vision Australia. And now, could I
Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. My name is Kimberly Hitching. I'm the chair of the committee. Joining us today is Senator Abetz, the deputy chair, as well as Senators Antic, Ayres, Fawcett, Fierravanti-Wells, Lambie, Rice and Steele-John. Could I ask you, for Hansard purposes, could you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? So I'll go firstly to the Australian Council for International Development, and perhaps we'll start with Mr Watkin, and then we'll move through.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Tim Watkin. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at ACFID.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bridget O'Farrell and I'm a Policy and Advocacy Advisor at the Australian Council for International Development.
Thank you. We'll go to the Afghan Australian Development Organisation. We'll come back. Could we go to Save the Children Australia? And I see Mr Tinkler, so we'll start with Mr Tinkler.
Thanks, Senator Kitching. Matt Tinkler, I'm the Deputy CEO at Save the Children Australia, and I'll hand over to Chris.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Christopher Nyamandi. I'm calling you from Afghanistan. I'm Country Director for Save the Children in Afghanistan.
Thank you.
Sorry. Hi, Senator Kitching. Philippa Lysa with Save the Children Australia, Humanitarian Policy and Advocacy Advisor.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr Nyamandi, for being here today. To World Vision Australia.
I am Nadine Farad and I'm the Senior Policy Lead for World Vision Australia.
Mr Thomas. I think maybe you're on mute or your volume's very low. What we might do, Lynn, is just for Mr Thomas. I can't hear Mr Thomas, so maybe could we ask broadcasting if there's an issue?
Yes, Chair, we'll check into that.
Thank you, Mr Thomas. We'll come back to you. Could I go back to the Afghan Australian Development Organisation? Ms Fristaki.
Yes, I'm appearing. I'm the president of the Afghan Australian Development Organisation, and I'm appearing, although I can't see her name on the list of participants as yet, is Dr. Nuria Salehi, who is the founder and executive director of ARDO.
Thank you. Dr. Salehi, are you there? Are you there?
Oh, yes.
Oh, Ms. Salehi, you're on mute.
It's okay.
You're
listening.
Yeah, thank you. So if you could just state your name and the capacity in which you appear. It's just for Hansard so they can distinguish their voices later.
My name is Nuria Salehi and I am the Executive Director of ARDO.
Thank you. Could I ask if the organisations would like to give a brief opening statement and then the committee will proceed with questions. So I'll start with the Australian Council for International Development.
Yes,
would you like to give it?
We would. We'll keep it short.
Lovely. Thank you.
If there's one point we want to impress upon you today, it is the scale of the humanitarian crisis unfolding across Afghanistan and the urgency that is needed in response. Since we lodged our submissions a little under a month ago, the situation has worsened, and we're sounding the alarm that the worst is yet to come as winter sets in and temperatures drop. Over half the country is living in extreme poverty. 23 million people are forecast to face acute hunger. In the middle of a pandemic, the health sector is hanging by a thread, and the situation is so desperate that starving Afghans are being forced to sell their own children to feed the rest of their family. We know the Australian government is working with its counterparts on how to deal with the Taliban, but the longer we take, the more the Afghan people will suffer. ACFID has welcomed the Australian government's commitment to preserving the development gains that have been made over the last 20 years or so. But what we are seeing and hearing in Afghanistan is that far greater assistance is needed, and it is needed urgently. There are well-founded warnings from the World Bank and others that unless we move quickly, the Afghan economy is likely to collapse, and so too the state. This means instability, widespread desperation, further human rights abuses and violence, including the possibility of terrorism. This risks even greater displacement and refugee flows out of Afghanistan. We have 3 priority recommendations for the committee to consider. Firstly, we believe that the Australian government must urgently increase funding and provide at least $100 million annually on a multi-year basis and support development as well as humanitarian action. We have serious concerns about the protection of children, as you've heard from previous witnesses, the rights of women and girls, and food insecurity. Secondly, Australia, we believe, must take an active and leading role in multilateral efforts to resolve operational challenges which are restricting the provision of life-saving aid. That means making the case for humanitarian safeguards in the UN Security Council sanctions regime through our partners internationally. There are precedents at the UN on similar sanctions regimes like Somalia, but for Afghanistan, they are not yet being exercised. Beyond the immediate crisis, Australia, with its international partners, should plan to preserve the development gains that have been made. Humanitarian assistance is only a bandage, and it will not replace the provision of public services which are under threat and at risk of collapse. Lastly, we believe the Australian government must strengthen efforts to support safe passage for those seeking to leave Afghanistan, and we have more detail on the process that we've been through with our members today. But we must increase the humanitarian refugee intake to an additional 20,000 places and consider at-risk Afghan aid workers as a priority cohort for visas and resettlement. Thank you, Senator, and pass to my colleagues.
Thank you. Could I go to the Afghan Australian Development Organisation? Would you like to make a brief opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Senator and Chair. First of all, congratulations to the Senate for its resolution on initiating this very important inquiry. Now, I have 5 points I wish to make. The first one is with ADO, short for Afghan Australian Development Organisation. We endorse the ACFID and the many other submissions that you've received on increasing our intake of Afghans as refugees. But we ask specifically that you recommend that the Department of Home Affairs improve supports for those who have arrived in Australia with training in English, training in hospitality, training in agriculture, in areas where they can get immediate jobs, and training also in using Mighty together with passes being issued. This will assist their resettlement rather than many arrivals wandering aimlessly through the streets of Melbourne, window shopping, going to the beach, and not having a focus. So we really need to up that very much. But can I move on to say that ADO as a development organisation is primarily focused on the necessity of supporting the millions of Afghans who are not leaving the country. And they're the ones who need assistance, as you've heard, in humanitarian aid. But as a development organisation, we are focused on training and development aid. It's covered in our submission at page 3. And the absolute priority we've highlighted in the submission is development aid in agriculture. And that will help reduce reliance on humanitarian aid and economic refugees. That needs to be done as a huge priority, and we hope that you recommend that work being done. Afghanistan used to be self-sufficient in agricultural produce and animal husbandry, etc., and exported, and still exports in some instances. But together with the conflict, drought, land dispossession, loss of skills and loss of governing capacity, the situation in agriculture is deteriorated substantially, particularly with, of course, with winter coming on, as you've heard. And without aid, we note that the UNICEF has advised that some 1 million children are expected to not survive. 22 million are at risk out of the total population. It's a huge issue, if you've heard. So we argue that Australia's security and international reputation requires us to put our weight to alleviate the suffering in Afghanistan, especially for women, girls and children. And planning needs to commence now for planting from February when the snows start melting, and to grow food to assist the country to self-sufficiency in agriculture and again have exports for food. Now, that's the second point. The third point is our submission at page 5 highlights the need for harvesting solar power in villages and cities right across the country. This is for water pumps, for lighting, for heating, for cooking, for recharging phones and computers, and to support online communications and learning. We asked that DFAT works with the UN on donating solar-operated lights in lieu of relying on oil, of the community and relying on oil or other such fuels, which are risky, they're both costly, they're out of supply for many people, and they're, of course, adverse for inhalation and emissions. We say that ANADO is a development organisation. If there's solar power and internet expansion, that would facilitate our work immeasurably in the key role of providing training programs for women and girls at the local level, including the science teacher training programs. We can run those online, as at page 11, and attachments to our submission. And we that submission on funding, that program has been funded in the past, but it's not operating at the moment, and we need additional funding for it too. Moving on to the next point, at the page 6 of our submission, we emphasise the need to support governance and administrative capacity, and the need for Australia with the international community to engage with the Taliban regime on upgrading skills in governance and financial management, accountability, and the benefits of power sharing. That does require engagement with the regime, not diplomatic recognition, but it involves ensuring that that governance capacity is vastly improved, including at the local level, because as you've heard, the country's at risk of collapse. Now, it may be that the Senate can ask questions of DFAT and Defence about that, and maybe in confidence about what the intelligence assessments are of the reason why Afghanistan's being left to crumble and for the government to collapse. In conclusion, we ask the Senate to recognise the importance of working with non-government organisations and diaspora organisations, as you've heard this morning. Where a diaspora organisation have put in submissions for funding on the basis of the international programs that you heard about, but we haven't had response to those applications. And we have asked in our submission that the Senate, in its report, make specific recommendations on funding diaspora NGOs and diaspora organisations included. We asked the Senate to address the issues we've set out at page 11 of our submission and make recommendations on all of those items. So thank you for your submission, for your attention, and I and ARDO Executive Dr. Nouria Salehi would be pleased to answer questions on these matters.
Thank you. Could I move to Save the Children? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senators. So I have traveled across Afghanistan for the past 6 years, and I talk to children. And one of the questions that I always ask them before the Taliban takeover was, what are your aspirations? What do you want to see in Afghanistan? And overwhelmingly, they say they wanted to see peace. They wanted to see an end to violence so that they can be children, so that they can go to school, so that they can play with their friends. And what we see now from that transition is a reduction of violence, but then we see children starving to death. We see children freezing. As I'm talking to you right now, here in Kabul, 15 minutes from where I am, I received a report yesterday of yet 2 children who died. Some of the images that I was shown are horrific. And these are not just numbers. These are families that are grieving and children who unfortunately are starving to death today. It's important. I think one of the witnesses here spoke about the importance of agency as we go towards winter, the importance of making resources available right now to save lives. In Save the Children, we have 2,200 aid workers across the country, across the provinces, 18 provinces out of the 34 provinces. And if that funding was going to be made available for us to provide nutrition supplies, to provide medical response, that would go a long way in solving some of the, in at least defending some of the deaths that are going to happen in the coming few weeks and months. And the operating environment is difficult. We look to Australia and other developed countries to impress upon the international community to find a political solution to some of the operational challenges that we face in Afghanistan. I will stop here and hand over to Matt, our CEO.
In the interest of time, Senator, I'll allow other witnesses to speak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tinkler. Could I go to World Vision Australia?
Yes, apologies for before, Senator Kitchen.
No, it's good to hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. My name is Patrick Thomas. I'm the head of Humanitarian and Fragile Contexts for World Vision Australia. I'll pass to my colleague Nadine for opening statement.
Right. Thank you, Senators. I'll try to be brief. I mean, after Chris, he beautifully summarised the situation in Afghanistan. I think I'll just impress that, less than 3 months ago, the whole world watched with fear as chaos, violence and uncertainty erupted across Afghanistan. But today, the hopes, dreams and fate of millions of Afghan children and young people still hang in the balance. The future is unknown. Now, Afghanistan, as you all know, it's facing an epic humanitarian crisis, and children, to no fault of their own, they are paying the heaviest price. As the UNDP has put it, we are facing a full-on development collapse on top of humanitarian and economic crises. So as we speak to you today, 9 million children will go to bed hungry. 18 million people are facing a record level of acute hunger. They don't know when or who is going to deliver the next meal. Now, this figure is projected to go up to almost 23 million. 1 in 2 children are facing severe acute malnutrition without immediate assistance. And many are slowly dying from starvation, and many out of sight. On top of this, the health system is collapsing, and COVID-19 is not the only health challenge. We are seeing measles, diarrhea, and polio on the rise again. Now, these are not just immediate threats to life, but the unfolding crisis also threatens to do decades of development gains, where Australia and the international community have invested billions of dollars to support it. What we do need to do now is protect these gains and not have it. World Vision is committed to stand with the people of Afghanistan, and we will support and deliver aid, and we do so based on the humanitarian principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. But our ability to do so is hindered by the lack of financial means and channels. What we do know is that the children of Afghanistan cannot wait. We need to do 3 things. We need to act now, and we need to act fast, but we also need to think long term. So in light of this, World Vision Australia recommends the Australian government to continue as a humanitarian and development actor in Afghanistan, and we urge the government of Australia to deliver a food security package to address the crisis level of hunger in Afghanistan. Now, children in Afghanistan cannot wait, but we cannot shirk our responsibility to them now. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask committee members to please text me on the WhatsApp group if they have questions? But I might just start with just questions that your organisations have. Have you had any discussions with the Taliban government. I note on the weekend they appointed, they made some more appointments, I think about 40 appointments, in policing and other roles, other community roles. Is there any talk with them about dealing with these crises?
I'm happy to start that one, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
The Taliban has indicated that it wants humanitarian assistance to continue. They seem to recognise that they are not capable of alleviating this current crisis themselves, and they have had engagement, as has been reported, with UN agencies, USAID and others, and in some instances, as you refer to, looking at practical arrangements to facilitate humanitarian assistance with INGOs. At the same time, however, we know that from past occasions that they have instituted repressive policies against NGOs and civil society in the past, and there are concerns that this will re-emerge. And we've seen some evidence that you heard earlier today also that that some NGOs in the country are already facing some form of repression. That is obviously a matter of deep concern for us and the Australian NGO community. And there will be obviously a need to engage, but at the moment it has been quite light, I think I would say, and I'd ask, I guess, the other NGOs on the call to reflect some of their experience.
I could add, Jackie Fristaki from ARDO. ARDO is, as I said, a development organisation, but if given the dire situation, we have been providing essential food supplies to families in the Kabul area, but also earlier in Kandahar. The Taliban did intercept some of the people that were distributing the food supplies. They didn't hinder them, but they did intercept them. So it was in part, I think it was part of it was more security, so that the supplies that were being delivered weren't seized in the street before they could be delivered. But Dr. Salehi has been involved and could comment on that as well. So they know about ARDO's work and haven't hindered the work that we've been doing.
Dr. Salehi?
Yes, Senator. Now, they have been approached us a few times. Once it was because we were distributing the food on the streets for people. They didn't like it. They said no. And also they asked us indirectly to to train the master science teacher training for only 100 male teachers. And we didn't say no and not yes. We are waiting because previously we were teaching male and female teachers together. So now we are waiting until they open the schools for girls, and then we can teach both sides. Maybe 100 male teachers and then 100 female teachers, not only for male teachers. Although, and also I'm waiting for the government to decide if we continue teaching in Afghanistan. But we have another program like a life skill for women in the villages. This one, they are happy that we continue, and we've got 150 women in 5 villages that we are teaching right now.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to jump in a little bit. Is that okay, Senator?
Yes.
I wanted to say that I think Save the Children has been more successful to negotiate access with the Taliban. I think the biggest issue that we were negotiating on is for female aid workers to be allowed to work. And so that is, we have seen positive signals on that. However, it's clear that the Taliban authorities do not have the capacity, they do not have the resources, they do not have, in some ways, the political will to move on some important pieces. And there is a general lack of a sense of agency, because if children are dying here in Kabul, then you can imagine what's happening in remote districts where we do not have access to. So I think it will be important to exert a little bit more pressure so that there is a sense of agency on what needs to be done to save lives.
Can I ask, when you say they don't have the political will because they just can't focus on it. They're trying to establish a government where I think it's 3/4 of their, the income streams that used to come in have either dried up or they're being frozen. I mean, is that when you say that, is that what you mean by a lack of political will? Is that what's causing that? They just can't deal with the level of crisis?
I think that there are political divisions within the movement, and of course we can't comment on what really happens behind the scenes, but I think clearly there is need for more leadership on how we can, or how they should, as authorities, marshal resources towards emergency humanitarian needs, as well as addressing the economic crisis that is unfolding.
I see that Tajikistan won't take any more refugees. Do you think that that people will just leave Afghanistan but through other countries? And then that's a way of averting the humanitarian crisis. People will just leave?
Afghanistan has got probably over 40 million people and 23 million people who are close to starving right now. That's a huge number. And even if Tajikistan and neighboring countries were going to take more refugees, that's going to alleviate the suffering for sure. But that's not going to solve the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan for sure.
No.
Not only Tajikistan, I'm sorry. Iran doesn't accept any refugees from Afghanistan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Pakistan has closed the border too for other than particular trucks getting through.
They will be displaced inside of their country. So maybe they moved from one area to another. And also the banks are closed. They cannot.
Yes. And no more foreign
money.
No more foreign currency.
No.
No. Could I go to I'll go to Senator Rice. I think Senator Rice had some questions or might have. Oh, sorry. I'll go to Senator Abetz. Then I'll go to Senator Favoranti-Wells, then Senator Lambie, and then perhaps Senator Rice. Senator Abetz.
Thank you all for your submission and for the work that you do. My first question is, recognising the Taliban regime, should we be doing that? And is that essential for the delivery of humanitarian aid? We're sort of between a rock and a hard place as I see it, but anybody want to give any insight?
I'm happy
Well, Senator, no, Jackie Fristaki from ARDO, but no country in the world to date has recognised the Taliban. They're still they're still de facto, but not imposed power. So I can't see Australia moving, and nor should we, because we need to retain that as a lever for whatever. We don't have too many levers to talk to the Taliban about. We need a unified international lever on that. But recognition is not a precondition for humanitarian aid at all, or development aid in key areas, as long as it's provided through local sources. And aid can go through through local sources. Don't have to go through. Don't have to go through the government at all. And that's what the World Food Programme is doing, and ACBAR, which is the Umbrella Aid and Development Organisation, is distributing aid as well, and is involved in across the 32 of the 34 provinces. Not in the Panjshir is risky, and I'm not sure of the other ones. So it's not a precondition at all.
Right. Well, what about the reliability of the Taliban to allow the food to get through, etc.? We've heard devastating accounts of millions of young children being on the breadline, if I can put it that, some undoubtedly starving. Is the aid getting through to where it's needed?
Well, the World Food Programme has got authorisation through the Taliban, and that should certainly be so that if there are problems in provinces or districts distributing, there's a document from the Taliban leadership saying this can get through, and not to hinder the aid distribution. So I think that is helpful because there are erratic elements.
If I could just add, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to add to that point. You know, there is no interest from the Aid and Development community to recognise the Taliban, and there are ways, and there needs to be ways to provide assistance without granting any kind of legitimacy or recognition. Would refer the committee to the EU conditionality framework, which has been developed, setting out 5 criteria for how the EU proposes to engage with the Taliban to provide vital humanitarian assistance. And the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has said that, you know, that Afghan people shouldn't pay the price of the Taliban sanctions. Senator Abetz, you asked about the main challenge to providing humanitarian assistance on the ground, and that at the moment is actually the issues of financial access. So what we're hearing from universally from organisations, and this goes for the UN as well as NGOs, is that currently they're unable to transfer funds into the country because of the issue of sanctions and the fact that banks are de-risking and being overly cautious in the way that they interpret and apply the sanctions regime. The most effective and efficient way to address that obstacle is by providing a safeguard for humanitarian purposes into the 1988 UN Security Council sanctions regime. That comes up for review in December, and we would strongly encourage the committee to make recommendations to the Australian government that we play a leading and constructive role in December when it comes up for review. We would refer you in particular to the Somalia humanitarian safeguard. That's proven effective and workable in that context. You know, there's multiple precedents as well, Syria, Yemen. So that's the main obstacle that we see in terms of enabling assistance to reach the people of Afghanistan.
So there's no thought that aid would be hijacked by the Taliban and then given to their supporters.
If I could comment on that, Senator, I think it's really important to note that in many parts of Afghanistan, aid agencies have been working alongside the Taliban for 30 or 40 years. So this phenomenon is not new, of having to deliver vital life-saving support in territory controlled by the Taliban. So it's not necessarily a question of recognising the Taliban formally, but there are ways to engage in a principled way to ensure that we can constructively continue to do our jobs, deliver life-saving support. And that's very possible and continues to happen, as Chris mentioned earlier, on a daily basis.
Just for the record, I am in no way, shape or form suggesting recognition of the Taliban in case that was an interpretation of the question. It's just the practical side that I was concerned about. How are we going as an Australian government in providing aid and support in comparison to other countries?
I can give an overview of that, Senator. Bear with me a second. So the Australian government, prior to the fall of Kabul, had an intention to provide $51 million in official development assistance in 21-22. We welcomed the announcement by the Minister for Foreign Affairs of an increase of to $65 million this year, and then $35 million in ongoing humanitarian assistance between 2021 and 24. $5 million of that initial $20 million has gone to the UNHCR's Afghanistan situation as supplementary appeal. I think to reference just a comparison to defence spending, we spent, as part of our military involvement, about $500 million per year. That's 10 times what we provide in aid at the moment.
I was asking about other governments and their foreign aid. We know the defence expenditure that was necessary in particular to get rid of Al-Qaeda, which we're all thankful for, that they've been obliterated.
So the UK has doubled its assistance to approximately 537 million Australian dollars. The US has added $363 million to its humanitarian assistance. At the G20 meeting on 13th of October, Ursula von der Leyen announced 700 million euros to avert economic catastrophe in Afghanistan. And I think the most useful comparator on this is Canada, because of the similar size and GDP It announced 54.6 million Australian dollars in humanitarian aid, in addition to its existing $30 million program.
So just to clarify, Senator, the 65, 45 of that was a repositioning of the original 51. So in essence, it's been a $20 million commitment of new additional funding since the fall of Kabul by the Australian government.
But the total that Australia's providing is in comparative terms to Canada.
The point really I was making was that compared to other international donors, Australia's increase is relatively small. But we know that there are further discussions underway, I think, within the government on how they want to proceed. I think Mr. Sloper gave evidence to you at the last hearing that they're looking at how they can reprioritise that existing funds, but also look at additional options for multilateral agencies to support the aid effort in Afghanistan.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, witnesses.
Can I just make one very short, brief point on that? Because I think it's important. I think multilaterals are important for the work that's happening in Afghanistan, but it's important that aid comes as directly as possible to the NGOs and civil society organizations that are in Afghanistan. That we are available, together with my colleagues here who are on the call. We have the capacity, we have the record of doing this kind of work, including in Taliban-controlled areas for the past 40 years. So I really would urge the Australian government to consider the efficiency and effectiveness of working directly with the NGOs and civil society organizations who are on the line.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nyamandi. I'm going to go to Senator Fierravanti-Wells.
Hello, thank you. Thanks very much. I have a number of questions, if I may. One is some of the reports that are coming out of Afghanistan, particularly in relation to children. I heard everything you've said, and I found them particularly disturbing. Recently, there was a report of, I think they were 8 Hazara orphans. 8 children were found dead just outside of Kabul from starvation, which was, obviously this must be, is this just, a one-off case, or are we seeing more and more of that as well? But the one that I found really disturbing was the reports that children are being sold to pedophiles for about $2,000 US. Now, are these just one-off, or are these things that, where you are seeing, particularly as NGOs on the ground, a lot more?
It's not $2,000, I'm Nuria speaking. It is $200, between $200 to $500. They're selling their girls to people. So because they don't have anything to eat, so they are selling their daughters and buying material for the other children. Yes, it happens. It happened in 1974, I remember, in Afghanistan because of the drought, and now it's happening again.
And following on from the questions that Senator Abetz asked, did I understand correctly that I understand that there's about $9 billion, if I'm not mistaken. These are the reports about how much the former Afghanistan government had in foreign reserves in banks. Are you talking about that money, those foreign assets, being unfrozen and being made available in some shape or form through some form of fund? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, so we understand that $9 billion is the money that sits in US financial institutions, which is the government's reserves, but overnight, virtually $8 billion, which sits with the World Bank. That aid flow was turned off. And that was the primary source of funding for key service sectors, principally the health sector. which you've heard evidence about, and the education sector. And so we would strongly urge the Australian government to be really engaged in those conversations. We understand that there's conversations with like-minded countries, former donors to the ARTF, the Afghanistan Reconstruction Trust Fund, about releasing some of the most critical funding streams, particularly in health and education. Because unless we do that, the economy is going to collapse. We've already seen, doctors unable to treat patients because they can't get enough medical supplies. Doctors, teachers, nurses have gone without salaries being paid since the 15th of August. And if this situation continues, the suffering will only worsen. Refugees, people will seek desperate measures, as you've already heard. Selling children, people will leave the country. There will be increased flows of refugees. And it will also destabilise and cause widespread insecurity and possibly further terrorism.
I hear everything and I appreciate it. And of course, as a former Minister for International Development, I understand fully the circumstances. The reality, though, is how can this money be locked up, if I can put it that way, in a way that it can only be used for humanitarian purposes? And I guess those are really the assurances that we need to be given. And we know often that monies, and notwithstanding best intentions, the last thing that we want to see is $9 billion finding its way to the Taliban for them to use in whatever nefarious matters they wish to adopt.
I'm happy to continue on this answer. I agree, and the international aid and development community has absolutely no interest in seeing that happen either. There's zero tolerance for any kind of diversion, and there's really robust mechanisms in place, and this is a concern for all agencies, for the UN as much as international NGOs, to prevent that money from benefiting the Taliban. We do understand that there's been conversations about that trust fund and ways that could be managed by an independent third party, and we know that perhaps the government might be able to provide some more insight into the latest developments in that regard.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Can I just add, Senator, on this? I think the thing I'd like to emphasise is that independent civil society and humanitarian organisations are your friend in this scenario. So organisations like the Red Cross, like World Vision, like Save the Children, that are independent of the government of the Taliban government, but have negotiated safe access to deliver principled humanitarian assistance to the population. So we've been doing this for many dozens of years. We're doing it now from donors including Australia and other multilateral organisations. So there are ways to make sure that funding goes into the hands of the people of Afghanistan, the people who need it, and I'd really encourage government to consider those options.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Ferranti-Wells. I'll go to Senator Lambie. And I'll just do a time check. We've got 9 minutes left. I still have to come to Senator Rice potentially.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you. I just want to go into your supply routes to get medicine in there, to get food in there, and to get infrastructure, because I know, and I was not with government, I did a TV program in Syria only a few years ago. It was very clear from Red Cross and others that were over on the ground over there, of those NGOs, that they made it very clear that only 10 to 30% of any of those supplies at any one time will ever get from point A to point B, not 100%. So can we be a little bit more realistic, because you are never going to get 100% through of supplies that you are trying to supply in those areas. And a lot of it is picked up by whether it's ISIS, the Taliban, or whatever else. So do we want to get a bit more of a quota on how much supply, all this supply that we send over there, is actually getting to the bottom ground? Does anyone have anything to say about that? Because basically, if it's not getting there, it's going to the Taliban. And I think you all know that.
I'm happy to respond, Senator, and I guess I would just say that you should rest assured that we're an organisation funded by many different donors globally, foreign governments, the UN, multilateral institutions, and every single one of those donors has extraordinarily strict conditions attached to the expenditure of the funding that they provide us, that we are required to independently audit to validate, to verify, to show distributions are happening, to show that outcomes are resulting from the money that's being spent. The vast majority of our efforts require local procurement of support and resources and supplies. It's not about flying everything in over land or through air. It's about delivering support to women and children who need it. And I sign off on these funding contracts with donors. I signed off on a $4 million grant with a donor called Education Cannot Wait just last week, and I can assure you that every single measure is taken to ensure that every single one of those dollars, in that case, is going to benefit education of children in Afghanistan. And my board wouldn't sign off on it. My organisation wouldn't sign off on it.
How does that work when there's no schooling going on at the moment then? How do you justify that when there's no schooling? How do you justify if things need to come in, medical supplies and food, from A to B, where they're supposed to go? Basically, there is a lot of theft along the way by the time that truck gets from A to B.
Senator Lambie, I might just let Mr Tinkler finish, and then maybe if you could address that question, Mr Tinkler, as well.
Yeah, look, I say in response to the program I mentioned, Senator, the education program, what we are doing is setting up community-based education. So with local teachers, men and women teachers in the provinces of Afghanistan where kids are not currently going to school, we're using that funding to train them, to set up classrooms and to make sure kids are getting an education. And I have my team reporting back to me on that very regularly, and we are seeing the results of that work on the ground. So we can't say that there is no challenges in making sure that every dollar is spent where it's needed, but I would say that doesn't mean we can't, that we should stop trying, because you've heard there's 10 million children who are hungry in Afghanistan now. 1 in 2 children under 5 are malnourished, and the vast majority of children, including girls, are not receiving access to an adequate education. So we can't let the barriers prevent us from doing what's right and what's necessary.
I know, but Mr Tinkler, my problem is while they're getting 10 to 30%, the Taliban's getting the rest, whether it comes from food, medicines or whatever.
Just to respond.
Just trying to work, whether you guys have to be a little bit more honest and say you need guards to go in there and do the right thing from A to B. I'm not sure. But to say that we're doing a little bit out of the 100% we get, I have to say I don't feel comfortable with that at all. Thank you very much.
Just to add to that, from ACFID's perspective, we've got no indications that there's been issues of diversion of resources or of funding.
I think, just to add, Senator, I think the values and missions of ACFID's members are about creating a just and equitable world and advancing human rights. So we do not have any interest in supporting or abusing human rights or any form of diversion, and there is strong measures in place to ensure funds and resources are properly controlled and managed. We also have had discussions with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and other donors about things like the interpretation of sanctions, ensuring compliance. We've sought technical and legal advice on the sanctions regime and how to reduce our risks in this environment. But as Mr Tinkler has said, the alternative is a huge risk, a greater risk of a collapse in terms of the economy and also the state. And that actually poses quite a big security risk for Australia. So we need to go to the point at which we're thinking about the other side of the ledger on what a humanitarian crisis could result in.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair. And look, thank you all for the important work you're doing your best in such awful, brutal, tragic circumstances. I want to go more to what the situation on the ground is for your workers, in particular because we know of the persecution of anybody associated with foreign aid organisations of not being safe. In fact, ACFID, Mr Watkin, in your opening statement, you talked about the need to include evacuation and get visas for at-risk Afghan aid workers. So could you just talk me through how, what does your presence on the ground look like given that risk from the Taliban?
Perhaps we could go to some of the members first, and then I'm happy to answer the question about visas.
Mr Thomas, now that we have you, would you like to respond to any?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
We haven't really heard from you, but
Thank you, Senator Kitching. Yes, in terms of what I guess the conditions are on the ground, operationally speaking, World Vision, we're based in the west of the country, across 4 provinces over there, and really we've just been keeping the lights on in terms of the trickle of funding getting in to pay our staff to keep life-saving activities underway, while we've been waiting for permission for our female colleagues to be able to work, which is a permission that has come through as recently as last week. So our female staff are able to operate now across the 4 provinces. It is, however, for our staff, we have over 300 staff, local staff in country. It's very uncertain times for them. They are true to their mission. They are working for World Vision. They are working for other NGOs because they are committed to their communities, and we can't separate out their need to respond to the needs in their communities to them just working for an international aid organisation. They're there certainly for a reason, and we are able to facilitate them doing so. In terms of their own security on the ground, obviously that is very closely monitored. Our staff have been working from home for many months now, and have now just, with assurances from the de facto authorities in the provinces that we work, are able to now do some community work, which is only just starting. So monitoring the situation closely. We do rely and have relied since 2001 on very strong community connections with community leaders to assure the safety of our staff going in and out on a daily basis, and to provide that life-saving activities that are so needed at the moment.
Thank you. What's the situation for Save the Children?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. And unfortunately, we've lost Chris from Kabul, that I can respond. He mentioned at the start we have about 2,000 staff and volunteers. We're now operational across 13 provinces. We've negotiated access for female staff in the majority of cases. So I do feel like we have maintained operational continuity quite well in the circumstances. We did have a number of staff seek asylum in places like Australia and other countries that were receiving refugees. So there is a balance to be struck between maintaining operational continuity and supporting safe passage of those staff who may be at risk. But at the moment, we're balancing that okay. And I guess the thing Chris touched on earlier is that in some ways the security environment itself has actually improved in Afghanistan since the Taliban ascendancy. That doesn't mean the license to operate or access to communities has necessarily improved, but the security situation in some provinces is more stable than it was in the last few years. So that's how we're managing at the moment, but it is, a very fluid situation, obviously, that we're taking day by day.
So, I mean, I'm struck by the contrast between you're saying that you are able to continue to provide aid as an international aid organisation versus what we've heard of the Taliban's complete, rejection of anything associated with international organisations. Is it different in different parts of the country? Are there more people, like some organisations that are able to operate compared with others?
I'm happy to answer.
I can respond.
I'll
just say briefly from Save the Children perspective, yes, it is different in different provinces, and in some provinces where Taliban has been, in de facto control for many years, we've been operating in that situation, and therefore the ability to continue programs has been somewhat easier than other provinces. But I'll just add that this is not unique in a sense that, wherever in the world, be it North Korea or Tigray in Ethiopia or Yemen or other places, we are often having to negotiate difficult operating environments to maintain our connection to our mission.
Who else was speaking just before who wanted to contribute to that answer?
I was just
that was me.
I was.
sorry, hang on 1 second. Was that, sorry, Ms. Fustaki? Sorry, who was that? It was.
I think that might
That
have
was
been
me.
I might go to Ms. Haddad.
I think it was
and
a
then-
lot of us.
Yeah.
Okay. I might go to Ms. Haddad and then we'll go to Ms. Fristaki. And I'm conscious that Ms. O'Farrell also had something she wished to contribute to a former question yet. So Ms. Haddad.
Yeah. Yeah, as Matt has covered some of the points I wanted to say, but yeah, it is dependent. We do work with communities. Our work is based on community acceptance. We have been in the country working in what was previously Taliban-controlled areas, and we have negotiated access. So we do work.
You dropped out, sadly.
Yeah, I think you've just dropped out, Ms. Haddad. We've just lost your audio. No. I might go to, no, I'll go to Ms. Fristaki and we'll come back to you. Ms. Fristaki.
I just wanted to add briefly to the response to the questions on being able to operate within Afghanistan. ARDO does have an office in Kabul, and that has continued. We're a small organisation, but staff have continued working there to look at courses that we can provide in villages, and they've been the ones who have helped with distribution of aid. They've continued to be able to do that. As I said, the Taliban know about their role. They visited the offices and checked them out and asked questions about them, but they've continued to go there. They're showing courage to doing that. And we have, as Dr. Salih has said, continued to run courses in 5 villages in Kabul province on the beyond Kabul city, and those courses concluded at the end of October, so they ran for several months, and we're in the process of setting up more such courses. And the intelligence we have, or the information we have on the ground, is that we can do that, and there are villages considered as safe where it's possible to do that and assist the women and children in those villages. So as a small organisation, we do that. We've got receipts and accounts, verification that the monies have been expended, together with photographs of the aid being, the food aid and oil and tea, sugar, etc., being distributed to the family, the needy families.
Thank you.
I'll go back to Ms. Haddad, but maybe we can do a test. 1, 2, 3. No.
No.
No. I'm sorry. I'll go to Ms. O'Farrell, whom I think wished to respond to some questions.
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to pick up on Senator Rice's question about visas for Afghan aid workers, and just to clarify that we have been supporting visa applications for those Afghan aid workers who are at risk because of their visible and very close connection to Australia and Australian government-funded activities, particularly in Uruzgan province and elsewhere. And there are some individuals who have additional risk factors, including being civil society leaders and spokespeople for women's rights. So that number is 209 outstanding applications. We had 2 people who were granted visas and evacuated in the immediate kind of Australian evacuation effort. A further 4 visas of that 209 have been granted, but those individuals haven't been able to get out, and we would encourage the Australian government to do more to support the safe passage for people who hold visas, and more generally. We greatly appreciate the government's, very real attention to this issue of those aid workers who have worked on Australian connected programs. We wrote to Minister Hawke and he offered to meet, so we had a very open and productive discussion with him, and at that meeting he indicated that it would be sensible to consider this group of individuals as a cohort, and that's why we're reiterating that ask here today.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Given that we can't hear from Ms. Haddad, better leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Could I thank all of you for your attendance today, also for the work you do, for your submissions. You are our better angels, so thank you. If any of you took questions on notice, agreed to provide further information, the date for that, the return of that information is the 17th of November, but the Secretariat will be in touch with you if that is the case. So could I thank you? We are going to go to an afternoon tea break and we'll resume at, let's say, 3:20 and that'll be with Professor Farrell. But I'll suspend the committee now until 3:20. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll resume the hearing at 3:21. I now welcome Professor Theo Farrell. Thank you for your time. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. My name is Kimberly Kitching. I'm the chair of the committee. Joining us today is Senator Abetz, the Deputy Chair, as well as Senators Antic, Ayres, Fawcett, Fierravanti-Wells, Lambie, Rice and Steele-John. For the Hansard record, could I ask you, Professor Farrell, to please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
My name is Theo Farrell and my capacity is as a professor at the University of Wollongong.
Thank you. Would you like to give a brief opening statement and then the committee will proceed to questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I wish in this opening statement to offer some thoughts on Australia's 20-year engagement in Afghanistan, specifically with reference to the achievement of the Australian government's stated objectives and laterally the Taliban's resurgence and collapse of the Afghan government and army. In his testimony to this committee, Mr. Simon Newham stated that the Australian government's core objectives in Afghanistan were to fight terrorism, to support our alliance interests, and to coordinate our development assistance and our humanitarian activities. The first objective had been achieved by the end of March 2002, when the final concentration of Al-Qaeda and Taliban forces were defeated in Operation Anaconda. By this stage, the Afghan Taliban had been decimated and were in utter disarray, and Al-Qaeda had been chased out of the country. The US had facilitated the installation of an anti-Taliban interim government led by Hamid Karzai. There was no national security reason for Australian forces to remain in Afghanistan beyond this point. The most likely reason for Australia's military contribution to the International Security Assistance Force mission from 2005 to 2014 was to be a good partner of the United States. This was the main reason why most countries provided military contributions to what eventually became a coalition of 52 nations. Did Australia's military contribution enable it to exercise any influence over the ISAF campaign? Probably not. Formerly, ISAF was a NATO-led mission, and the campaign was supposed to be directed by the North Atlantic Council via Allied Joint Force Command in Brunsum to ISAF headquarters in Kabul. In reality, the US commander of ISAF had broad discretion to determine his campaign strategy, and the main factors that shaped this determination were pressures from Washington, D.C., host nation dispositions, and the enemy. With few exceptions, the preferences of NATO partners hardly figured in ISAF strategy, much less those of Canberra. In just 11 days, over the 6th to the 15th of August 2021, the Taliban swept across Afghanistan, seizing all of its provincial capitals and major cities, including Kabul. The speed of the Taliban advance belies an insurgent victory that unfolded over years. The Taliban have been making steady gains since the withdrawal of Western combat forces, including Australian, with the ending of the ISAF mission in December 2014. The Doha peace deal in February 2020 hastened the defeat of the Afghan state. The Taliban correctly interpreted this deal as the clearest signal yet that the US government had given up on Afghanistan. It led to the immediate ending of US airstrikes in support of besieged Afghan forces and critically undermined Afghan army morale. In the months that followed, the Taliban seized the road network and the districts surrounding provincial capitals and began talks with local Afghan authorities. The insurgents also propagated an increasingly persuasive victory narrative, with videos of Mujahideen overrunning army outposts going viral. By April 2021, only 25% of districts remained in government control, and there were multiple indicators that the Afghan National Defense and Security Forces were seriously faltering. The Afghan government bears significant responsibility for its own downfall, and especially the incompetent leadership of President Ashraf Ghani. However, the Biden administration is responsible for accelerating the collapse of the Afghan state by hastening the US military withdrawal in the second quarter of 2021, when Biden should have taken measures to stabilize the Afghan army. These measures, suspending the Afghan deal given Taliban breaches, resuming US airstrikes, and continuing a small US military presence to enable contractors to remain to provide maintenance and logistics support to the Afghan army, could have been continued indefinitely at little cost to the United States. Instead, President Biden pursued his political goal of having all US forces out of the country before the 20th anniversary of 9/11, and in so doing, he abandoned the country and its people to the Taliban. That's the end of my statement.
Thank you very much, Professor Farrell. Look, I'll start with a question. I'll ask if colleagues have questions, if they could let me know in the WhatsApp group. Could you offer or expand on the part of your opening statement that relates to the perhaps the Taliban capture of the large cities of Afghanistan, and particularly obviously Kabul, and the Western evacuation, but also whether you think that we've had evidence before this committee that no one could have foreseen anything, that the speed at which the Taliban was able to take the provinces and then the provinces of Afghanistan and then Kabul. We've also had this morning evidence that, in fact, there were public source documents back to the beginning of this year talking about how the Taliban would be successful in their goal. I'm just wondering if you can give the committee a view on this situation and on those happenings.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I would say two things here. I would say the first is that I think with almost no exceptions, everybody was surprised at how quickly the Afghan state collapsed in August of 2021. So the speed with which the Taliban swept across the country took everyone by surprise. It was anticipated that the Afghan Taliban were clearly making gains on the battlefield, but it was anticipated that those gains would unfold over a matter of months. And even right up to the 15th of August, when the Taliban ended up on the doorstep of Kabul, it was expected that Kabul would hold out for a number of months because Afghan security forces had pulled back to Kabul. There was a concentration, it's a large city of 5 million people. There's a concentration of Afghan security forces there. And in fact, Kabul fell literally overnight. So the speed of the Taliban advance took everyone by surprise. That's the first thing I'd say. However, the second thing I would say is that actually there were multiple indicators that the Afghan National Defense and Security Forces were in severe distress and were losing ground quite considerably ever since the Doha peace deal was signed, which was the 29th of February 2020. So these include things like, there's quite a lot of evidence. It was reported in the United Nations, for instance, Security Council, that after the Doha peace deal, the Taliban, what Doha peace deal provided was an assumption on both sides that there would be a reduction in the conflict. So for instance, US forces Afghanistan tweeted that it was expected, this were the secret annexes that have never been revealed of the Doha deal, but it was expected that there would be an 80% reduction in fighting. But actually what happened was that the Taliban intensified their military operations, but they did so just below the threshold that would trigger a US airstrikes. And so, for instance, the Afghan Analysts Network, which is a very reputable network of analysts that do field research in Afghanistan, went to several provinces after the Doha deal. And what they discovered were the Taliban were using the cover of the Doha deal to make gains on the ground, to capture road networks, to surround district centers, but to do it in a way that just didn't trigger a US military response. It was only when the Taliban in Afghanistan, what would be the autumn of 2020, attacked Lashkar, which is the provincial capital of Helmand, and that was a major attack, did it trigger US airstrikes to repulse them. And that's widely been seen as the Taliban attempt to see how far they could push it before the US would strike back. And so that's really critical because the US airstrikes were important for two reasons. One is they stopped the Taliban taking major provincial capitals in major cities. Whenever the Taliban massed to do that, the US had regional targeting teams and they could call in airstrikes in a matter of minutes and stop them. And the second is it gave support and morale to the Afghan army on the ground. But from March 2020 onwards, when the US stopped doing airstrikes because of the Doha deal, what the Afghan army saw they saw planes flying in the sky above them, but they weren't dropping bombs to support them. And it caused Afghan army morale to collapse. So there are multiple indicators that the Afghan army were actually on the back foot and increasingly losing ground. And so, for instance, in June of 2021, the Taliban were in control of a quarter of the districts in Afghanistan. So that's 104 districts. They doubled that inside 1 month. By July, they doubled that to 216 districts. Half of all the districts in Afghanistan. But what happened was analysts didn't really put the pieces of the puzzle together. It's only in retrospect when we sit back and put the pieces together do we realize how the Taliban were able to sweep across the country so quickly in July and August.
So thank you. Could I ask you, so the view now is, with hindsight, that I think you said autumn 2020, when they attacked Lashkar, they were trying to work out the parameters they could act within, and that wasn't an analysis available at the time.
So that was actually reported to the United Nations. There's a UN report that says that was the assumption. And I can dig up the reference, I have it somewhere. But
that would be helpful if you could. Yes,
okay. I'll certify that. That was the assumption. It was a probe. It was a probe into Lashkar to see how far they could push it. But it's very interesting also. I mean, there's a man called Michael Semple, Professor Michael Semple. He's one of the world leading authorities in the Taliban, and he has spent decades promoting peacemaking in Afghanistan. And I've been involved in work with him, meeting members of the Taliban to build Taliban capacity around peacemaking. What's very interesting is he subsequently did a large piece of work looking at the Doha peace accords and to what extent did it support those within the Taliban that were trying to advance the case for peace. And he came away with a very disillusioned conclusion, which was actually the Taliban cynically used the Doha deal as cover to make military gains on the ground, and actually to propagate a view among their own fighters that it was the US was effectively handing them the keys to the Afghan presidential palace, is how he put it. And for someone like Michael Semple to reach that conclusion is extraordinary, because he's always held up the hope that there were considerable will within parts of the Taliban towards a peace deal. And he basically said, no, the Taliban cynically used this.
It's very interesting. Could I ask you to give us I don't want to be facetious because this is such a serious matter, but if you had a crystal ball, what do you see the future for, the short-term future for Afghanistan? Let's say this decade.
So it's interesting. I guess much of it will depend on. Various scenarios could unfold. All of them are really grim, unfortunately. So much of it will depend on the extent to which the Afghan Taliban can continue to remain in control, because they're obviously facing immense pressure from the rise of Islamic State in Khorasan. And so what we've seen in 2021 is a tripling of attacks by Islamic State in Khorasan, and continuing ability of ISK to launch suicide bombing attacks. And as much as the Taliban were very effective insurgent force, they were very good at insurgent operations, they're now having to conduct the kind of counterinsurgency operations that, of course, the West was trying to conduct in Afghanistan. Now, they have the advantage of obviously being Afghan, but nonetheless, they're facing a considerably difficult task. And it's very damaging for them, because the one thing that they really promise the Afghan people is law and order, is peace and security. And they're not delivering on that promise. So they could lose control, and then we could see the potential for aspects of a civil war breaking out. But if they do maintain control, the problem is that they simply lack the capacity to deliver public services. So they already demonstrate. I mean, they were a very ineffective government when they were in government in the late 1990s. They literally lacked the capacity to deliver public services, and there's not much indication that they've improved. And their government the government they announced in early September is a very hardline government. It's very ideological. They put ideological people into positions of government, so they're not optimized to try and harness the human capital that remains in Afghanistan around governance. Quite the opposite. And of course, they're not optimized to engage with the international community to access support, humanitarian support and development assistance. And Afghanistan desperately needs humanitarian support and development assistance. So even if the Taliban do remain in power and are able to get on top of the ISK problem and provide a return to security to Afghanistan, they're not optimized to provide, to access international support and to deliver public services that are desperately needed. So it's looking pretty grim, unfortunately.
Thank you. That's very sobering, but thank you very much. I'll go to Senator Abetz.
Thank you very much for your submission, Professor. Can I ask, would you, and the analogy is not necessarily an appropriate one, but peace has been maintained on the Korean Peninsula with a US force. Do you believe that with a contingent of US forces remaining in Afghanistan and not a complete withdrawal, the Afghan government may have been able to survive?
Yes, Senator, basically, yes, actually. So by the time President Biden came into office, US forces had drawn down to a very small footprint. So when DOA was signed, there were 8,600 US military personnel in Afghanistan. By the time President Biden came to office in January of 2021, that had shrunk to 2,500. So it was a small US footprint, mostly in Kabul, with some, as I said, regional targeting teams. And mostly they were providing, advice and logistical support to the Afghan security forces. And they enabled two things that were absolutely critical for the ability of the Afghan National Defense and Security Forces to hold the Taliban at bay. Firstly, they enabled the delivery of US airstrikes, which is really critical. And secondly, they enabled several thousand contractors to remain in the country. And they were very important, both in servicing the Afghan Army Air Force. So their fleet of UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters were serviced by these contractors, but also the Afghan Army vehicle fleet. I mean, about 80% of the servicing of the vehicle fleet were by foreign contractors. And once the US military postured towards a complete withdrawal, the contractors left. And they took with them, obviously, that capacity. They also took some high-end capacities around signals intelligence and electronic counter-warfare measures. So, but that was really important because it meant that the Afghan Air Force didn't have Afghan Army didn't have airstrikes to support them, and they didn't have the capacity to service some of the high-end capabilities, which was so critical. And in particular, because I think it's important to realize that most of the fighting, about 80% of the fighting that was being done by the Afghan army was being done by the Afghan Commando Corps. So these are the Afghan Special Operations Forces. And they're about 20,000 strong, so top 7% of the Afghan army. But they, if whenever there was a part of the, a provincial capital in trouble or a district center in trouble, then they would be flown in and US airstrikes could beat back the Taliban and then they could recapture. But all of that capacity was lost. So the short answer is the Afghan security forces could have held the line, particularly if they followed US advice, which was given to Ashraf Ghani in May of 2020 to draw back Afghan army forces to a more strategically defensive posture, advice that he ignored because he refused to give up any ground. So they could easily have held the line for a much longer period in time had they followed that advice and had they considered to receive US military support. And it would have been affordable. I mean, in terms of the US military budget, that would have easily been affordable. The reason why the United States pulled all of its forces out was because President Biden was following a political agenda to get them all out by the anniversary of 9/11, and not because there was a strategic reason for it.
And 2,500 was the number of personnel that I think you mentioned that was maintaining, for want of a better term, stability within Afghanistan at the time.
Yes.
Yeah, which of course would, in terms of the US military budget, is relatively small. Are we able to rely on the Taliban at all when it makes an agreement or says that they're willing to abide by certain conditions? Looks as though what you were telling us, they pushed everything to the limit to see what they could get away with. And the reason I'm asking is some of our very good aid organisations are saying that they're dealing with the Taliban and they're sort of getting aid through, etc. I'm just wondering whether potentially you think those organisations and indeed foreign UN aid, etc., might be taken for a ride as well, where the Taliban might intercept and purloin some of the aid that is being offered.
Yeah, I mean, I think so obviously we need to realize there are different groups within the Taliban. And already we saw that, for instance, back in the late 1990s, where you basically saw an attempt by the Taliban government in Kabul to try and stand up a government. They just couldn't do it. And there was a ideological core, hardcore of the Taliban in Kandahar, which was the Islamic court around the Taliban leader at the time, Mullah Omar. So I think right now what we see within the Taliban is there are more moderate elements like Mullah Baradar, and there would be political cadre within the Taliban who would be keen, in fact, to work with the international community. The problem is you've got hardline elements in the ascendancy within the Taliban, and in particular the Haqqanis. So Surajin Haqqani, who's been appointed Minister of Interior, so in charge of the police, and he has the domestic security mission. The rise of the Haqqanis is incredibly worrying because they're a very hardline group, closely aligned with international terrorist organizations. And so that's kind of the problem. And they operate predominantly in eastern Afghanistan. So parts of the Taliban, the West could do business with, and other parts would be much more problematic. But the overall flavor of the Taliban government is very hardline. And the fact that Mullah Baradar, who led the negotiations in Doha, was previously deputy leader of the Taliban, but now has been relegated to a deputy prime ministerial position, is really quite worrying indeed, because to have such a prominent moderate figure within the Taliban sidelined within this government is really bad news, actually.
And finally, can I ask, should the world community recognise the Taliban regime? And if so, why? If not, why not?
Yeah, I don't think so. No, I don't think it's possible at this moment in time to recognise the Taliban. It's not impossible if they stay in power and they become more moderate, and in particular they provide for the level of rights for women that we would expect. Then of course that's possible down the line, but I think right now it would be unacceptable. But I would echo broadly, by the way, just to say I think the West and the international community must find a way to get resources into Afghanistan. So I don't have the answer, but there must be a way to get humanitarian assistance into Afghanistan, because the number of people who are at risk of losing their lives is just too great. So it's a wicked problem, but international community and international policy folk have lots of difficult problems. This has to be elevated to be a really, really top priority. And so I would agree, by the way, broadly with the necessity to unlock some of the Afghan state assets that are being held, but find a way to channel that money to directly support the delivery of public service in Afghanistan under no conditions via the Taliban themselves. And I would not trust right now, I don't think the Taliban can be trusted at all, in fact. So also I'd echo, by the way, it's quite interesting that not even Russia is talking about recognizing the Taliban regime right now. I mean, no one is talking about recognizing the Taliban regime right now. So I mean, that's really quite revealing.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Betts. I'm going to go to Senator Lambie and then Senator Fierravanti-Wells, and then I'd like to ask you a question about the geostrategic play in that region, including with China and India. But I'll go to Senator Lambie first.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Professor. The objectives of the Afghanistan war, from the time we went in there until the end, they changed over time. Do you want to give me a little bit of information on that?
Yes, Senator, absolutely. So the primary objectives, of course, when the international community went in, were national security objectives, and they were to root out Al-Qaeda and displace the Taliban regime, obviously to bring people to justice, but principally to prevent further attacks of the nature that were experienced in 9/11. And so that was a US-led effort with some support by various nations, including the Australians, with respect to special forces. But that mission had been achieved very, very quickly, actually. So as I said, by March 2002, was basically a done deal. And I've done research in the British campaign extensively. The British deployed a very large task force and literally couldn't find anyone to shoot in Afghanistan because everyone had left by the time they arrived. But you're absolutely correct in saying that the mission evolved. And a key turning point was in 2003. And it was a consequence of the American preparation for invading Iraq. And that caused a near collapse of the NATO alliance. It was seen as broadly as the worst crisis in NATO's history, because as you may recall, France, Germany, Belgium, and a number of other countries strongly opposed US efforts to go to war in Iraq. And the reason why I mention this is because coming out of that was a strong determination within NATO to repair Atlantic relations. And so in July and August, NATO was sending very strong signals to the United Nations that they were prepared to take over the Afghan mission, that is the International Security Assistance Force mission in Afghanistan. And the United States was very happy for them to do so because it meant it could further concentrate its efforts on the war in Iraq that was engaged in. And so that was very important because all of a sudden there was a striving political reason for a strong coalition to coalesce around an expanded ISAF mission in Afghanistan. And that's what led to the expansion of ISAF and everything that followed. So in that sense, Australia joined many other countries in wanting to be a good partner to the United States. But there weren't really driving national security reasons for why all of these countries were engaged in Afghanistan. There was humanitarian reasons, and there was about nation building and so forth. But we all got pulled into what were high-intensity counterinsurgency operations in the south of Afghanistan. I mean, very costly. And you have to ask yourself, if you have to do that level of fighting to bring stability to the country, are you ever going to bring stability? I mean, that question was never asked. So that's how the mission evolved. It was driving us were actually alliance politics.
So, Professor Farrell, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but you've got expertise. What do you see happening in the next 6 or 12 months that we've just walked out? Are we going to have to go back in?
I think
do you have an answer, or?
I think, Senator, the real concern is the extent to which the Taliban will deliver on their promise to ensure that there are no terrorist attacks launched from its soil. So that's the core promise they made in Doha. And it was very interesting. They have been quite consistent in making this promise. And I was involved in talks with senior Taliban back in 2012. And right then they were already saying the one lesson we've learned is that by allowing Al-Qaeda to launch attacks from our soil, we brought the wrath of the United States down on top of us and led to the destruction of our Islamic emirate. So we learned that lesson. That's the one thing we're not going to allow to happen. And it is clear that there is evidence that after Doha, the Doha deal was signed, the Taliban attempted to get various jihadi groups that exist in the areas that it controls to sign up for agreeing to not launch attacks from Afghan soil. It does seem that they were not successful in getting Al-Qaeda to sign up to that deal. But the basic problem here is the extent to which the Haqqanis have risen in influence since over the last few years. And I would really seriously question the extent to which the Haqqanis would sign up to this agenda, because they are extensively involved in trans-border terrorist activity. And they're extensively involved and tied in with various terrorist groups. Now, the states that have most reason to worry actually are states like India, and indeed the Pakistan government. But nonetheless, I would be very concerned about the extent to which the Taliban have the willingness and or the capacity over the medium term, that is over the next few years, to deliver on their promise to make sure that jihadi groups do not establish training camps and start plotting major terrorist attacks against Western targets. And the basic problem is we have no military options. We have poor military options. We have over-the-horizon military options. Those are airstrikes and so forth. And they're unlikely to be effective in stopping this kind of activity.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Senator Fierravanti-Wells.
Thank you, Professor. I have 3 questions that I would like to ask you. The first one is in relation to your thoughts. There was a report recently in the Australian which said that obviously we know that China is trying to extend its reach to help rebuild Afghanistan and help the Taliban rebuild, and that this deal with the Taliban is in exchange for helping to manage China's Uyghur population and to supposedly eliminate terrorist activity in China, in some of China's provinces. I welcome your thoughts in relation to that. Also, I'll give you my 3 questions and then you can. The second question is that recently China's foreign minister and a member of the Afghanistan Taliban met, and the headline in the South China Morning Post said China and Afghan Taliban set for closer interaction as the US is urged to be pragmatic. I'd welcome your thoughts in relation to that. And the third question is, I saw a report recently where you've got the new Minister for Security, if I can put it that way, a former fighter, and there he is behind a desk full of paper having to deal with the report talked about his need to deal with day-to-day activities, and on this particular day dealing with marital activities. How much of the fact that the Taliban are just not capable of running a government is likely to lead to some degree of civil unrest, particularly given the very challenging humanitarian situation in the country, which in itself may lead ultimately, do you think, potentially to a degree of unrest that could see the Taliban removed again?
Thank you, Senator. So just taking the first 2 questions together to start with, concerning China, I think, look, the Taliban are going to be seeking to make deals with whoever will deal with them, because they desperately need resources and support. And I would say straight up, the most important countries in dealing with the Taliban for the foreseeable future will be Iran, Russia, Pakistan, of course, and China. So it's the regional powers, and the West will just have far less influence. So it's very important, obviously, to see how the regional engagement unfolds. With regards to China, there's an argument around China is very keen to get access to strategic minerals that are within Afghanistan, and so this is part of a move to do that. China has an interest in opening up trade routes across Afghanistan. The Taliban, for the regional powers, the Taliban offer the potential for security that would increase trade across, like from Pakistan to Iran and so forth. So the Taliban can be very enabling for economic growth in the region. But I would emphasize that the Taliban, in one respect, are cagey enough customers to understand that they don't want to be beholden to any regional power. I mean, they became very dependent on Pakistan during the war against the Americans, and they resented that, actually. So there's always been a tension between the Taliban and the Pakistan hosts throughout the war, the 20-year war, because they didn't like the extent of control that Pakistan had over them. And so they will be very slow to let any kind of dependency like that develop. So some Taliban are a bit cautious around. I mean, they read the newspapers and they can read about the problems with the Belt and Road Initiative and how, Chinese promises of assistance often come with constraints attached to them. So that will induce a bit of caution on the part of the Taliban. China, for its part, will obviously also want to work with the Taliban to ensure that they do not see the jihadi groups operating in Afghan soil engaged in terrorist, what China would consider to be terrorist activity. Senator, you were referring to the Uyghurs. So there's lots of grounds for the Taliban and the Chinese to have discussions and reach agreements. The Taliban do have some cards in their hand with respect to the assurances they can give China on the terrorism front and access to strategic minerals. But I think I wouldn't expect to see a rapid or a very close strategic partnership, because I think the Taliban will be cautious around those things. And I think China will be cautious likewise. In terms of, you're absolutely correct, by the way, your portrayal is spot on in terms of, Taliban commanders who are now having to be provincial governors and deputy ministers, and being pretty clueless about it because they're not trained in public administration. They have no experience in this. They're not even politicians. And what's very interesting, because I did quite a bit of research on the Taliban campaign in Helmand, and we reconstructed the campaign, and we looked closely at the rise of Taliban shadow governance. This was an area of really great concern for ISAF from 2009 onwards. ISAF was concerned that the Taliban were actually behind the shield of their military campaign building the shadow governance. and that was undermining public support for the Afghan government. And what was quite interesting is the Taliban on paper had a shadow governance, but they really struggled to put it in place. They just didn't have the personnel. And very often the shadow district governor was also the military governor, was the shadow military commander. And so very often it was the military people who were doing the governance roles. And the only public service that the Taliban actually managed to deliver during the war in the rural areas they controlled was justice administration. And sure, you know, that's just Taliban commander deciding who's right and who's wrong. And that doesn't require, you know, a degree in rocket science. What they weren't able to do is deliver, for instance, healthcare in the areas they controlled, or education. And so what we saw during the war is that the Taliban tolerated government delivery of healthcare and education in the areas they controlled. And so the Taliban, during the course of the war, didn't actually develop, as you see sometimes in some insurgencies, like in Latin America, the insurgencies develop the capacity of governance. They develop that expertise. Taliban have never developed that. And so I think you're absolutely right in saying now they're in control. It's very likely that they will, you know, you're going to see historically incompetent governance now in Afghanistan at a time when it desperately needs, you know, capable governance. And there is a considerable possibility that this will, over time, erode public, well, it already is eroding public support, whatever small amount of tolerance there is for the Taliban. And in time, that could manifest itself in public unrest and potentially armed resistance. So yes, this is certainly one of those kind of grim scenarios that could unfold.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Senator Fierravanti-Wells. Professor Farrell, so I think part of my question was answered in your response to Senator Fierravanti-Wells. Could I ask, and I agree that China will be cautious, but do you think that they will want to ensure that India doesn't have good relations, or better relations, maybe I can put it that way, better relations than they do with the government of Afghanistan?
Potentially. I think the regional power that will ensure that India does not have good relations, and it's not really optimized to have good relations with the Taliban, obviously, you know, because of its history, but the regional power that will ensure that doesn't happen is Pakistan. So Pakistan will ensure, and Pakistan has particularly strong links with the Haqqanis. So one of the reasons why the Haqqanis rise in power is because in the latter years of the war, the Pakistan Army, intelligence service, they called Inter-Services Agency, provided direct advice to a military shura that was that was a rival to the Quetta Shura. So yes, they stood up a rival shura, and that enabled the Haqqanis to rise in influence within the Taliban. So there's a very close linkage there, and they will stop India developing strong links.
Yes. Do you think? Could I ask you just on? I mean, how do you think that Pakistan? I mean, they've been pretty successful so far, partly because they have good contacts with the ISI, and well, there's reports that really they were allowed. The Taliban obviously took shelter inside Pakistan. At what point can you see instances where the Taliban becomes a bad neighbouring government for Pakistan?
Yeah, absolutely. That is a possible scenario. The Taliban are a nationalist network, so that's the first thing to realise. And the rivalry between Afghanistan and Pakistan is quite intense among the ordinary population. So it's entirely possible that parts of the Taliban, already some of the southern Taliban groups, are very resentful towards Pakistan, actually, particularly because laterally Pakistan took some measures which impacted on refugees, Afghan refugees, which were their people in Pakistan. Where Pakistan will continue to have very strong influence is through the Peshawar Shura, which it supported in Peshawar, and through them, the Haqqanis, who are firmly embedded. So I think one scenario is a growing rivalry between the southern Taliban and the eastern Taliban, who are basically the Haqqanis, and that in turn could lead to problems for Pakistan.
Do the Haqqanis still run the madrasas, the network of madrasas?
There are network. So I think my understanding with the network of madrasas is across. It's all across, obviously, the border with Afghanistan.
Yes, and the Pashtun. Yeah,
that's right, Pashtun. Some will be Haqqani, but many others won't. So there'll be different ones, and but I think that's going to be less now that the Taliban are in control of Afghanistan. That becomes less of a pressing issue. Previously, the madrasas were very important for the origins of the 1990s, the rise of the Taliban, and then of the insurgency. They were a recruiting ground. Obviously, the madrasas and the refugee camps were a recruiting ground for the Afghan Taliban insurgency. But now they're in Afghanistan, it becomes they can just recruit from the population on the ground.
Yes. Could I don't think there are any further questions. Could I thank you for your time, for your submission? I think you have taken some questions on notice, particularly in relation to documents regarding the UN, I think it was the UN Security Council. Would you be able to provide us with Professor Semble's, I don't know, a dissertation or an essay, some form of further information that he has given and that you discussed? But the Secretariat will be in contact with you, but that would be due on the 17th of November.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do that this evening. He published an article in the Irish Times, so I'll pass it on, and his contact details.
A very good publication.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the representatives from the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre. Could I thank you for your time? Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. My name is Kimberly Kitching. I'm the chair of the committee. Joining us today, we have the Deputy Chair, Senator Abetz. We have Senators Antic, Ayres, Fawcett, Fierravanti-Wells, Lambie, Rice and Steele-John. For the Hansard record, could I ask you to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you very much, Senator. My name is Dr. Carolyn Graydon, and I'm the Principal Solicitor and Manager of the Human Rights Law Program at the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre.
Thank you, Dr. Graydon.
And I'm also joined by Batur. Batur, are you there?
Yep. Thank you very much, Senator. My name is Bharat Ali Batur, and I am originally from Afghanistan, and I work as an organizer at the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre.
Thank you. Now, could I ask you, is it Mr. Batur or Mr. Bharat?
Batur is fine.
Batur, thank you. Would you like to make a brief opening statement and we'll proceed to questions?
Thank you very much, Senator. Yes, we would. Thank you very much to the committee for providing us with this opportunity to appear before you today. Our submission highlights a very important part of the story of Australia's engagement with Afghanistan, a story of great paradox of how Australia was willing to fight for security and human rights in Afghanistan, yet treated the resulting fleeing victims of war with callous disregard for their basic human rights. Rather than providing safety to refugees from Afghanistan, an intentional program of harm was inflicted upon them by the Australian government, with many left to perish for years in offshore processing centres, subjected to protracted detention, denied durable protection, and denied the ability to settle and be reunited with even their immediate family members. A decade later, refugees from Afghanistan and Australia continue to be deliberately harmed by these laws and policies. Even their children born in Australia have, by law, inherited the same punishing limitations on their rights, casting an indelible stain and shadow over the future of these children. Under government policy, the sacrifice of human rights and unjust collective punishment of refugees is considered an acceptable price to pay to deter others from exercising their basic human right to seek asylum in Australia. And has there been any shame for this deliberate infliction of harm? No. In fact, the government's proud of it, relies upon it, holds it up, this never-ending cruelty, as an example to deter others who may seek to exercise their human right to seek asylum in Australia. It even exports these cruel and illegal policies to other countries and therefore denigrates the international order for the protection of human rights. Our submission documents the armoury of devices used to achieve the improper purpose of this intentional cruelty inflicted on the Afghanistan Australian community. The horrors of offshore processing, protracted arbitrary detention, the impact of holding people in indefinite limbo and denying them the means for survival, the status to seek family reunion, and to deprioritise refugee family reunion applications, the go-slow policies on processing Afghan citizenship cases, this whole package of punitive discriminatory measures is plain for all to see. A further less well-known harmful measure has been the obsession with assessing the identity of refugees from Afghanistan beyond any reasonable balancing of risk potentially posed by them. And this has caused immense suffering and even deadly consequences for some, such as my former client, an Afghan national who arrived as a vulnerable unaccompanied minor in 2013. Even though the minister was by law his appointed guardian and therefore supposed to act in his best interests, he was detained. The minister detained him. He was eventually released onto a bridging visa, but with no means of support, he stole a car and after serving his sentence was re-detained. He died in the Melbourne Detention Centre in July 2019, just 23 years old, having spent a further 2.5 years in detention, completely trapped and lost in the system. His case had been refused and dragged on for years due to identity findings that he was a Pakistani national, not an Afghan national. And when we tried to arrange repatriation of his body to his family living as refugees in Pakistan, Pakistani authorities refused, saying he was not a Pakistani national at all. His body was eventually returned to Pakistan, but only as a foreign national, as a humanitarian gesture. And the irony of this situation is quite unbearable. The mistake in assessing his nationality resulted in him being trapped for years in the system, which may well have cost his life. And there are many other people from Afghanistan facing similarly intractable situations due to questionable findings that they can safely return to other countries, which may also prove to be mere fiction. The systemic cruelties inflicted for decades on the Australian Afghanistan community continue to have devastating consequences. Many are still in limbo and unable to settle despite being here for a decade. And now they face the additional psychological torture of having been helpless to help their families in Afghanistan to safety years ago, and now seeing their families' lives at risk in Afghanistan or in third countries where they've been eking out precarious existences, often undocumented, and now in even more perilous danger due to heightened security risks throughout the region. So before we even get to the recent events in Afghanistan, Australia has a lot to answer for and must stop the damage it continues to cause the Australian Afghanistan community. And we see the daily toll of these policies on lives, the slow breaking of spirit and hope, the mental health declines into self-harm and suicide. There are 91 people on TPVs and Chevs who have died in Australia. And this doesn't even include people who've died on bridging visas without even having had their initial applications processed. Ironically, some of the budget for trauma counselling provided for those recently evacuated refugees to Australia will be redirected to the settled Afghan Australian community. And this is not due to trauma experienced by them in Afghanistan, but rather the trauma caused directly by Australian government policies. It's time for these punitive measures to stop. The government should immediately abolish temporary protection, provide an additional 20,000 humanitarian visa places, and provide accelerated, accessible family reunion pathways to those separated from their families, as well as for others at risk in Afghanistan before more lives are lost. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Graydon. Could I ask you some questions that we've been asking other witnesses this morning, just in relation to the numbers of, really to go to the process of visa application. So how many are you aware of that have gone, that you've applied for but are still waiting for action on, or waiting for confirmation from the department?
Yes, so I mean, out of most of these arrivals from 2012 and 13, I'm assuming you're talking about, Senator.
Yes,
so,
yes.
The so-called fast-track cohort, who around 5,000 of them, I believe, are Afghan nationals in total. And in terms of the exact number of people with still having their visas processed, I'd have to double check those figures. There has been an increase in processing during 2021, doing an interview blitz, if you like, where people were given 2 weeks notice after being here for 8 years that they were about to be interviewed and that they needed to have all of their claims ready for interview. I think the vast majority have now been through that interview process, and there's probably still a relatively small number of decisions pending. That's at the primary stage. Then there's also quite a large group of people who still have judicial review applications on foot, or who have been at the so-called end of the line and without any kind of visa pathway, who are just kind of stuck in limbo. So I'm happy to take on notice your question, Senator,
Yes,
and to
absolutely.
provide
Thank
you with a breakdown.
That would be very helpful.
Thank you.
That would be very helpful. Could I ask just on, I mean, you've outlined in your opening statement some of this, but could I ask you just on your view on the changes to existing visa application practices so that more Afghan nationals are enabled to reach Australia and find permanent protection? Can you outline which changes you think are most critical to implement in the short term?
Senator, are you talking about those that were evacuated recently to Australia and their visa processing? So the ones that are on the so-called 449 subclass?
Yes. That's one of our terms of reference. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Senator. So in relation to that group, I mean, I guess there are different categories. So there are those who have already been brought to Australia and whose 449 visas will soon expire because they were only granted for 90 days. And the processing, towards transitioning them onto permanent protection visas is yet to commence. And many of those people have been left in a state of anxiety, very concerned about what the next step was going to be. And my understanding from discussions with the department is what's proposed is a ministerial bar lift process, which will, lift that statutory bar that prevents them currently from lodging any kind of visa application in Australia. And then they will then have options. If they can apply for a partner visa or other kind of skilled visas, they'll be able to. But the vast majority won't be eligible for those kinds of visa categories. And so they will be looking at a protection visa or a special humanitarian category of visa. And I think what's proposed is, create some dilemmas, because neither of these visa pathways really provide a suitable mechanism. Because in one line, if they're allowed to apply as onshore protection under the subclass 866, then they have access to merits review should they be refused at the primary stage, but they're not eligible for supports such as income support, housing, torture trauma counselling, a range of other supports. Whereas if they are going through the special humanitarian XB visa category, they don't have merits review rights, so they'll be left in a limbo if they are refused at the primary stage, but they would have access to a wider range of support. So it seems that these involve very difficult decisions that really don't fit the humanitarian purpose of bringing these cohorts of people to Australia in the first place. But we're also very concerned about those 449 visa holders outside of Australia who were granted visas or given these letters telling them that they would be issued with visas if they could make it to the airport for evacuation from Afghanistan. And their visas are also only 90 days and coming up for expiry very soon. And they're in all kinds of different situations. Some are still trapped in Afghanistan, some have made it to third countries, but many of them are really struggling to find ways to utilise this visa in time to get to Australia, given the myriad of barriers, including the requirement of, permission under our COVID restrictive regime and quarantine access when they arrive in Australia, finding flights, having money, all of these practical barriers that are preventing people from being able to use those visas. And some people will take very high risks. We're very concerned about this, that they will take very high risks to try and use those visas because they're very unlikely to be renewed, as I understand.
Is that something you've heard formally from the department, or that you know of people who've heard that from the department in relation to renewing the 449s?
Look, it's more based on, meetings where an established organisation, we have a dialogue with the department. There hasn't, I mean, we've had good discussions in that sense, but not a formal information sharing process.
Thank you. The government recently announced an Afghan settlement support package of 27.1 million over 2 years to help recent evacuees from Afghanistan settle successfully into their new lives in Australia. What's your view on that? Do you think that's been, so firstly on the amount, secondly on whether it's properly targeted? If I could ask you that.
Certainly. Well, I guess I'm not really an expert in terms of the macro financial aspects of a program of that sort. But what I would say is that, it's quite ironic, the comparison between the level of support being provided to the recent arrivals compared to the agonising, painful processes that Afghan refugees who've been in Australia for up to a decade have been put through and have been starved of many of those supports that are, rightfully being provided to the recent evacuees.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to other colleagues to see if there's questions. I think that
May I suggest that Mr. Batoor also perhaps has an opportunity to make his opening remarks?
Oh, Mr. Batoor, please. If you have an opening statement, of course, we'd be very interested to hear it.
Oh, thank you very much, Senator, and thank you, Caroline. As I introduced, my name is Bharat Ali Batoor, and I am a Hazara Afghanistani. So I used to work with as a freelance photojournalist in Afghanistan, and I left Afghanistan in 2012 after, because of my work and the threats that I had been receiving. I also work with the International Organization for Migration in Afghanistan, and also work with the United Nations Development Program, and as well as with the United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan. And my last job was with the US Embassy in Kabul. So I had all these involvement with the international allies, and also when I had to leave Afghanistan because of the threats that I was receiving, I had no options of leaving Afghanistan legally. So I had to cross borders with people smugglers, and I found smugglers to go through Thailand and Malaysia. So when I was in Malaysia, I heard about the news, or the Pacific Solution policy was announced by the Australian government. But we were around 20 people there, and at that night we were traveling towards Indonesia. So we all thought, what will happen next? And we clearly had one answer, all of us, that we have no option to go back. We will be killed. So we kept continue in our journey, and we went to Indonesia, and we found a smuggler, and I boarded on a boat with 92 other people who were seeking asylum. And in the middle of Indian Ocean, our boat leaked and it started sinking. So we had to turn back, and after 8 hours, we luckily made it to an island, and I was sent to a detention, and from where I escaped. And so I was then resettled through UNHCR's humanitarian program to Australia in 2013. Because of my work involvement and all the colleagues that helped me in this process. But a lot of people who were with me, or at that time who left Afghanistan and was traveling to Australia, they took other boats and they made it to Australia. Those who made it to Australia, they are on bridging visas, on temporary protection visas and chef visas, and many of them, they have been sent on to offshore detention centers in PNG and Nauru. So if that boat journey was successful, I could have ended up in one of those islands, or could be in the same situation like over 5,000 people from Afghanistan on a bridging visa or a temporary protection visa. I would not have a family. Now I'm a citizen, and I have a wife, I have a son after that. So I have built my family. But many of these people, when they came, either they were married. If they were married, they had kids like 6 months, 3 months, or 2 years old. They had been deprived of that period of fatherhood or parenting, and they did not see their children for a long time. And that have created a lot of anxiety and mental stress among these people. So the situation have been extremely difficult for all these people, and we have witnessed from my community only in the last couple of years that many of people, they have, like many people, they took their lives because they were fed up of how they have been treated, and like there was no chances or opportunities of family reunification or permanency for their situation. So that has been the situation which needed a lot of attention in the last couple of years, and still like the situation in Afghanistan is extremely dire, and especially for the minorities or like those who are the most vulnerable, like the Hazaras. Many of refugees in Australia, they come from that background. And when I left at that time, Australia was involved militarily in Afghanistan, in Uruzgan province, the province which historically belonged to the Hazaras, and then it was occupied by the Pashtun rulers, and then Taliban, and then have been distributed to their people. So that has been happening again in Afghanistan now since the Taliban took over. So they have forced to remove forcefully removed Hazaras from their lands in Uruzgan and Daikundi. Now thousands of people, they are living in open air, and the weather is getting extremely harsh in those places. So there are a couple of reasons behind that. So the Hazaras have been one of the top supporters of international allies. So in that province where our army, Australian army, was based in Uruzgan province, so the Hazaras, they welcomed Australian army wholeheartedly, and in the areas where the Hazaras were based, so they were very secure, and they did not have any type of casualties and or any attacks. So now the Taliban, when the Taliban has come to power, so they are punishing the Hazaras for those support as well that they have provided to the Australian forces. So now also, like, we have a lot of those people on TPV chefs and permanent protection. So they have their family members trapped in Afghanistan. There is a lot of anxiety and stress going on between among the diaspora community from Afghanistan in Australia, and also like we are worried that what is going to happen to those people. So and that has been in response to our support and love for peace, and also support to the international allies, including like our people in Daikundi and Uruzgan. They have been a strong supporter of the Australian forces as well. So there are some of the situations that we have been facing as a community, and overall, like, there are deprivation or limitation on the women are being deprived of their rights, and children, and as well as the other minority and religious minority groups as well in Afghanistan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Batoor. It's very important for the committee to hear those experiences for this, so that we can, have a relevant report on this for this inquiry. Could I ask, just in terms of the Hazara, and I don't want to upset you, but if you could give us a, expand perhaps on what is happening with the Hazara people in Afghanistan, and whether, I think essentially the Hazara have been shut out of government. I think maybe there's one junior minister from the Hazara people in the new government. But if you could just expand on that, that would be very helpful for us. And then I think Senator Rice has a question as well.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. First of all, in the Taliban government, there is no Hazara minister, and only one person who joined the Taliban from Hazara community, who was a criminal, and he met some Taliban people in prison, and when he came out, so he was running away from the government, so he ultimately joined. So that is the only example of a Hazara Taliban. Otherwise, Taliban has Hazaras have no affiliation with the Taliban, and no ministry is occupied in the Taliban's government by the Hazara. So the situation since the Taliban has taken control over Afghanistan, in particular for the Hazaras, has been extremely dangerous. Like a couple of examples. So when they were fighting and taking over the district, so they did a lot of atrocities in Daikundi and also in Malistan province, so where they killed people in front of their family members, and also like this woman whose eyes were taken out in front of her children. And also like after that, so we have the examples of like they have forced to leave, they evicted people in Daikundi from their ancestral land, around 4,000 families, so that they have left. And after that, they started doing the same things in Mazar-e-Sharif and also in Helmand province. So they have been doing that as well, and also ISIS-K, who took the responsibility of attacking on the Hazara mosques in both in Kunduz and Kandahar, where they have attacked mainly the Shia Muslims. So Hazaras are predominantly Shias, so they attacked them, and there were casualties from the families. That they died both in Kunduz and in Kandahar as well, like from a couple of people from one family. So they are the cases, and also they have been targeting Hazaras who have been affiliated with the government and also with international forces, or like international. They have been international allies. Also, as a journalist, I'm highlighting I want to highlight the example of those journalists who were badly tortured by the Taliban for documenting or reporting on the women's protests in Kabul. So they were all Hazaras from Itlaat Roz. So they were all like silenced, and they were brutally tortured. And ultimately, those journalists, many of them, they had to leave Afghanistan in a very critical situations, fearing for their lives. So that is some of the examples that the Hazaras are currently facing in India.
Thank you. I saw the photographs of those journalists after they were reporting on the women's protest. So what's happened with I think there's 700 families in Daikundi who've been issued with eviction notices. Some have been overturned by but I mean, no one's gone back because I presume people are afraid of Taliban forces in that area. Yes. Terrible.
Yep. So yes, no, they are fearing for their lives to return, and also many of those houses and lands have been distributed among their own people. So like people from other areas, they have been invited. Like now, those lands and properties are being rewarded to the Taliban sympathizers or fighters among them. So
thank you so much, Mr. Batur, and I'm going to go to Senator Rice. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Dr. Graydon and Mr. Batur. I really did want to wholeheartedly thank you for all of the such important work that the Asylum Seekers Resource Centre and yourselves are doing to be supporting Afghan people, both in Afghanistan and here in Australia. First of all, I just wanted to check in terms of the importance of Australia accepting your application supports the call for 20,000, a special intake of 20,000 refugees in addition to our existing humanitarian intake, and for a whole range of reasons. But did I see somewhere in your submission, I was just looking for it and can't find it now, that Australia has got the 4th largest population of Hazara people in the world?
I'm not sure that was in our submission, but I believe that is the case. But again, I want to double fact check that, and we'll take that on notice. But we certainly do have a very high number. Perhaps Batur would be more knowledgeable on that one.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Yes, Hazaras after like Afghanistan, so the second largest population of the Hazaras are in Iran and then Pakistan, and the 4th largest population of the Hazaras are in Australia. So Hazaras first started arriving, escaping Taliban's persecution in the late 1990s. So that is when the first waves of the Hazaras, they came Australia and called Australia home. And since then we have very significant number of the Hazara population in Australia, and mainly the majority of the Hazara population, they are based in Melbourne. So the biggest one is in Melbourne.
Yes, and so hence, in addition to sort of our moral obligation to be providing safe haven for people who are at extreme risk of persecution or death, we've got this big population. So in terms of the connection with Australia, it's particularly important. So, I mean, your second recommendation to prioritise and expedite the processing of 20,000 humanitarian visas, could you talk us through what that would look like? What would you like to see? I mean, if we had the government saying, okay, we need to accept at least 20,000 more humanitarian intake, what would that look like to prioritise and expedite the processing of them?
Thank you, Senator Rice. I mean, I think for a start, it's never easy to work out who is at highest risk and who is going to be able to access these limited places. But the way that the prioritisation systems operate in our program at present prevent many of those that are already in Australia and have family members who are now at risk from being included in expedited processes. So we'd like to see those intentional barriers to prevent prioritisation of refugee family reunion, TPV and Chev holders who aren't able to even propose family members, let alone apply for family reunion, for some of those barriers to be lifted and for those cohorts to also be included in prioritised categories, along with, that usual human rights-based assessment of those who are at highest risk in Afghanistan. And, there'll be wide-ranging groups, of course, ethnic minorities, as we've been discussing a lot today, women, children, LGBTIQ communities, many other religious minorities as well. So, it's not an easy thing, as well as civil society, NGO actors and others. There will be steep competition. But we do have these very strong ties, as you've highlighted already, and a community that's been hurting a lot for a very long time because they've been, denied the usual pathways to family reunion. So we need to do better than what we're doing in terms of being more generous and taking more of our share of the humanitarian catastrophe, which is unfortunately now in Afghanistan, and the human rights violations of particular persecuted groups as well. And we also need to show a lot more concern for the human rights of the Afghanistan communities who are here in Australia.
So, I mean, what timescale do you think would be realistic, and the combination of the urgency, given the persecution and the threats that people are under, versus a realistic processing time? Again, in an ideal world, if we accept that many people, of really expediting it, what would the ASRC like to see?
Well, I think it should be able to be done within a year. And I think that's still quite a lengthy period of time for someone that's facing an enormous risk. But, that would include, of course, more resources being put in by the department to expedite processing. It would involve an acceptance that we can't necessarily do the multiple levels of identity checking and biometrics and all the other things that we've previously done on these visas, because there is no one to check these things with in Kabul any longer. We need to take a practical, risk-based assessment approach, and to get on with the business and bring people to safety as a matter of urgency. So perhaps my statement of a year is too long. Perhaps it should be 6 months. But looking at the previous kind of programs that sometimes have taken up to 5 years for extra allocations of emergency style visas to be granted, that is just far too slow. We need to do much better than that.
And do you have any visibility or know anything of the flights that are currently operating out of Afghanistan? I've been told of flights that are operating daily out of Mazar-i-Sharif that various charities are organising, that the US, Canada and Germany are using to evacuate people, and who are then going, I think it's to Albania, where they're being processed in Albania. Do you know anything about those? And do you, if so, do you think that this is something that the Australian government should be doing?
Thank you, Senator. Well, I can't really add very much to what you've already said, except that there are, an increasing number of flight pathways outside of Afghanistan, and there's obviously still also cross-border crossings, which are often very hazardous and dangerous for people. Perhaps I could invite Batua if you have any additional information you could add.
I only can add to the land borders. So that has been extremely dangerous for a lot of people to cross, and like restrictions both like towards the border in Pakistan and Iran. So they are controlling the borders, and it is very hard for people to cross the borders. But it's still, like some people do, they do manage, but a lot of people that I had been in touch with in Afghanistan, they said like the borders are closed and they cannot travel, and it is too risky, especially for those from different viewpoint other than the Taliban, or like women who have been activists or journalists. So it is extremely dangerous for them to be on those routes to get out of the country. But yeah, the land borders are extremely difficult, or they are closed to cross at the moment.
Yes, understood.
And perhaps I could also add, Senator Rice, that, in relation to the flights, I mean, it's not only the people actually escaping from Afghanistan itself, but many of people are left in fairly perilous situations in third countries. And there definitely needs to be more organised Australian government support to assist and facilitate those that do have visas to get to Australia before those visas expire. Otherwise, we're essentially turning our back and abandoning those that we had already committed to evacuate had we had more time to do so.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Graydon and Mr. Batua. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rice. Could I thank you both for your time today, for your submission and for your evidence. We appreciate it very much. If there are any questions you've taken on notice, which you have, those responses would be due back to us by the 17th of November, but the Secretariat will be in contact with you. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you. Could I go now, and I think the witness is on the line. Could I go now to Professor Saikal? Could I welcome you, Professor Saikal, and thank you for your time. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Oh, you're in person. Hello, hi. Could I ask you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm Mahmoud Saikal, a former diplomat and former ambassador of Afghanistan to Australia.
Thank you very much. My name is Kimberly Kitching. I'm the chair of the committee. Joining us today are Senators Antic, Ayres, Fawcett, Fierravanti-Wells, Lambie, Rice and Steele-John. Could I ask if you'd like to make a brief opening statement and then we'll proceed to questions?
Thank you, Chair. Let me thank Australia for standing by our side for more than half a century of a formal relationship in our efforts to advance Afghanistan's political, social and economic developments. Australia's share in our gains of the past 20 years has been immense. We acknowledge the 41 ADF soldiers who lost their lives, 260 who were wounded, and the hardships faced by all the ADF families who served in Afghanistan. Mistakes have been regrettable, but Australia's courage in openly addressing them is worthy of praise. Our gratitude goes to all Australians who were involved in the largest humanitarian airlift operation in Australia's history following the August takeover of Kabul by the Taliban. As I understand, Australia's core objectives in Afghanistan are to fight terrorism, support its alliance interests, and coordinate its development assistance and humanitarian activities. Australia wishes to hold the Taliban regime to account, particularly on human rights and counterterrorism, and deny Afghanistan as a base for international terrorism. Australia has an interest in the security and stability of the Indo-Pacific region, hence the Quad, AUKUS, and possibly the future CSP with ASEAN. Afghanistan sits at the mouth of the Indo-Pacific. What happens in Afghanistan doesn't remain in Afghanistan. Pakistan, the strategic partner of China, continues through its Taliban proxy to turn Afghanistan into a breeding ground of terror and a magnet for attracting other regional violent extremist groups with plenty of abandoned US NATO weaponry at their disposal. Therefore, the possibility of radicalization, extremism, and terrorist attacks in the Indo-Pacific emanating from Afghanistan is now high. Flows of refugees, narcotics, people smuggling, money laundering, etc. are other consequences of what happens in Afghanistan under the Taliban. The question is, do we deal with the consequences or the root causes? In my mind, it's important to have a balanced approach. The Taliban, during their 27 years of existence, have constantly challenged the international humanitarian and human rights laws. Their continuous war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity, together with the recent drought and COVID-19, have come together to create a humanitarian catastrophe. The Afghan people are in the grip of severe shortages of food, cash, medicine, clothes, and shelter. We welcome Australia's commitment of $100 million over 4 years in humanitarian assistance towards the Afghan people and call for further assistance. It is important that the aid doesn't support or legitimize the Taliban regime. We welcome Australia's 3,000 humanitarian places for Afghanistan and call for its increase, with priority given to the families of those who risk their lives in standing up to the Taliban. In other words, we need to change the motto of aid those who aided us to aid those who aided both Afghanistan and Australia. Inside Afghanistan, despite the fatigue and appalling social conditions, opposition to the Taliban has been gaining momentum at political, civil, and combat levels. The struggle is for values that include those for which Australian soldiers tragically lost their lives. The world has remained united in opposing the Taliban regime and calling for an inclusive and representative government. Calls for change, however, have fallen on deaf ears. The Taliban believe they are where they are because of who they have been, so why change and risk implosion? Our experience of 27 years with the Taliban clearly shows that engaging in appeasement does not pay off. What is really needed is close coordination and support between the internal and external opposition to the Taliban. Australia's support in this endeavour will be important. And finally, as British author Matt Waldman puts it, the relationship between Pakistan's intelligence services, or the ISI, and the Taliban is as clear as the sun in the sky. Failure to address Pakistan's ill-fated policy of using violence in pursuit of strategic objectives is in effect allowing state-sponsored terror to grow. Australia could use its bilateral relations and the platform of the Commonwealth to question Pakistan's proxy war in Afghanistan and raise the matter at the UN. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Saikal. Could I ask you, and I'll ask other committee members if they could let me know our WhatsApp group, whether they have questions, but could I ask you, in relation to, you worked for the Afghan government at different times during the war in Afghanistan. What were the major issues, do you think, and you've covered some of this in your opening statement, that led to the collapse of the Afghan government and the Afghan National Army? Could you also give us your views on why the Taliban was able to so quickly gain all provinces other than the Panjshir Valley by the middle of August so quickly?
Thank you, Senator. I guess there are a number of factors at national level, regional level, and global level. At national level, the weakness of the rule of law in Afghanistan played a key role, and partially our leaders ignored this strengthening the rule of law. And that, of course, paved the ground for high corruption. It also paved the ground for power struggle, and in order to do that, certain elements use ethnic politics. I think these were the key factors in terms of weakening state inside Afghanistan. At regional level, Pakistan's use of policy, or Pakistan's policy of using violence in pursuit of strategic objectives has been a key factor behind the rise of, or the return of the Taliban, or the remaking of the Taliban. At global level, I think the signing of the agreement with the Taliban between the United States in Doha That raised really the morale of the Taliban to the highest. And at the time, I remember even before signing this agreement, I warned personally Mr. Khalilzad, the negotiator of the US, that this was a mistake, that this will be a very disastrous agreement, that it will really raise the morale of the Taliban to the highest, and also it gives the wrong signal to other terrorist and radical and extremist groups in the region and around the world, that this is the way to go. You commit terror, you commit violence, and we credit you, and we pat you on the shoulder, and we sign an agreement with you, and we formalize things with you. I think the negative competition between the major powers, in particular the United States, Russian Federation, and China, and also the tension between Iran and the United States, they have played their own role. That created an environment where the 4 countries of the region, Pakistan, Russian Federation, and China, and Iran, came together, making sure that they give help to the Americans and NATO forces in Afghanistan, and therefore they supported the Taliban. But now that the US is out of Afghanistan and NATO is out of Afghanistan, naturally they do have some disagreement, and they have created a process called the Foreign Ministers meetings. 2 meetings have taken place in Islamabad and in Tehran. The next one will be in Beijing. Naturally, they're worried about the behavior of the Taliban, and also they're concerned about their own share of, after the victory.
Thank you very much. Could I ask, just in relation to Pakistan, and at the end of your opening statement, you talked about Pakistan. Could you elaborate on that for us, and on the geopolitical situation that Afghanistan finds itself in, how the Taliban might react to its neighbours going forward? Let's say, over this decade, how do you think relations will play out in that part of the world with China?
When we say the Taliban, we're talking of various levels of the Taliban. One is the layman, one is the man on the ground who's fighting, who doesn't really know what's happening at the higher level. And then one is the leadership of the Taliban, and then there is the Haqqani network, which dominates now, pretty much controls Kabul and eastern part of Afghanistan, and there is the southern, the Kandahar wing, basically dominated by the Duranis. The thing is, you have to look at it through the eyes of the ISI of Pakistan, that they have supported this, they have turned it into an asset to be used for reaching their strategic objectives in the region and globally. It looks like the Taliban have been there for 27 years. They came to power for 5 years between 1996 and 2001. And then Pakistan played a double game when 9/11 happened and the international forces came to Afghanistan. They brought them back over time. From this point onwards, I believe the ISI will do its best to have a good control over it. And this is why we don't see the top leadership. We don't see Mullah Haibatullah's face. Nobody sees that. And also some of the other leaders are in the hiding. Even the interior minister, nobody has seen his face, of course, Siraj Haqqani. Whether they can go against Pakistan, the possibility of that is low. Yes, in the lower rank and files, they may get hurt when they see the too much meddling of Pakistan in the affairs of Afghanistan. As you know, when Kabul collapsed, and among the first visitors was the chief of the ISI who came to Kabul, and he worked with the Taliban very closely to put their so-called caretaker government together. At this stage, I don't envisage a kind of a revolt against Pakistan at the highest level of the Taliban leadership. In the lower level, maybe they may become noisy, but at the lower level, not. In the long term, I can see some kind of partnership emerging between Pakistan, the Taliban, and China. Of course, China has got its own interest, and Russian Federation has got its own interest. China is after the security of Afghanistan in the long term. Can the Taliban secure that? The answer is no. The Belt and Road project for them is very important. We were working with China for a long time to see the visualization of Belt and Road, of course. But that primarily needs security first, because investment can only go when a country is secure. China has got a keen interest to see Afghanistan joining the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. Of course, they've been talking to the Taliban about that, but in order to get these mega regional economic projects up and running, you need the expertise, and I'm afraid the Taliban don't have that. At the moment, key economic portfolios have been given to local mullahs, who don't know much about how to run a small administration, how to run a village, let alone running a country, and let alone dealing with China on the mega project of Belt and Road. So I can't see how the continuation of Taliban in power in Afghanistan would work in the interest of regional economic cooperation as far as other countries are concerned. Unless we see a major change in Afghanistan, we see an inclusive government, a functioning government that could turn Afghanistan into a functioning state where the institutions could rise up and could really work with the region and with the rest of the world, it will be very difficult to see the mega regional economic cooperation projects going.
Thank you, Professor Sakal. I'll go to Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Chair. So I just thank you, Professor, very much for coming on. Got some very interesting stuff there, by the way. If nothing does change, what does Afghanistan actually look like in 12 months' time?
Sorry, I missed the first part.
What does it look like on the ground for the people? What does it look like, for supplies of food, that sort of thing? What does it look like in 12 months' time if the Taliban stays where it is and stays in charge, doesn't change its ways and wants to continue to run like it used to run? What does it look like in 12 months' time for those people over there?
I think the humanitarian situation is worsening as we speak, as time passes. If you compare the humanitarian situation now to where we were 3 months ago, it's rapidly going down. The economy of the country is on the verge of collapse. People are running out of cash, basically. My friends and relatives in Kabul, I come from Kabul, they continue, when I talk to them, they just say, look, we're running out of cash now. We don't know how to buy groceries, on a daily basis. So this is the main point, which has occupied everybody's minds. As Afghans, the region and the rest of the world, what to do about the economy of the country and what to do to stop the worsening of the humanitarian situation. And unfortunately, the two have been taken hostage by the Taliban. The Taliban from time to time say that if you recognize us, we will cooperate and we will coordinate things with you so that you can have access to the deserving communities. If you don't, then people will suffer. So it's somehow taking people hostage. Unfortunately, in a year time, I see things worsening if the Taliban are in power. And to get rid of them is not simple, is not easy. It will take time. Already, as I said, opposition is appearing strongly in Afghanistan. You see the women of our country demonstrating on a daily basis. And I just saw a group of them a few days ago in Kabul who were stopped from demonstrating on the streets. They went inside their house and they started raising their placards, still raising the voice. Political opposition is strong, and also combat resistance against them is there. But they need a lot of coordination. And also the international stand, which is pretty good at this stage against the Taliban. Among the 193 member states of the UN, none of them has recognized the Taliban, but we need to coordinate now between the opposition inside Afghanistan and the opposition outside of Afghanistan, but at the same time, where there is room, have a dialogue with the Taliban. But as I've said it, I said it earlier here, and also I've said it in my submission, don't expect too much from engaging with the Taliban, because the world has been engaging the Taliban for 27 years, especially in the past few years. I mean, look at the level of interaction that countries of the region has had with the Taliban, from Qatar to Pakistan to Russian Federation, China, the United States has been talking to the Taliban on a daily basis for quite a few years. Nothing has happened. If anything, things have gone in the opposite direction. Their morale has gone up. So really, we need to. This is why I'm just saying we need to use a mix of ways of handling Afghanistan now, leaving the door of dialogue open, but at the same time we need to put the necessary pressure on the Taliban and necessary pressure of the backer of the Taliban, Pakistan. There is a fair bit of pressure on Pakistan, but not enough. It looks like in the official circles, still there isn't much on Pakistan. In 2017, 2018, there was some pressure on Pakistan, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. And Pakistan, under pressure, started feeding its policy of violence to the using the geopolitical fault lines, and somehow capitalizing or taking advantage of tension between Iran and the US and Russia and the US and China and the US, and somehow feeding their own policy in those kind of tensions. So to cut it short, in a year time, I'm afraid I don't see any improvement. I can see the worsening of the situation, but I can see that if we move quickly, if the world is mobilized quickly, and if the Afghans are mobilized quickly, the possibility of Afghans being mobilized quickly is a bit hard, because they have seen 43 years of conflict. The bulk of the population are there is an element of fatigue and tiredness among them, but the opposition is there. So yeah.
So if they can't sort this situation out, which is where we've left them, are we going back to the good old days where they'll just get that desperate that Afghanistan will absolutely, even with all that equipment left over there from us walking out, will go straight back to being a training ground for terrorism?
Well, unfortunately, at the moment, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. The Afghans never ask for boots on the ground. Let's not forget that it was 9/11 and the involvement of Al-Qaeda and the Taliban and Pakistan in that, which brought international forces, including the Australian forces in Afghanistan. We, as a government or a people, we never asked for foreign boots on the ground of Afghanistan, on the soils of Afghanistan. We constantly asked for logistic support. We thought that the Afghans themselves could defend the country and also could stand against the Taliban if we were supported. I think, again, we're in that position. The will is there, although this time around the element of fatigue is there. It will take some time, but I have lived long enough to see the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan. I never forget when the Red Army invaded Afghanistan. For 2 months it was silence, but then 2 months later there was a huge uprising in Kabul. People were just going up on their roofs and declaring opposition to the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan. But with the Taliban this time around, day one, the people of Afghanistan rallied in support of their national flag. Day one, the women of Afghanistan rallied in seeking their own rights. And day one, the people of Afghanistan stood up in different cities against the Taliban. And as you know, that even after the fall of Kabul to the Taliban, fighting continued in certain areas in the north of the country. Still, there is resistance, armed resistance to the Taliban. So these elements are there. As I said, in a very scattered way, and it needs coordination. The opposition needs coordination inside Afghanistan, and also the international stand against the Taliban needs a lot of coordination, and coordination is needed between the national opposition and the international opposition to the Taliban. At the same time, if there is any element of change in the part of the Taliban, we're not denying the fact. We leave the door of dialogue open. We believe in that. As you know, the UN Security Council has called for an inclusive government and also for a representative government, a government that could have women sitting there and playing a key role in the life of the country. If the Taliban are ready to talk about that, of course we will talk about it. But it would be very naive of us to use this engagement of appeasement with the Taliban, because appeasement is never paid. If anything, the Taliban have been using that as an instrument to see further, to see their further political elevation and also military advance.
So, what should Australia be doing to stop the situation? Not just Australia, but the forces that went in there in the first place that just, you know, their big leaders said, let's go, we're wiping our hands, we're walking out, which bothers me about the Afghan army in itself, it actually having the courage to stand back up and form that army again. Seriously? Do you think so? Because I think you would have a very small window of opportunity right now, and if we're not in there in the next 8 to 10 weeks, it's all over, that opportunity. I don't see them having the courage to stand up twice. It may be different. You're from that country. That's fine. I just thought that was human nature. So what could be done in a very quick, what do you believe needs to be done in the next 4 to 8 weeks to calm the situation down over there?
I think in terms of humanitarian, that's a must. We need to pay attention. We need to make sure that we have access to those who need humanitarian support. And of course, that needs some level of dialogue with the Taliban, but we have to be careful that they don't use or they don't abuse the aid that they flow to Afghanistan. We need to focus on stopping the human rights violations, because as I say, there are elements of war crimes happening, there is ethnic cleansing, there is, you've got a terrorist government now in power in the country. In terms of people at risk inside Afghanistan, I think the program that Australia has undertaken to support them, 3,000 is good, but we call for an increase for that. But also we need to focus on those who stand up to the Taliban. Let me give you one example. Just a few days ago, a woman activist was killed in Mazar-e-Sharif, among a few women who were killed, women activists. And now this woman was a lecturer at the university. Now she's got children, she's got families, she's got parents. They are the ones who should be the priority of enjoying the support from this program. Similarly, others are doing that too. So the first part of it is to make sure that we pay attention, we rush towards humanitarian issues and make sure that we don't lose a big part of our population. We keep receiving reports now that people are selling their children, and even in Kabul and in the provinces we've seen little girls being sold and all that, which is very sad. The UN is a huge institution. It's got its own groups, that they're doing their best, but naturally we need to really get them mobilized as much as we can. The second part of it, for the long term, really, I can only see change happening in Afghanistan if there is opposition to the Taliban, and if this is political opposition is there, the civil opposition is there, we see a continuation of this. And of course, they need a voice. They need support from the international community. And the third one, which is the main one, unless and until we deal with the proxy war of Pakistan, this thing will continue for a long time. As I said, the Taliban has not mushroomed overnight. They have been, nurtured for the past 27 years in Pakistan. I heard earlier about the Peshawar Shura. Peshawar is the city of Pakistan. The Kuwait Shura is the city of Pakistan. So they've had the safe havens in Pakistan, and there's a very close relationship between Pakistani military establishment and the Taliban. And to us, this is an aggression. Under the UN Charter, we see the aggression of one country over the other country, and it must be addressed at the UN Security Council. And of course, China is sitting there as a permanent member of the UN Security Council, a strategic partner of Pakistan, trying to block any discussion at the Security Council. But then a resolution could go to the General Assembly, really raising this issue among member states. A similar thing happened in 1980 when the Soviets occupied Afghanistan. The Soviet Union was a permanent member of the Security Council. They were blocking anything happening in the Security Council. Then a resolution went to the General Assembly, and majority, they called for the withdrawal of the Soviet forces from Afghanistan. I think a similar resolution could be helpful addressing the Pakistani aggression in Afghanistan. Of course, the aggression, partially it could be direct, but partially is in the proxy format.
Okay, thank you for that. What's stopping them from doing that, Professor? Is it just lack of courage from the Westerners, or why won't they take this to the table with Pakistan?
Well, as I
What's
said,
stopping them?
I was the ambassador of Afghanistan to the UN between 2015 and 2019. And if you have a look at my speeches that I've given to the Security Council, I've been very clear on this. As I said, China has been the strategic partner of Pakistan and has been blocking everything. Two letters that we sent to the Sanctions Committee to do with freezing the Taliban asset, and another one that they were accusing Pakistan was accusing Afghanistan of being the base of one of the terrorist groups. We took that to the Sanctions Committee, and China froze the two requests of Afghanistan for indefinite period. I think within the Security Council, this is the issue. This is the problem. We need to work with China to convince China. And to China, the strategic partnership with Pakistan matters a lot more, and it's important enough not to allow anything against Pakistan in the Security Council. But as I said, the door is still open for the member states of the UN to put a joint resolution together, and I hope Australia could take the initiative for that, to draft that resolution, really mentioning the level of support that the Taliban have enjoyed from Pakistan, and mentioning the safe havens, and mentioning the leadership of the Taliban there, and the training. You know that leading figures of terrorist organization, they have lived in Pakistan, they have died in Pakistan, they have been killed in Pakistan, they are buried in Pakistan. Osama bin Laden was found there. Mullah Omar died in a Karachi hospital in Pakistan. Mullah Akhtar Mansour was killed by the US in Balochistan. So what other evidence we want? And plus, Parvez Musharraf, who served Pakistan for 8 years as president, he clearly said to the Guardian newspaper in 2015 that we created the Taliban so that we could counter the Indian influence in Afghanistan. What other evidence we want? So the evidence is there, and therefore there is a need for the international community to be mobilized. My fear is that if we don't take this serious, this state sponsorship of terror might turn into bigger things. For a country to push a terrorist group to this level of occupying another country, and now really a terrorist group governing this country, you can imagine how many other terrorist groups are now in Afghanistan from the region, from Central Asia, from the Arab world. They're just attracted like a magnet. And therefore, I think this question should be raised at the highest level, that why Pakistan has been behaving like this. And certainly an investigation, and Australia, as I said, has got a good bilateral relationship with Pakistan, and also there's the platform of Commonwealth, and also the platform of the UN, and other multilateral platforms where Australia could become active.
I gather that nothing will be done until those attacks start again around the rest of the world. I could be wrong about that, Professor, but I imagine that's when it'll be a wake-up call for the rest of us. I don't think that will be very far away. I just have one more question for you. Some people think that it was a fool's errand for coalition forces to try to establish a democratic government in Afghanistan. Do you think along those lines, or we just didn't get it right, or?
I completely disagree with that. I have been the prime witness of our people enjoying to have a democratic government. If you have a look at the election of 2004 and the level of participation, and have a look at the election of the 5th of April 2014, where I was a key player. I was campaigning, and Afghanistan, the entire country was mobilized. 5th of April 2014 is probably the most democratic days in the life of Afghanistan, where our men and women came out in large numbers and voted. Yes, there was a fraud later on, and they pushed us, as I said, those the national factors, they pushed us to the second round, and then there was fraud again, and then eventually we had to put the national unity government together. But definitely the people of Afghanistan, majority of our people, they have embraced democracy. And let's not forget that 63% of our population are under 25. So whatever they have seen democracy, they have seen freedom of expression, they have seen civil and political rights. And this is why our women and men are brave enough to stand up in front of the Taliban on the streets of the cities of Afghanistan. So if there is one gain we have made in the field of human resources, is this, that we have a more aware population inside Afghanistan, especially our youth. They know their rights. I think the opposition to the Taliban will continue for a long time, simply because we have a more aware population in Afghanistan. Yes, we do have tribal areas inside Afghanistan, but I don't think Afghanistan was born to be tribal for the rest of its life. Every country has been tribal. If you have a look at Australia, 200 years ago, we've had tribes in here. If you go in our neighborhood in India, there are thousands of tribes. But then I don't think there is anywhere written in any religious book that there is a country called Afghanistan and shall remain tribal for the rest of its life. That's not the case. You know, we've done a lot of work in the past 20 years, and we must protect those gains and consolidate those gains.
Thank you very much, Professor.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Lambie. Thank you, Professor Saikal. On behalf of the committee, I thank all witnesses who have appeared today. Given our reporting time frame, the committee asks that any answers to questions on notice be returned by Wednesday, the 17th of November, 2021. The hearing is adjourned. Thank you.